to the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for what is hopefully going to be 3 very exciting GT races that we've got coming up for you in conjunction with SRO Esports GT Series, Kunos Simulazione and AK Informatica. We're going to bring you an afternoon of GT racing from the historic Monza circuit. Obviously, with the real world racing put on hold for the moment, we're doing our best to bring you some GT action still. And all the profits from today's race will go towards the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization. So everybody here very much behind that charity, and everybody hoping that we're in for some good races. The way it's going to work is that we have over 70 drivers here. We have real simulator drivers, we have real race car drivers, and we've got some wild cards as well. There'll be 2 semi-final races in which the top 20 will advance through to the grand final. That'll be getting underway about 4:30 European time. And that will be a 1-hour race to decide the winner of the first SRO Esport Charity Challenge race. My name is Jack Nichols. Commentating, as ever, it wouldn't be an SRO GT race without him, is David Addison. David, welcome to Esports. You enjoying it?
Welcome to a whole new world. Yes, Jack, absolutely. It is fascinating to see not only, first of all, how impressive all the graphics are, but equally how impressive an entry list this is of who is taking part from, if you like.
Exactly. We've also, I prefer Watty that way, to be perfectly honest with you. Ben Constanduris, I think, is joining us as well, and he's a man with a lot of esports experience. Ben, what are you looking forward to most?
Jack, hey David, nice to be part of this absolutely epic event. The first absolutely massive event that we've seen from ACC, a very new game, the newest game of the platforms that we're kind of seeing explode over this period of isolation. And the great thing about this one is it's beautiful to look at. It is incredibly realistic, and it is also very, very challenging to drive. And I think that's why we're seeing some of these very, very experienced SRO GT drivers perhaps struggling a little bit with adapting to the lack of senses that you have when you're doing sim racing.
And Ben, just to complete our world map, where are you in the world at the moment?
I am in the near the Swiss border of France in the French Alps.
Okay, lovely. Let's try Oxfordshire again, shall we? Watty, are you there? How are you doing? Are you excited for esports?
Brave new world for me, Jacko. I don't know what to say because it's so realistic. I mean, watching the images on screen, you almost have to prick yourself to believe that this is not actually motor racing as it should be, as we would know it to be at Monza. I mean, Monza, great racetrack, one of my world favourite circuits. You know, I could be standing in the pit lane, it could be in the commentary booth, real time, but here it is, it's a sim. And you've got competitors, some of whom are outstanding sim racers, some of whom are professional drivers, some are pro-ams. And then, of course, you've got the wild cards coming along as well. Now, my role today is going to be slightly different to that normally at an SRO GT Blancpain, whatever event where it'll be sprint or endurance. In the case of Monza, it's normally endurance, but this is more like a sprint event. I'm going to be involved more in the final itself, the 1-hour final. I'd actually thought I might actually drop into the steward's room and learn a little bit of the benefit that certainly during the commentaries that David Addison and I do, you're well aware that I hold strong views on certain things, such as abuse of track limits. So I thought I could do my normal forthright thing and get in there and tell them what to do. But I think it's inappropriate today. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to leave the track briefly. I'm going to go down to the Hotel de la Ville, which is on the perimeter of the circuit. I'm going to have a blowout Italian Chianti, enjoy myself, and then come back and watch a cracking 1-hour final.
Okay, and you'll be dozing off during that final, I imagine, with all that.
Jack, I don't doze. Stop telling people I doze. I'm only 42.
Okay, well, John, it's great to have you with us. Go for your Chianti, and we'll see you a bit later.
You might do. I think you will do.
Okay, great. We look forward to it. So, David, let's knuckle in a little bit more on the format. As we say, we've got the 2 races, the top 20 advance through to the final. So almost the results, do they decide the grid for the final, or is there another qualifying session?
Top 20 go through, then you've got a 15-minute qualifying session to get to the race itself. So there's an awful lot to get through during the course of the day. And therefore, yes, it's not necessarily the fact that if you do well in your race, you're going to be at the front of the grid because you've got this very brief qualifying session. Qualifying has always been hugely important in, of course, SRO GT racing. And it reflects, does it not, the way that you would break that down for an endurance race these days, where it's one driver for a portion of the qualifying session. So you get these frenetic 15-minute stints effectively within qualifying where everybody goes pouring out at once, and then you reset different driver and you get the lighter car in Q3. Well, they've done the qualifying this morning for the first and second races, and now we can look forward to the first of those two semi-finals, which will help determine who goes through to the main race this afternoon.
Well, the grid for race 1 has got Amir Hosseini on pole position. So let's take our first look at the Assetto Corsa Competizione game and have a look at this pole position lap with Amir Hosseini in the Mercedes at a 1 minute 46.566, just 0.2 of a second ahead of David Tanitza, who's as close as you can get to a Ferrari works driver in the sim racing world. He's the Formula One esports driver for Ferrari, the Formula One esports champion last year. He's going to be second on the grid, but it's Amir Hosseini in the Mercedes, David, who took the pole position.
Indeed so, and it's going to be fascinating to see whether the Mercedes, which is the favoured car for the majority of the gamers, is going to be the one to beat when we actually go racing for real later on, because certainly it's got plenty of grunt around here. It's been looking good all the way through the practice events and the qualifying that we've had thus far, and so yeah, let's see whether that remains the car to beat. But as far as Hosseini is concerned, I think he might take some stopping, certainly over the early parts of the race. What we do know, though, is that this is going to be very fuel dependent around here, and the Mercedes, people think, might well be marching along come the end. So quick it will be, but there's going to be a bit of fuel saving as well, I think.
And one of the things, Ben, I'm interested in seeing is that the hot lapping and racecraft are two different things. So I think that's part of the reason why we see the real life drivers a little lower in the order, because actually getting one lap done in a sim or a game takes an awful lot of practice time. But when the race comes, it becomes a bit more of a leveler, I feel.
Absolutely, and we've got three different categories of drivers, as you would do in the SRO racing. We've got the pro drivers, the pro sim drivers, who will be displayed on our graphics with white numbers. The real drivers are in red numbers, and then we've got these grey hot lap specialists, if you like, and some of those guys have qualified incredibly high up on our two grids for the race. I'm not so sure how as you say, how they're going to progress throughout the 1 hour race, because it's one thing managing to do one lap of 1:46 around Monza, to then string however many laps you need to get through an hour. My maths is appalling. Is a very different thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Buncombe is one that springs to mind, David, because he starts in 20th position, and we've seen him have some mega drives through the order in the past at Monza. Wasn't there one where he made up 40 places or something?
Something ludicrous like that,
yeah.
Yes. I mean, he has done, I think I'm right in saying, every endurance race that we've had in the SRO history of what used to be the Blancpain Endurance Series and then the GT World Challenge Europe. He's done all those Monza races, even from the very first year when we had GT. So Alex, who's now very much a Bentley boy, has huge amounts of experience of the circuit. And I was going to ask Ben about this, also racecraft, because it's one thing doing it for real with real cars around you. Doing it virtually, though, Ben, it's a different skill altogether, isn't it? And making the point about doing this over one lap, there's the racecraft element that each side of the divide has got to learn as well.
Visually, depending on what kind of facilities you have at home, and remember, everyone is racing either at home or in their offices. They're not being provided a sim like we would see in some of the events that happen in stadiums that Jack's been involved with in Formula One. So they've all got their own simulator setups. Some may have 3 screens, giving you a perception of the left and the right-hand side outside the car. Others may just have a single screen, which means you're slightly limited. The best setup, and I don't know how many people are running VR, but virtual reality is so good in this game. It's so immersive, and it allows you, when you move your head, to actually move your field of vision and be able to look to see if somebody's running alongside you down into that first chicane.
Okay.
Yeah, VR is a really exciting part of where sim racing's going. But as you say, normally the wraparound screens are the kind of way people go. And as you say, it's all dependent to their own particular setup, which is a good advantage for people here, because quite often, as you say, if you go to a place and you have all of the new kit that you have to get used to, whereas kind of like real racing drivers, you have everything set up at home exactly how you want it. You've built it to your very specific specifications. Let's take a look at the pole position for race 2. Tobias Peffer in the Mercedes set a 1 minute 46.719, which would have put him second on the grid in race 1, and it's the Mercedes on pole position for both races. So your fuel consumption point, David, will count in both.
It will. I mean, we'll see certainly whether or not running in traffic or running in clean air is going to be much of a factor, because, again, the experts say if you're in traffic, you benefit from a tow and a bit of fuel saving. If you're out front leading the way, you're punching the hole through the air. You're using more grunt in order to do that. But here you can see Tobias Peffer then with a road to himself going down towards the first chicane into the Rettifilio, through the right, through the left, up the curb. Now, that we know is going to be a pinch point when we get to racing. But if you can buy yourself clear track space now, as he has done for qualifying, happy days. Of course, Ben, it's going to be very different when we get to racing with lots of cars around him.
Absolutely. We've seen some really interesting test races that we've done over the last couple of evenings, and actually it's led to us having the inability to collide with somebody in the first lap. That is basically to preserve the racing. Yeah. We really want to see good racing throughout the whole 1 hour. And obviously, Monza is known, that pinch point, those first 2 chicanes, known to be very tricky. So we've allowed the drivers space for themselves. You'll see cars blending into each other and stuff like that on that first lap. And then we will then bring on the damage model, bring on contact for the second lap, and off through the rest of the race. So that's something to look out for. We did it because this is a charity event, because we want to encourage good racing. And I know it doesn't necessarily replicate real life, but we wanted a lot of cars at the end of the race rather than at the start.
Nothing wrong with that, nor do we have safety cars and false yellows. Hooray! It means a 1 hour long blast. It's going to be fascinating to see who comes out on top as we get set then for race 1.
Can be very happy that we don't have red flags as well.
Yeah, that's true. There's but in the sim world you end up with technical glitches quite a lot, so there'll still be filling to do. Hopefully we'll get through today with no problem. So for race 1, as David says, we can now have a look at the grid with Amir Hosseini on pole position, just ahead of David Tonitza on the front row. What stands out for you in this grid, David?
Dennis Lind, 4th on the grid, is going to be one to watch, because he has been getting better and better and better over the course of the practice races. And then you've got Johnny Adam, who was a star at Monza going back, was it 2 years, 3 years ago? He is a long, long way back at 35th. Now, I know this is sim rather than real racing, but I think Johnny should be one to watch to make some progress up from there. Yeah, the other fascination, though, is that you've got largely sim races locking out the pointy end of the grid. So on pole position is going to be the Mercedes of Amir Hosseini, then lining up with him at the front of the grid, David Tonitza with the Ferrari. Now, we know that's a very aero-friendly car around the Monza circuit, and Arthur Camara with his Mercedes coming next on the grid to be 3rd. So that's the top 3 before you get to, from the real world, Dennis Lind.
Yeah, and just 0.4 of a second, Dennis Lind was off pole position, which around a sort of 1 minute 45 second lap, or 46s in these case, was a very impressive run. We've also got Maxime Vaxivier out there. He's going to be starting 21st on the grid. Excited to see what he can do. Jack Keithley is a front-running sim racer who I think will be a bit disappointed with starting in 13th on the grid, but he'll try and work his way up the order. Big grid of over 30 cars, because the initially it wasn't going to be this format, but so popular was the competition that a lot of drivers entered, and we decided to let them in. So that's why we've moved to this semi-final and final format. You've got to be sensible, haven't you, in these first semi-finals, because if you're running anywhere within the top 20, you can't afford to do something stupid and get knocked out. That was sort of an open-ended question to whoever wanted to answer it. I should have been a bit more specific, really, shouldn't I? But Ben,
sorry, I was drooling over the Mercedes that you're looking at the moment of Axel Petit, because he is another from the sim world who's 5th on. he's going to be another driver, I think, worth watching. Dennis Lind, though, is going to be another potential winner, I would have thought, of this first race, Jack.
Yeah, and he's starting in 4th place on the grid, and I think we can talk to him now. So, Dennis, can you hear us? How are you doing? And 4th on the grid, you've got to be pleased with that.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult with this crowd. Very, very competitive grid, so it's not really what I'm used to. But no, I'm enjoying it, and I'm very pleased with P4 at the moment. Obviously, it's not very common to say that you're happy with the second row, but in this case, I'm quite happy. To ACC at the moment, I think I'm around 70 hours, and most of those have been done in the last week or so. So I've been putting in work for this race for sure. But yeah, there's still like some quirkiness on the setup which I haven't figured out completely yet. So yeah, like I don't have the usual 4 people working behind my back on setup, so I have to do everything by myself, and this can be a little bit problematic sometimes. But yeah, I'm coping pretty well.
David's been telling us that strategy is going to be important in this race. How are you going to see that unfolding in terms of fuel saving, in terms of slipstreaming?
For the Lambo, it's not a big issue, even though I did run out of fuel with 200 meters to go yesterday. So it's quite crucial to be on point with that. But yeah, I think the best way is to go completely safe on the fuel for us, and we have a window of about 4 liters that we can play with still. So not the biggest issues for us. I think if we want to mess a little bit with the Mercedes, we need to push hard and maybe trick them into doing a lower fuel map for the race.
David, any questions for Dennis?
Only when's he going to get the lead? Because we know how good Dennis is around Monza. I was making the point a few minutes ago about last year in your opening stint. I mean, it was a delight to watch. So are you going to bide your time through the hour? And is it, for the semi-final, Dennis, about getting through, being in that top 20? Or is this about a race win?
I like passing, especially around here. But to be honest, like in all the test races, I've been starting outside of top 10. And I think the first test race, I started 19th and was 2nd when the race ended. And yesterday I was 3rd and obviously ran out of fuel just before the finish line. It's a very unusual position for me to be in 4th here, which means there's not many cars to lap. So maybe I'll spin just for fun in turn 1 and see if I can repeat what happened last year.
You had it here first. Right, good luck, Dennis.
Thank you so much. Thank you for doing this, guys. It's for a good cause, so we'll all enjoy it.
Yeah, well, thank you for driving. Great to have the real-life racers with us as well. So that's Dennis Lind, who's going to be starting in 4th place on the grid in his Lamborghini, only 0.4 of a second off pole position. And as he said, all the proceeds from today's event, from entry fees and donations and the like, will go to the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization, obviously in reflection of what's going on in the world at the moment. But in the virtual world, pretty soon, we're going to be getting underway with the first semi-final. It's due to start at 2 o'clock, so that's in about 9 minutes' time. Really looking forward to this one and seeing exactly what the game can do. And it's interesting how much it rewards drivers, because these games, Ben, are so complex that if you want to be a front runner, you've got to have a real knowledge of what the car's doing, what settings you can change to the car to make it go better. So normally Dennis has 4 guys doing for that, but but in this he's all by himself.
And he does actually race in the Virtual Endurance Championship over on a different platform, and actually has a team of drivers. They work together to set up the car before the 6-hour race. So he comes from a big sim racing background, but very little experience on ACC. So that's where he was. Okay, he's also got a great team of people behind him when he's doing real racing as well. But I think there was an insinuation there that he used to set up sim races with a group of people, and certainly for this one he's not. He talked also about how many hours he's done on the game. That's not because he's been counting, that's because the game, when you log out, tells you how many hours you've been doing. He's not been kind of abacus going every hour that he's been on this sim. But it's really interesting to see some of the guys that perhaps, if you've been following sim racing as a whole over the last couple of weeks, people like Johnny Adam, for instance, we've seen racing on other races, but you start again when you jump into a new platform. So they might have knowledge of RF2, they might have knowledge of iRacing, but they have to relearn ACC, how the setup of the cars work as well, how it all feels, and then to get the very best out of it.
Okay, so we are not too far away from getting underway with the first race. I was just told who we had to talk to next, but I didn't quite hear it. So, it's Davide Brivio, who we can hear from now. Davide, how are you doing?
Hi, guys. I'm doing fine, thanks.
So tell us about your involvement in this whole sort of Assetto Corsa Competizione scene.
Oh, well, I've been marketing and esports manager for the ACC project. So together with my colleagues, we were super happy to hear that the SRO Esports GT series could have the occasion to start a bit earlier this year by hosting this incredible charity event in a delicate phase for not just for Italy, obviously, but also for the Europe and the entire world. So we are really happy to be here, and we've just helped, but AK Informatica and SRO have done a really outstanding job to put everything of this wonderful event up.
How difficult has it been for you technically with everybody around the world? Is it okay because you're used to putting on sort of remote competitions? That's kind of what the game is built to do, or have there been challenges still?
Well, let's say that's a part of the technical challenges. So the live streaming and the game broadcasting are something we are really used to manage, especially Alessio from AK. And they've been struggling to keep this all up in Bergamo, where the real core of this healthcare crisis is. But let's say that the company and his guys were just great in helping out. And I have to say a big thank you to all the real drivers that are attending the event, because for them putting up a PC and being able to join the chat channels, stay to the gameplay rules was not so easy, and they managed to do this brilliantly. So they've been very keen to us, and so thanks to all the participants.
Okay, and who are you looking for the win, do you think? I know we've got over 70 drivers competing, but if you had to say one name?
Well, I will tell two names,
Okay.
of which I'm a great fan. So for, let's say, the very top of the leaderboard, I guess the three guys battling for that will be Amir Hosseini, David Tonizza, and probably also Enzo and the Salvo. While for the real racers, I'm in love totally with David Perel, so I hope he will do the best.
Okay, great. Davide, thank you so much for joining us and for putting all of this competition on.
Thanks, guys, and congrats for the stream. Really great.
Thank you. Cool. There we go, David. David Perel. We haven't spoken much about him, but he's always entertaining to watch.
He is, and he's also somebody that is a big fan, big supporter of the concept of sim racing, because he started racing, ran out of money, went off to build up a business. But while he was on the sidelines, in quotes, he kept his hand in as a sim racer and became very proficient at it. So he straddles both camps in a sense, as being good on the sim, good in real life. David Perel, we've seen in World Challenge Europe, in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He is going to be a man to watch, that's for sure. And I think also, given the fact that he's got a nice aero-friendly car for the Monza circuit, he could be a dark horse towards the end of the race. So yeah, David Perel, another one to watch. And that's, again, we always talk about these World Challenge Europe entry lists when we get to the circuit itself, Jack, don't we? About how rich they are in the quality of the driver. You've got it here in the virtual world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember the first couple of years of what was then Blancpain, and you would, especially when the Sprint series started, because it used to be FIA GT, and it was a strong enough entry list. It was a good entry list. But then when the Sprint and the Endurance merged, the Sprint entry list just went through the roof. I mean, there were times where you couldn't believe the lineups that you had. SRO-esports.com is the place to go for all the SRO esports news in the future, and to keep across the coverage here as well. And you'll find all the information about how to register for events and all that kind of stuff. So SRO-esports.com. But we are getting closer and closer to the first race. at 2 o'clock Central European time. So 3 or 4 minutes away, hopefully, we should be starting the first 1 hour race around Monza in this SRO Esport Charity Challenge on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Once again, a reminder that we have 3 classes of driver. The white background on the numbers is going to be the professional simulator drivers. So we're talking David Tonitza and Enzo Benito, the 2 Ferrari drivers, for example. The red numbers are going to be for the real-life drivers, like Alex Buncombe and David Pirelli and Christian Engelhardt and Aurelian Panis, and the list goes on. And then the grey are for the qualifiers, who all did some hot lapping and managed to qualify through that way. So as I say, we're just a couple of minutes away from the start of this race. But we get sort of bogged down in, what's a sim like and what's this and what's that. We've still got a race around Monza. Fundamentally, we haven't even discussed the circuit that they're going to be racing on, because what is true in real life is going to be true in the simulator. No? Okay. Not, we've lost Ben for the moment, but we'll get him back. I'm fairly sure. Down there near the Swiss border in the south of France. Great to have all these everyone coming together from different parts of Europe, and we'll be getting underway with the first race before too long in the SRO Esports Charity Challenge. David, I just posed to Ben the question of, all this talk of simulators and real life and all that kind of thing. It's still a race around Monza, so whatever's true for a race around Monza is true here in terms of slipstreaming and overtaking.
Absolutely right, and it's true in terms of the balance of performance, because that has been very carefully aligned with SRO. It's the same for the Pirelli tyre data, and it's the same for the weather conditions. I think the setting that people are going to be given is for it to be a dry day, but the game is also sensitive to the time of day. So as we go through, as you would anticipate, from where we are now to the end of the final, later in the afternoon, the temperature will change, and that's going to have an effect on tyre pressures as well. So it's not just a case of driving the car and being fast. You've got to get the setup right for your 2 races, assuming you are successful in getting through both and you get to the final. But later in the day, the track could have a different feel, and your car in cooler temperatures, or hotter temperatures maybe, could have a different feel from what it has at the start of the day.
Were you expecting it to be this detailed, the game, when you sort of came to, because presumably when you were asked, it was, very much a whole new world for you?
Definitely. I knew it was going to be good, because I've seen screen grabs and I've seen on event how things have evolved. But it was only when I had a conversation with the development team the other day and was learning about what you can and can't do, and the closeness of the partnership between Assetto Corsa Competizione and SRO and Pirelli and all the data, that you start to appreciate it. And when you look at the pictures, you think, God, that's really realistic. That's very impressive. And then you see, if you like, the next level of what's gone into it to make it so realistic. And it is, mind-blowing. And if this is how we enjoy our motorsport for the next few months, then I can't think of a better way, because it is it's just as good as being there. In fact, getting into the circuit was much easier than
Yeah, and you didn't have to share a car with John Watson. So
didn't have to share a car, didn't get robbed like I did 2 years ago at Monza, Jack. It's been a breeze this morning. Yeah.
Jacko, by the way, I'm listening to that comment.
Oh, I thought you'd gone for your pasta and your wine.
Never believe a word I say.
No, yeah.
Never believe a word. And I'm about to leave in a minute. I just want to see the start. I mean, a fantastic looking grid. Unbelievable. The whole thing is mind-blowing. And I'm just looking forward to see how many cars get out of the first chicane at Monza on this opening lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge on the run down towards that first corner. So I think we're just a minute or so away from the start of the first race. A reminder of the front end of the grid. Amir Hosseini's on pole position in the Mercedes, a 1 minute 46.566, 0.2 of a second ahead of David Tonitza, the young Italian, Tonzilla, they call him. That's his nickname, in the Ferrari. Then third will be Arthur Camara in the next Mercedes on a 46.8. So he was a 10th away from Tonitza. And then Dennis Lind, 4/10 off pole position in the Lamborghini. Comfortably the fastest of the real life SRO GT racing drivers that we've got entering the competition today. So as I say, not that long to go until we get the start of the race. Everybody joining the server, and then once it gets underway, we'll of course bring you all the action with the lovely tones of David Addison. Be an SRO GT race without him, but yeah, we're just minutes away, and then the timetable is due to be then at 3:15 European time. So what's that, an hour and 15 minutes or so? The second race will get underway, and then the final we're anticipating to begin somewhere around 4:30 Central European time, and that too will be a 1 hour race for the top 40 drivers who have qualified. 20 in each semi-final will go through to the final, and this field of a huge field of over 70 drivers, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top.
Absolutely, Jack. We've got the rolling lap then, the formation lap underway, and this also now means that as the field turns its way up through the Curva Grande, you can not only revel in the sights of the cars, but also the sounds as well, because as befits any GT grid, the cars make a fantastic noise, and as the field works its way up towards the Variante della Roggia, you can hear the different engine notes. The Mercedes then at the front of the grid of Amir Hosseini, with David Tonizza's Ferrari with him at the front of the grid. Arthur Camara, the next of the sim racers then at the pointy end. Dennis Lind, fourth on the grid. They work their way through the chicane. It may only be a virtual race, but as tradition dictates, it's time for me to stand up, I think, for the start of the race. It wouldn't be the same without doing it. And the cars up towards the Lesmo bends. Now you're looking at Tiziano Brioni, further back in the pack. Porsches are on the grid, Mercedes are on the grid. I think the one brand that we haven't really found too many of, Audi, but certainly popular, the Mercedes, and we'll see in about an hour's time, Jack, whether that has been the right choice.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one then. The tension's coming, isn't it? Even though it's esports, a lot can be decided at this run to the first corner.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been told from Ben about what damage might be there and where you can suffer damage, which is largely to the tyres as much as having any real effect on the car, and the aero may be. But yeah, I mean, these are all people that want to do well in this. They either want to prove themselves as racing drivers or prove themselves as sim racers, and indeed beat the other half of the entry. They want to prove that the real life drivers are better than the sims and vice versa. There's a lot on the line, and this is only a semi-final.
So here comes this huge field of cars then out, down under the old Monza banking. And there is the pulse. It's there. Amir Hosseini getting ready to go in that Vodafone liveried machine. The Ferrari right behind of David Tonizza. You've got to keep an eye out on him because he is a very quick racer as they start to now form up into their 2x2 formation.
Jack, this is a really interesting way of doing it. They've got a moving grid box that they need to stay in. Unlike any other kind of way you do a rolling up lap, they can see it on their cockpit head-up display and they have to stay within a box. It doesn't move depending on the car in front, so the car in front could be at the front of his box, the car behind could be at the back of his box, and they have to stay within that. If they do go out of that box, then it's a jump start.
So down towards the Parabolica they come. Grid formation has always been very important at the start of GT World Challenge Europe races, in real life just as it will be for the SRO Esport GT Series Charity Challenge. Here at a virtual Monza, it is time to enter a whole new world because our first esport race is about to get underway. Pole position is on the outside line then. You ride on board with Amir Hosseini as the cars sprint their way now from the Parabolica up towards the timing line. It's going to be 60 minutes of racing. The top 20 will go through. Who is going to make a mess of the first chicane? Because somebody always does that. He's going to shuffle the order inevitably. You'll have the race order on the left-hand side of the screen to update the positions as they come towards the timing line any second now. We are about to get semi-final one underway. There in number 110, look further back on the grid. The cars accelerate towards the line. Onto your camera, ready to go. And as soon as we go green now, we're in business. Who makes the best start? It is Hosseini who makes a demon getaway down towards the first chicane, dropping back a little bit. Tonizza then, the green flag flies to show that we are racing here at Monza. Camera around the outside line, up into second position. Now they all stand on the anchors. Dennis Lind on the outside line, trying to split the cars ahead of him. Is he going to be able to go through? No, not quite. Hosseini has made a really good start. Then he leads. Camara is up into second place. Tonizza third. Dennis the Menace. Dennis Lind is fourth as they wriggle their way through the chicane for the first time. There is one at the escape road inevitably, and Dennis Lind, he's on his toes. He's on the inside line. Look, going up through the Curva Grande for the first time. Can he make the move stick? He's got his nose in front. He's ahead of Tunitsa. Is he going to claim the line for the corner? Yes, he is. He goes third. But look at the way that Hosseini already is getting away. Ben Constantiouris, that was a really good first few corners for the pole man.
It's very clean from everybody. Okay, they can't make contact, but we're not seeing cars inside of other cars. Fantastic driving from the pros and, of course, the real drivers further back as well. We did lose one real driver who didn't manage to make the start of the race, and that was Max Vauxivière, who unfortunately got disqualified on the rolling up lap.
Right, so Vaxivière gone. Thanks, Ben, for that, as the leaders come towards. See, down is 2. Hosseini did make that good start, but Arthur Camara is on his toes, whereas Dennis Lind is a bit busy having to defend at the moment from Tunitsa. So the two Mercedes getting a little bit closer to one another. Lind goes defensive, look back, you see the Ferrari behind as they come down towards the Parabolica. Now is this a chance for Tunitsa to make a move? Yes, 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 gets a toe, has a look. But Dennis Lind sticks out his elbows. No, you don't, he says, and he hangs onto the place through the Parabolica up to the end of lap 1. And this is where, in a straight line, potentially, the Mercedes will be able to break away yet further. Past the pits they come. So 1 lap in the book. Hosseini it is that leads. It was 0.8 of a second at the last sector. In third place, Dennis Lind then. And right behind him is David Tunitsa, who moves to the inside line. 5th as they come over the line is De Salvo. 6th is Petit. 7th is Brioni. 8th is Cirella. 9th is Kreutzer. 10th is Joncic. And change for third place. Through on the inside line goes Tunitsa. And look at the Porsche in 5th place now. Joining the mix is Giovanni De Salvo. The 911 GT3R is making this third place battle pack a really busy one.
So impressed by Tunitsa and the way that he's adapted himself from F1 Esports, where he is the champion last year, into a very different platform. ACC, incredibly realistic, incredibly difficult.
And contact there as well. That was a rather brave Lucas Kreutzer to get up on the... And he's managed to biff himself past Corrado Cirello in the Emil Frey Jaguar. So, just as in real life, contact is part of this going through the chicane and a place change then. So that means, as I say, that you've got Kreutzer up into 8th place, running wide. And now Dennis Lind is under attack, isn't he? Because here comes the Porsche. This is for 4th place. Through on the inside line. He's going to blast De Salvo now. So Dennis Lind dropping back in the pack. He's on the inside line, but he's going to have to give way. Or is he? No! Breaks late over the curb. Contact between the two of them. And Dennis Lind just hangs on to the place. Fantastic stuff, this.
To be so careful with contact with other cars. If you get damage, it really penalises you in this game. The aero will slow you down. It will also mean that you'll have to use more fuel as he looks to the inside to try and get back past. He's under pressure, actually, from the Mercedes trying to go around the outside of him. That's Petit. And I think running the really good outside line there should have the momentum on the straight. But yeah, if they do create damage on these cars, they will use more fuel and they'll be slower down the straight. So they have to be so careful.
You're right about Petit having the line, but Dennis Lind is braving it out, and he's got the inside line braking area for the chicane. Look at this, absolutely side by side. Lamborghini. They dive through, and as they wriggle their way out of the chicane, you also got Brioni there on the outside line of Dennis Lind. Apologies. So Dennis Lind's Lamborghini hanging on to the head of De Salvo. That is Brioni, who has now dropped back behind Petit, and he's under further pressure from Lucas Kreutzer. So number 71, which is Tiziano Brioni, with his Lamborghini about to drop a position if he's not careful. Kreutzer has a go. Kreutzer's on the outside line up towards the chicane, but no, the Lamborghini hangs on. Everywhere you look, there's a battle at the moment, except for the race lead, where Hosseini is getting away. 1.4 seconds to the good. Tunitsa then in third place, trying to go with them. There they are, look, diving through the Lesmos. Out wide goes the race leader, Arthur Camara, in that second place, chasing on as best he can. Tunitsa third. Dennis Lind is still there in fourth place.
Best of the drivers, if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, best of the real drivers down in 12th position. Monty, although excluding Dennis Lind, we know how much experience Dennis Lind has in sim racing. But then there's another really good group with Ling, Chicotto and Gachet down in 16th, 17th and 18th position. And that's another group of real drivers adapting themselves into Assetto Corsa. Yellow flags flying at the Ascari chicane.
Can I just say, I've done a lot of esports over the last couple of weeks. I started my career in esports. I love different. I drive all the different games and sims. This looks brilliant. This looks and sounds absolutely fantastic, I have to say.
Does indeed,
Lynn's had a
doesn't it?
mistake. Lynn's made a mistake. He's dropped down the order.
I think he was off at the Ascari chicane, wasn't he? I had some picture bits and bobs, but I think it was him that had gone off the road. So Hosseini leads the way, and now look at this great concertina coming down towards the first chicane. A whole load of shuffling has gone on. Romain Monti trying to get himself up the order in the number 10 Mercedes. Others getting the wrong line through the chicane, changes the order yet further.
Sato was the Mercedes who was very, very late on the brakes going into that first chicane, but managed to find a way to slow himself down and not hit anybody else. He's one of the developers that is driving. Tozato is one of our wildcard drivers who qualified through the hot lapping contest. So making his way up from 13th position now. And a bit of a change further back. Jaroslav Honzik moving up into 8th.
Indeed so, but up front the one constant is Hosseini, isn't it? 1.7 seconds to the good, managing to keep Arthur Camera at bay. Tonitza third, Petit up into 4th place now. So Dennis Lind, who did say when we talked to him before the race he might go off and then spend the rest of the hour fighting his way back through the field, well, he's going to have to do just that, isn't he, after making that mistake? So you heard it here first.
Position, David.
Okay, so he's got a lot of work to do, hasn't he, now, as the clock ticks on down, 53 minutes and counting, as there the Mercedes head through the Variante Ascari. Number 10 is the curb-hopping Romain Monti. Off the road he goes, launches himself over the curb, bounces back onto the circuit, but that will cost him, and that, of course, also, Ben, has the potential to do damage to that Mercedes.
And the tyre model is absolutely fantastic. They did a huge amount of work with Pirelli as to designing these tyres to feel and be as fragile as a real tyre. And you can cut the tyre to cause a slow puncture, and every little bit of curb hopping and damage will affect the way that tyre feels. This is a long race. This is an hour-long race, and you can't be doing that too often.
Absolutely right. So the leaders come through with the gap extending all the time. 2.2 seconds now between them. They head down towards the the Rettifilo once more. They're looking to see where the next stars are going to come from this and to see what progress might be being made lower down the order, because right now it is looking so good for Hosseini up front.
Just looking at the tail of the the tail of the timing screens, and we've got James Pesek, who has been in the pits for 35 seconds. So obviously a big crash of Pesek and a bit of damage to repair. He's now just gone back out onto circuit. Max Voxivier, I think, is out on track according to the graphics, but a 1 lap down, as is Martin Kodrick as well. And our Greek developer, Valskilios, he's down in 34th position, so struggling a little bit. I'm sure I absolutely mullered his Greek name there, which is bad, being a Greek myself.
Romain Monti has dropped all the way down to 21st position. We're watching him now. I think he got a nudge at the first chicane a couple of laps ago. So the real-life driver flashing his lights ahead of, or behind Ezequiel Perez Companc, as we look at this good group of real-life racers fanning out into Ascari. This is going to be tight.
Loads of Mercedes in there. It's Rizzoli, Carasimi. He's got a 5-second penalty, and that is probably due to running off track. If you're deemed to run off track and gain an advantage, there is an algorithm within the game that will calculate how much time loss you have. So Gachet has just inherited a 5-second time loss as well, and we switch back to the front of the field, and Petit into 4th position ahead of De Salvo. De Salvo, though, no, hang on, this is not, where are we looking now?
It is 4th and 5th, isn't it? Yeah, because
I was right.
Petit under attack, he's got the place, you're right, but De Salvo is not letting him get away with it. Had a cheeky look to the inside line there, going down to Kane. So we've done just about the first 10 minutes, give or take. Hosseini's gap is coming down, isn't it? Camera's Mercedes is closing. Tonitza is a rather further back. Well, only 4/10. Yes, he's hustling on. So it could well be that we get a fight for second before long. This is the battle for 4th, on board with Axel Petit and the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes. Rattles himself up the curb now, coming out of the chicane, and in the mirror you can see the Porsche is right there behind.
Another bit of bad news, I'm afraid, coming from British GT, reporting that Alex Buncombe has failed to take the start. He lost internet, which is a bigger. That's basically the biggest risk you have in sim racing, is a mechanical failure of that kind. Lost internet, and therefore we have 37 runners in the race.
Yes, it's not normally a reason for retirement, is it? List that. Lost internet connection. Getting a drive-through penalty, but I've lost the information. Pasquale down in 21st place. Right. So down they come into the chicane once again. 5-2-6 there you can see hustling on. That is Pawlowski, and the Mercedes of Kamil Pawlowski desperately trying to hunt for another place. So this is your midfield battle just outside the top 10. 9th place, Jack Keithley, another of the sim racers, going pretty strongly in this, Ben, isn't he? Going nicely in 9th place.
He's part of, or certainly was part of, the Williams esports team, a huge team that's run in every kind of different form of platforms in sim racing, not just in Formula One, as the name would suggest, run by a Spanish company. And Jack is experienced in this. He was part of the championship that ran alongside the Endurance Series last year. They actually had on-site events tucked away in various parts of racetracks, and then a final in Barcelona, of which the winner managed a test day in a Lamborghini. So just showing that you can actually transfer these skills into real world if you wish.
Now have a look at this for 2nd and 3rd, and not only see how the fact they're away from the race leader now. So we've got a great battle building up for 2nd and 3rd, and also the race leader might well be caught before the very end as Hosseini goes wide, then coming out of the second Lesmo. Speed builds now, heading down towards the Variante Ascari once again. So David Tonitza in the Ferrari. 3rd he runs. He was on the front row of the grid, remember, got jumped by Camara on the run down to the first corner, but now he has caught back up, and this is a proper fight for position, isn't it, as the Ferrari twitches its way to the Variante Ascari. That car looking the more nervous, runs out wide as well, coming onto the straight now, down towards the Parabolica once again, and a battle between these two might just give Hosseini the chance to break away yet further with 47.5 minutes still on the clock.
We've lost another driver, De Salvo, descending the order down to 16th position. So I think he was running in the top 6. He's now in 16th spot. Also compromised was Petit, dropping to 8th spot. Just watching those timing sectors. It's run sector by sector, so it only updates once we go into a next sector. We can't necessarily tell, like perhaps on other platforms, a minute, what's it called, microsector by microsector, exactly what happens. But we have unfortunately lost out of that front leading battle Petit, who was 4th actually when we switched back to this lead.
Yeah, and of course he was battling with De Salvo, so I suspect that they may have come to grief somewhere. I think you can probably put the demise of both down to one another, can't you? I think they've tangled somewhere. You've got Jonathan Cicotto, winner of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final last year, 13th, ahead of Simon Gachet and Kang Ling. Behind him, there you've got real-world drivers all squabbling. But right now, the lead gap has crept up by another couple of tenths, so Camara 1.7 seconds back. Tonitza right on his tail, as you see Kirill Pawlowski going through on the tail there. Look at number 56, which is the Emil Frey Jaguar in the hands of Corrado Chiarello. And ahead of Chiarello is the battle between number 69 Ferrari. That currently hustling on in the hands of Lorito in 9th place. And the Aston Martin getting forced out wide on the outside line. All up the curb it goes. So another shuffle takes place.
It's nice to see an Aston Martin. We haven't seen one of those so far in this game, but that is because I can't work out who that is, but he's being lapped, effectively, 1 lap down.
Yes, I fear it might be Max Hofer dropping back. However, we'll confirm at the end of this next lap. You're right, it is dropping down, and it's a shame. It's good to see the Emil Frey Jaguar going so nice. Car that's obligated real world GT3 racing, but it's a real fan favourite, and that car upholding the big cat on it, as through there goes 454 Kang Ling, or Ling Kang, depending on how you want to call Chinese names, graduate of single-seater racing. Right on his tail, look, is the recovering De Salvo, number 5. So that's Giovanni De Salvo in the Porsche, who, as Ben was saying, had dropped back a little while ago. He's fighting his way back out the order as now Tonitza is about to make a move for 2nd place against Camara. Down they come towards the first chicane, lines up, has a look. But no, the long-nosed Mercedes able to hang on to position. Now, where can Tonitza make the move? This, Ben, is the part of the circuit where all the grunt of that Mercedes should help.
Absolutely, it really is so performant around here. But as we've replicated exactly the SRO BOP, just a couple of extra tweaks to make sure this Mercedes is unable to have a performance advantage because of these long straights and because of the grunt. So that is why you can't run this car on map 1. and there are various fuel maps that you can select. You can't run it throughout the whole race on map 1. He may be on map 1 right now to defend from Tunisia, but at some point he'll need to turn that engine mode down. And Hosseini as well, running in clear air at the front of the field. He'll have to really think about fuel conservation throughout this race. And that is just to try and bring the field as close to each other as possible. I know that Bentley were having lots of discussions earlier in the week, real actual Bentley Motorsport, about the BOP in this race for this weekend.
And indeed, because the BOP for Monza is normally for a 3-hour endurance, not 3 one-hour races as we're having, or in the case for the drivers, 2 races if you qualify. So the Mercedes has gained an extra 20 kilos under sprint race balance of performance. So that's had to be factored in as well. As you see there, De Salvo versus Ling side by side into the chicane. Kang Ling hangs onto the place, but only just. And the leading Porsche there crawling all over the back of him. We've also got trying to break into this battle pack as well, Gianmarco Quarasmini with his Mercedes as they dive down towards the Parabolica once again. Look at this, almost 3 wide, hugging the inside line is linked to the outside line comes Quarasmini, but he's on the line for the corner. That's going to force him out wide. De Salvo in the Porsche, back up on the inside, retakes the place, but now has the slightly lighter Porsche got the advantage in a straight line, and can he find a way up past Ling as they come past the pits? 4 in a line indeed here. They break the beam now. Through they go. This is 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th with Andrea Rizzoli right at the back of this little group. Remember that Rizzoli won the real-life 3-hour race here last year. They're all side by side as they dive into the braking zone, and drama. Around goes Ling. He's up the curb. He's been hit by Rizzoli. Out of that, Quarasmini, I think, was the beneficiary, and I'm afraid that Kang Ling is the one that's come off worse, Ben.
And I think he collected a couple of cars when he was trying to get back onto track as well. I think Solak in the BMW was one of those cars, and for sure will now be carrying damage, whether they choose to continue with that damage and slightly off pace or go into the pits and get it fixed. Either way, their races are done, and that's a shame because they were qualifying into that top 20 cut for the final. And look, Dennis Lind up to 19th now.
You took the words from my mouth. I was about to say he's done some of the hard yards back again, because he has now got himself, as Ben rightly says, into that top 20, into the progression. Andrea Rizzoli shown as being in 20th, then Max Hofer, Kang Ling down in 22nd, ahead of Chris Froggatt. Had a big lose there. Round goes the Lamborghini, number 39. Jaroslav Honchik spins coming out of the chicane. The green flag showed that the road is clear here, but that is going to shuffle the order as well. So 9, now 10 laps done for race leader Amir Hosseini. Looking oh so strong up front, and he's getting away again from the opposition. It's a little bit wide there goes Jack Keithley, 87 Mercedes. This is the second place look, and finally Tonitza makes his move up the inside line. Through he goes. Job done. Has he got it? Yes, he has. Moves across, takes the line for the second part of the chicane, and what's that taken in? The best part really of, I suppose, 11 laps to get back into second spot, which is where he qualified, but he's worked hard for that, Ben.
It's okay though, we've still got 41 minutes remaining of this race. Further back, someone cutting the chicane. I think that was Larito in the Ferrari that was, cut the chicane. So the computer will then decide, or the game will then decide, if he's gained an advantage by doing so, and if he has at the next sector, he will then be awarded a 5-second penalty, and that's what you can see on some of these drivers have already inherited further down the order.
I quite like the fact that Gachet, Quarasmini, Lind and Froggatt with penalties, and now Quarasmini with a drive-through. They're all real-life sim racers. These are the guys that should know exactly what can bite at Monza, and they're the ones getting the penalties. But Quarasmini with a drive-through.
De Salvo's gone again. De Salvo's made a mistake at the first chicane, I think, and he's dropped down the order. Honzik is down to 18th. I think we saw that, but it's not going well for De Salvo at all.
No, he had his opening salvo, and then, as you say, it's all gone wrong ever since. So down in 21st place, number 5 Porsche. If John Watson is still watching, he'll be getting Edis across now, because there's a Porsche fan. The one car that was upholding honour, falling down the order. Porsche won the 3-hour real-world race last year, which was tyre affected. There is De Salvo ahead of Chris Froggatt as the field accelerates once more underneath the old Monza banking, down towards the Variante Ascari. And we've got just under 40 minutes of this first semi-final still to go. And although, as I've been saying, the race leader Amir Hosseini converting pole position into a comfortable race lead, not making mistakes, there's a lot going on behind. You saw number 90 go through. Ezequiel Perez Companc real-world Audi racer last year. Mercedes mounted for the races today, and as Compank gets more familiar with the car and the format and the platform, he should then, in 40 minutes, improve, I would have thought, from 24th place.
So his target will certainly be to get into that qualification and into the final. So the top 20 is his target. We just had a quick look at the BMW of Solak, the I think only BMW that's in this field. Certainly had contact at that first chicane when we saw Ling go off the road. So wonder whether he'll be heading backwards down the running order as... ooh, lovely move.
That's the race leader, Hosseini, you're riding on board with. Clip the curb on the second Lesmo approach. That just ran him a little bit wide, but great shot on board. Changes gear, but makes any adjustments he needs to. Sets the car up for the Variante Ascari, keeping an eye to the mirror. The gap just over a second and a half from the charging fury of Tonitza. But remember, Hosseini has been in clear air all the time, punching a hole through the air. Is that going to affect fuel late in the race? Let's see. Tonitza, in the meantime, is working hard and trying to bring down that gap, and I reckon he is starting to close a little bit. Flash of flame as they lift off, turn into the Parabolica. This is going to bring you to the end of lap 12. 38 minutes are still on the clock. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari. Yes, Ben?
When Tonitza passed Camera, he was 2 seconds back, so he's made up 0.4 of a second since he made that move, which was only a lap ago. It's down to less than 1.5 seconds now. We're going to have a fight on for the lead.
Definitely, and Camara is falling back, of course. As you say, he's lost that place. He's also losing time now, so he's way a little bit in the traffic behind us there. Heading up towards the timing line is Laurito's Ferrari that we saw running wide at the first chicane. He has now dropped back behind Kirill Pavlovsky. And there, going through in 83 Mercedes, is Luca Tosato. Now, Tosato 11th on the grid, 11th in the race. Been a bit of a yo-yo. Jonathan Cecotto, one of the two sons of Johnny Cecotto, former motorbike champ and Formula One racer. He is running in 12th. Cecotto ahead of Gache Quarasmini, who's yet to serve his drive-through. Stefano Guttuso, another real-world driver. And Dennis Lind, the penalised Dennis Lind, in 16th. He's creeping back into the mix, isn't he?
Absolutely, and another man going backwards down the field. Salvo is now in the pits in his Porsche, so he must have made contact with something to need to go into the pits for repairs. And Giovanni De Salvo, who you'd expect to be right up the front of the field in his Porsche, is now in 30th and going to have serious amounts of work to get back into a qualification position. Juuso Pukala is also in pit lane right now, and Martin Kodrick also in the pits and probably retired out of the race, I think.
Disappointing. Kodrick, again, another very handy real-world driver. Hope you're all enjoying this first 3 races. They're getting ready on, which is great to see. So we might not be able to go outdoors for racing, but we can enjoy this, and there's a lot to enjoy as now battles rage on lower down the field. 36.5 minutes are on the clock. It is Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes 1, 2 and 3. The graphic showing you how many Mercedes we've got at race relative to other brands. Of course, it's down to the player's choice as 33 flicks through the chicane, another of the Lambos. Stefano Guttuso, graduate of the Ferrari Challenge, and they're running wide behind him as they come onto the straight is Dennis Lind. Now, this is the battle for 15th and 16th places. The fascination here is it's 2, if you like, real-world drivers, both very experienced of the cars and of Monza. This has the makings of being quite a fight as Dennis Lind gets a good run through the Parabolica. Now he needs a slingshot over the timing line and try to get late on the brakes down towards the Rettifilio and make the move. Through they come. So the great Gattuso goes by. Dennis Lind on his tail. 14th and 15th they are now. Is Dennis the Menace close enough? He looks to the inside line. Former Blancpain GT Series Asia champ. He lines up. Side. Through he goes. Dennis Lind gains 14th place, but he goes straight on, rattles over the curb, avoids all the bollards. He should give the place back, Ben, I guess. Is he going to do so?
Blends back behind him and has to just fade out the throttle to make sure he's not gained an advantage through there. But he will soon be back in the slipstream and having another go. I noticed that a couple of drivers clearing their drive-throughs. Chris Froggett's got a drive-through down in 21st position, but Karasimi's also in pit lane right now, clearing his drive-through.
Okay, that's right. So yeah, Quarasmini was another one went off at the first chicane. So Dennis Lind did the right thing, as Ben was explaining. He backed off, he slotted in again behind Stefano Gattuso, so he didn't benefit from that zealotry down at the Rettifilo. He's got to do it all over again. But the trouble is that while they were having that little dispute, that has enabled the BMW, you can see it in the background, 654 car of Solak, to join the battle as well. So Match on Solak almost with them. Dennis Lin lines up to have a go on the inside at the Ascari chicane. That doesn't work, and he's got to get on with this. He knows it, because otherwise the big BMW will be right there. So just as we saw a lap ago, Lind wide out of the Ascari chicane, and now starts to plan the move down to the Parabolica once again. Is he going to be able to dive up on the inside line here? Not really the place to challenge, but he has a look. He wants to try and get the job done, but a bit earlier on the brakes into the first chicane. Wide goes Gattuso. Lind, bit of opposite lock, bit of correction needed. It's heart in mouth stuff, this, Ben, isn't it?
Fantastic stuff. Dennis Lin's fastest lap is 0.8 of a second faster than Gatsuto, so he should be able to easily pass him as long as he does it legally, and that's the key thing. Over the laps, over the start finishing line now, it's a 50.5 the two of them have done. That's nearly a second slower than they were able to do in free clear air.
And look at the BMW right now behind them. So Dennis Lin now makes his attack. The chicanes by side. He's on the outside line. Up Curva Grande, job done. So there you can see Stefano Gattuso slots in behind him. Doesn't force the issue. Now he might attack at the chicane, but he also needs to start defending for the BMW. And if that's the case, Dennis Lind should be able to escape. So Lind is up into 14th. Recovering after his earlier spinach. There up the curb goes Gattuso behind him, and Solak in the BMW is the next one on his toes to see what he can do to try to gain a place. And we're not even at the halfway point.
Oh, I feel like we set rather a frenetic pace for ourselves at the start of this race. We've only done 14 laps as well, such is the length of this Monza circuit. So plenty of racing still to go, and so much happening up and down the field. Of course, we can only watch one thing, but there is so many battles with the real life drivers further down, making lots of mistakes, coming back onto the circuit again, getting 5-second penalties or drive-throughs. Gachet and Lin both with 5-second penalties, and that can be accumulated, so they can add more onto it and eventually end up with a drive-through penalty. So they do really need to be careful, because that will absolutely ruin their race and take them outside the top 20 for sure.
Indeed so. Now 15 laps done. The lead gap is down again, is it not, to 1.2 seconds. There you can see the two leaders. Amir Hosseini in the Mercedes, just ahead of the Ferrari of David Tonizza. In third place is Arthur Camara. I can't make my mind up as to Camara whether he's settling for this and just making sure he gets through safely for the main race, for the final, or whether he's genuinely struggling. In fourth place, it is Brioni. In fifth spot, you've got Kreutzer. Axel Petit is sixth. Jack Keithley is seventh. Pavlovsky, eighth. Larito, ninth. Cirello, 10th. All of whom, of course, are sim racing stars before you get to the real-life drivers further back. And Chicotto running in 12th place now. Number 63 doing a good job, whereas Solak now has got himself up past Gattuso. So Merchant Solak, 654, the BMW gaining a place. Rizzoli is on his toes as well. Look, Andrea Rizzoli with the Mercedes number 617, winner at the wheel of a Porsche of the real race here 12 months ago.
Oh, and Hoffa was looking down the inside as well there, tried to see if he could benefit from all of those guys squabbling in front, but decided against it and falls into line for the moment. When you go on board, you'll sometimes see the driver's arm move from the steering wheel over to the panel in the middle of the car. We've seen that a couple of times, and on our YouTube chat there's been lots of chat about that being an animation glitch. It's not. It's the driver actually changing settings, whether it be map settings or brake bias settings, and that is what obviously the driver's doing that on his steering wheel, probably having a button set for that. But that is not a glitch in the graphics. That is actually settings being changed constantly. So that's not just a case of accelerator, brake and steer. You've got different options for traction control, and you can change that. And of course the maps we've already been speaking about. 3 wide!
Oh, this is just like real world, isn't it? 3 wide. Parabolica, 2 Mercedes picking on the Lamborghini. Mercedes runs out wide, way over the curb, and out of all of that, Andrea Rizzoli has to give way, loses a place as they power their way up past the pits. Fantastic stuff, all of this. We have got 30 minutes of the first semi-final still to go. There's a yellow flag briefly out somewhere as the leaders pound past the pits once again, but just about everywhere you look there is some battle going on. Late braking down towards the chicane. Whoops, more contact there, and that very nearly was the undoing of number 10 Mercedes. So Romain Monti goes through. It is indeed. So Monti, we saw early on, struggling, trying to fight back. Romain Monti is 28th, and now he's got Honchik behind him, number 39 Lamborghini. Jaroslav Honchik being delayed because he's squabbling with, as Ben rightly says, a car that's a lap down. So that was part of what was going on in that 3 abreast battle. And it was back markers trying to either get out of the way or race with quicker people. Whew. The lead gap's coming down, 8/10. There it is, look. We're about to put lap 17 into the book. We're about to get into the second half of semi-final 1. And Amir Hosseini is about to have to get busy and get defensive. Tonizza in the Ferrari, right there behind him. Tonizza, remember, spent the first few laps squabbling with the Mercedes of Camara, and now he's almost with the race leader. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second. It's game on now, Ben, isn't it?
I remember you were speaking about Camara a little bit earlier on and sort of wondering whether he's pacing himself. You know, these are long qualifying races. We've seen in other esports events across the last couple of weeks, a qualifying race being 12 laps and bish bosh bash, 15 minutes and that's all done. There's a huge amount of concentration going in to getting these cars absolutely perfect, position perfect every single lap for a whole hour. And so you really don't want to be wasting your efforts on chasing down second position in a qualifying race when we have qualifying for the real race anyway. So even if you finish 20th right now, as long as you're in that top 20, you still have the possibility of qualifying on the front row for our final.
Absolutely right. Yes, I mean, much as this is entertaining racing, it is about getting through as other cars run wide there, kick up the dirt, delay themselves down towards the second of the chicanes, the Varianti della Roggia. Number 526 Mercedes you see there. That is Kamil Pawlowski, and he was 7th at the start of the lap. The lead gap is down to 4/10. 87 Mercedes goes through Jack Keithley, down to 8th now because Pawlowski has got ahead of him. So Pawlowski doing a good job. Looking down from the helicopter, race lead 0.4 of a second, 27 minutes still on the clock. A lot can shake out of all of this. It'll also be intriguing to see how good your finishing position is relative to what you can do in the short qualifying session when we get to it a little bit later on in the afternoon. So out of the Varianti Ascari once more. Yes, Ben, go.
Looking at who is in 20th position, it's the PR manager of Assetto Corsa at the moment. No. Yes, that's right. Brivio. We spoke to him a little bit earlier on, right?
That's right. Indeed so. I'm still looking at this lead gap because that's coming down and down. Looking also at a stop-go penalty being applied, a 30-second stop-go penalty, I think, for Monti has just come up on the screen. Battle here, Mercedes versus Ferrari. Look as they come over the timing line once again. Amos Lorito in the Ferrari on his toes, trying to make his move against Jack Keithley. Side by side, 8th and 9th, down towards the chicane. Mercedes on the inside line, Ferrari on the outside line. Lorito breaks late, but not late enough. But Keithley's going to go straight on, over the curb again, over the grass. Now, does he cede position out of all of that? I think he should do. And Lorito gets up the inside and does take the place. Jack Keithley doing the right thing there, so he didn't incur a penalty. Now, there are the race leaders. Look, coming out of the Lesmo Benz. Up the curb goes Amir Hosseini. Well, Ben, if he had a comfortable first half of the race, the second half is likely to be very different indeed, isn't it? 26 minutes are on the clock, and now he's got a real battle on his hands.
Again, there's no need to panic too much. Maybe learn from what the guy in front's doing. Maybe just chill out a little bit and get a feel for what you can do better. This is really an extended test session for the top kind of 10 drivers who are pretty much, unless they make big errors, shoe in for qualifying into that final. And that's really how they should be treating this. Relax into it, learn all they can, because it's really the final where it all counts.
Absolutely right. This just gets you through, gets you into that qualifying session. Doesn't even, as we've been saying, confirm your grid position. You're riding on board with Tonizza there now, up over the timing line, 19 laps in the... Remember, the start and finish lines here are in different places, hence I always call it the timing line. It's not a start-finish line, they are two separate things. Down towards the first chicane, into the Rettifilia they go. Under braking, the Ferrari closes right up. But of course now, into the Curva Grande, it's the grunt and go Mercedes that should stretch the advantage once again. So through the twiddly bits, Tonizza has an advantage. He's also perhaps benefiting now by being dragged along by the air generated by the Mercedes, but on pure grunt, the Mercedes has more of it.
Absolutely, and that is where we will balance it out, and have already balanced it out with the engine map settings. But unfortunately, as commentators, we don't actually know what settings they've been running. So Hosseini may have gained all of that advantage by running a really aggressive map. Oh, now we go on to board like this. We can see where is the map? Map 2.
Map 2.
Yeah, so he is absolutely he is risking it. That's for sure. Because even map 2, he might have to lift and coast going into some of the corners.
Okay, well, that might become more of a factor with 24 minutes to go. Equally, if he starts defending, that's going to affect the pace of the Mercedes a little. That him. Of course, the main aim at this stage, yes, he'd like to win this first race, but of course, getting into the final is the main thing. Look at the way that Camara there is dropping back in third place. In fourth, number 71 still, is Tiziano Brioni with the best of the Lamborghinis. Fifth is Kreutzer, Lucas Kreutzer in the Mercedes, and the two leaders come off the parabolica almost as one. Again, in a straight line, the Mercedes looks like it should have the power, but don't forget how good on the aero that Ferrari is. So they come over the timing line, 0.242 of a second apart, and now Tonizza does get a toe, does go to the inside line. This is the chance to challenge, but the door is closed. Hosseini defends, and he just hangs on to the advantage at least for one more corner. The Ferrari right there behind, but everywhere that Tonizza wants to go, he's getting a face full of the mighty Merc.
I wonder whether this is about flying that Italian flag. You know, you've got an Italian driver in a Ferrari at Monza, and I don't think he's going to settle for a Mercedes taking victory here at all. Ferrari, perhaps not necessarily the preferred vehicle that you'd have around here, just by the way that the BOP has worked for this particular occasion. But Tonizza in the qualifying races has made this car work so well, and he's making it work again.
Yeah, we had a Mercedes win the Silver Cup last year in the 3-hour race here in the Real World Challenge Europe. More penalties being issued from the race director. You've seen the 5 seconds to Gachet and Lynn. Jack Heatley has dropped further back, hasn't he? Down into 12th place. We saw him skip the chicane and lose a place to Laurito, but he's dropped even further back since. 22 minutes are on the clock as the leaders absolutely nose to tail ride the curb into the Variante Ascari. Tonizza looking to try to work out now where to make the move. Another yellow flag has cropped up somewhere out on track. Now, to be fair to Tonizza, he'd like to win the race, but he doesn't have to. As long as he gets into the top 20, he will qualify. Past the stands, down towards the parabolica, lift, set the car up, turn right, plant your foot, drag the car out the other side. Tonizza almost on the rear wing of the Mercedes now. So close is he. He's going to have another go, I think, as they come past the pits now, ready to challenge down towards the Rettifilio. Past the pits on the right-hand side they come. The leaders as 1.182. That is the smallest gap it has been since the race got underway. Tonizza goes to the inside line. Hosseini defends. Tonizza goes to the outside line. It's not really the place to be. Is he going to try and force the issue? No. If that were the last lap of the final, maybe he would have done. But for now, he slots back in behind. But this is great racing, Ben.
Absolutely fantastic for the lead of the race, but curiously we've lost Jack Keithley, who is in a very healthy position.
Yes.
He's in pit lane, and that's very bizarre because he wasn't given a drive-through penalty and in theory hadn't made any kind of contact with anything. So let's see how long Keithley's in the pits for and whether he gets back out onto circuit. Carlos Rivas, another driver that's been in the pits for a while, so I think Carlos is, I'm afraid, out of this race. But Keithley, a Williams professional driver, he would be expecting to qualify into that final.
Somebody else that's gaining ground further back is last year's European GT4 champion, Alex. American driver. He's got Chris Froggatt behind him. They're 23rd and 24th. They're not qualifiers yet, but they might be before the very end. As you look now at the battle going on between 56, which is the Emil Frey Jaguar of Cirello, and then tucked up behind is Tosato in the Mercedes. Tries to find a gap on the inside into the first of the Lesmo Benz, but to no avail. So this is the 9th and 10th place battle with 1/3 of the race still to run now. So through they turn.
If Jack Keithley is back out on the track again, I think he is now, so he's in 25th position. And maybe he did get a drive-through, we just didn't see it. Just checking on race control to see if they did award him a drive-through. But either way, for Williams and for all of those Williams fans out there, that is bad news. We do have more Williams drivers in semi-final 2, but Jack's going to have some work to do now to get himself back into a qualification place.
Just explain, while we have a brief lull from the leaders, about all these sim racing teams, Ben, because you've got the Ferrari Hublot team, you've got Williams, as you say. I mean, this is becoming a big factor for Formula One teams, for major motor racing squads, isn't it?
Absolutely. So before we even got into F1 esports, and before even any of the real world motorsports took any notice of esports, we had small groups of people calling themselves teams and getting involved in various forms of different esports, whether it be on Assetto Corsa, which was the version before Competizione came out last year, or indeed other forms of motorsport, and they all call themselves teams like Thrustmaster Esports. They have sponsors. Thrustmaster are a make of a wheel, for instance, and they sponsor that team and help them out. But then when we came to F1 esports, and F1 said they needed to have, each Formula One team needed to have their own esports team, then we saw the likes of the Ferrari Driver Academy becoming an esports team. Williams forming not only a team for F1 esports, but also for all these other competitions, because sometimes in some of the bigger events, there are prize pots to be won, and they can be shared with the team manager and stuff like this. You know, it's not as big as the traditional esports, the shoot 'em ups, the games where you have teams of players kind of playing with fantasy characters fighting each other. But we are getting there with esports, and these kind of events, these kind of online events have been happening for, I'd say, 10 to 15 years. And Jack started his career commentating on this, as we've got side by side again for the lead. Fantastic to see.
Absolutely.
Jack started 15 years ago commentating on this. I was playing when I was much younger, and now these kind of events are getting the limelight they really deserve.
Here. I mean, of course, we had the Digital Cup as part of the FIA Motorsport Games last year at Vallelunga. So that was another recognition, wasn't it, by the FIA of the importance. And the current global situation has really turned the spotlight onto virtual racing, virtual circuits, and right now a virtual gap of 0.392 of a second between the top two. Riding on board here with Tosato then in the Giornalese Esport Academy entered Mercedes. Great noise, the noise you would anticipate the car to make, and he's right there on the back of Pirelli now as we accelerate through on lap 24 with 17 more minutes of the race still to go. In the background is Jonathan Cecotto's Lamborghini also creeping into the mix. Jonathan, winner of the Middle East Championship last year, and also winner of the World Finals that were held at Jerez.
And he's done quite a bit of sim racing. I've seen his name appear on various entry lists, but not necessarily Assetto Corsa Competizione. He's got plenty of experience on other platforms, and as we spoke about before, the adjustment into a brand new platform with its quirks and the way it works. This is the best of the Aston Martins, isn't it? Hoffa up to 19th position now, so into a qualifying position, which is great to see. Lovely to see that car.
Absolutely right. And Aston Martin won in Pro-Am at Monza last year in the Real World Challenge Europe Endurance race. Max Hoffa been creeping up the order, hasn't he? Little bit by bit. Also into the top 20 is Ezequiel Perez Companc, and he's right behind him. We were talking about Companc earlier and looking at the prospects for him. The leaders are covered by a fifth of a second. We've got 16 minutes on the clock. For 9th and 10th places, we've still got the battle between Cirello and Tosato. Here they are. Tosato in the white Mercedes gets a tighter line off the Parabolica, tries to line up to have a go as they come past the pits. Is this going to work for him? The Emil Frey Jaguar going really nicely. Tosato right on his tail as well. 20 laps are done. And now Tosato thinks about making a move towards the inside line, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. Had a look, but that was more in hope than in anticipation, wasn't it?
And the Jaguar should be punching a pretty decent slipstream, and it's good to be in the slipstream. It not only does obviously drag you along to allow you a higher top speed, but it also preserves fuel, and that is one of the real question marks of this race is do you have enough fuel to get to the end of the race? Tyres are pretty much expected to last a decent amount of time. Some of these cars are harder on the tyres than the others. The Ferrari just there, very easy on tyres. You should be able to do the same pace throughout the race without any drop off on the tyres. They can generally double stint if we are set a time multiplier. So a time multiplier is set to normal time of day right now. So as you can see, it's at 2:52 in Monza and the weather replicating that, the marbles building up on the circuit. If we timed that by 2 or 3, then you would be then using your tyres 2 or 3 times as well. But today we are ×1, real world, real life, and again, slipstream down the straight, the Ferrari trying to find another way past.
Fresh tyres for each of your races, incidentally. Fuel 100. This is the lead battle. Hosseini and the Mercedes. Tonizza almost side by side. Tonizza tries to go right round the outside. He's going to run out of. There's contact, and around goes the Mercedes. That could well incur a penalty for Tonizza. It was a gentle touch, but a touch nonetheless. And it means that now we have a new race leader. David Tonizza is up front. Now, where does Hosseini rejoin, and how much of a handicap is that spin going to be? Can he stay in the top 20 and qualify? Question 1. Is anything going to happen to Tonizza? Question 2. It was a little touch, Ben, but it's had serious consequences.
How
there
far
is
down?
He's second, isn't he? There's Hosseini, and he's just ahead of Camara. So second and third. He's only lost 1 place. Amazing.
As you say, race direction, if they look at that and decide that Tonizza called foul play, and we do have 6 race stewards, humans rather than computers, looking at all of these different incidents, they can decide to incur a penalty. They can give Tonizza a penalty, and a drive-through penalty would drop him very close, I think, to the outskirts of the top 20. It may still allow him to qualify, but it won't be the way he wants to do it.
So 13 minutes to go. Ferrari leads at Monza. Home fans happy, but there's going to be a very grumpy Amir Hosseini then, who pole position for this race, who had dominated the first 24 laps, and now finds himself having to defend from Arthur Camara to hang on to second place. And it may well be that we haven't heard the end of that. We'll wait and see what pans out. Of course, the officials can have a look at this if they need to, while we enjoy the second of the semi-finals, the second qualifying race. Meantime, Tozzato is under attack here from Cecotto, isn't he, as they come now down towards the Variante Ascari, wriggling their way through. And Cecotto trying to line up to make a move. But Tonizza, the race leader, with that rather inflated gap of 3.9 seconds, really, because of the dramas caused by the contact. So there's the full order.
I think we lost Jack Keithley totally out of that race. He's 3 laps down now, so a disconnection, I think, from Jack, which is a shame.
The one on the bubble is Compank, isn't he? 20th, Ezequiel Perez, the Argentine driver. So he is 4 seconds to the good, just over, from Pasquale, number 88. So the Mercedes trying to catch him, as there you have Tozzato keeping at bay for now. Cecotto, this is to be 10th. You can see now that he's defending how Tozzato has dropped back from the Emil Frey Jaguar of Corrado Chiarello. And
again, this is potentially this engine map issue, this fuel saving issue that the Mercedes has. I mean, the fastest lap of the race is with Hosseini, and it was a 48.0. That's so slow in comparison to what they were doing in qualifying. 46.5 was our pole lap, so a second and a half slower for Hosseini. But Tonizza matched it, so they were about 2.5 tenths faster than anybody else out there. So it's very interesting to see that the Ferrari and Mercedes ultimate pace is about the same. Drive-through penalty for Compank. Oh, and 20th. That's going to drop him out of that top 20 qualifying position.
Absolutely right. So Compank then is going to be in real strife as a result of that. He is going to have to hope that somebody else has some bad luck, that's for sure. In the meantime, there coming off the Parabolica is Amir Hosseini. So the man that's in second place, I reckon he's getting on with the job and pulling away from Arthur Camara once again. But is he going to be able to bring down the gap and have another go at Tonizza? There'll be no love lost between those two. The chat room will fill up with traffic, I would have thought, between the two post-race. You turned in on me, you punted me off. So into the chicane, second in the Vodafone colours is Hosseini. The all-black Mercedes of Arthur Camara just under a second behind as we are approaching the final 10 minutes of semi-final 1, and a lot has happened. The other intriguing thing, Ben, about all of this is how people have suffered problems. We understand it's a brake failure for Jack Keithley, but he doesn't know why, whether that's a legacy of rattling over the curb. So, you know, the order does shuffle, as it does in the real world, because of circumstances, because of mechanical maladies, because of circumstance. It's not just a case of getting to the end. You have to take into account external factors.
External factors looking after your car in the simulator, but then looking after your equipment that you're sitting in and on as well. You know, if Jack Keithley's got a brake problem, that may not necessarily be the car has lost brakes. It may be that his brake pedal at home has either disconnected or broken or snapped, all kinds of different things. You have to look after the pedal set and steering that you have, and imagine the forces that are going through all of that equipment you have at home when you're driving around a place like this. This rattling force feedback, your brake pedal, depending on which brake pedal you have, may be able to withstand up to 90 kilos of pressure that is basically fitted to a piece of metal. So a really, really amazing technology these days that goes into not only the software, but the hardware too.
As you see there, Sam Neary squabbling with Kang Ling, the yellow Mercedes. I think because up the inside line there goes the Nissan. Yes, I haven't really factored in, you're quite right, about not just the car in the game, but a player's equipment. So yes, sympathise with him for having problems with that. For what it's worth, Ben, my fax machine has run out of thermal paper, so I do sympathise entirely. We've done 28 laps, we've got 8 3/4 minutes to go, and the lead gap is nearly 5 seconds. Race officialdom notwithstanding, I think Tonitza is almost home and dry here. What do you think?
He's been a star of the qualifying races, and he's been kind of certainly the favourite coming in here. Now 5 seconds to the good, and you know they're all going to qualify, so they don't need to race as hard as they were doing. And Tonitza may be slightly scared by that, knowing that he benefited from it. Plenty of our chat think Hosseini was at fault for not giving him the room, but that classic first chicane at Monza thing of, you know, you're giving the room one side, but then you're squeezing on the other side. So what do you do?
Yeah, but he's not the first to fall foul. He won't be the last, that is for sure.
So compact drive-through has been taken away. So obviously it was a computer-generated drive-through that Race Control then have looked at and decided to remove.
Okay, thanks for that, Ben. Yes, so that means he's still 20th, and that means he is Pasquale Ojkan, Chris Froggatt with his time penalty, who's got himself up past Alec Udell, the American who was so impressive, winning the GT4 European Series last year with Simon Knapp. So down comes the second place battle. There is the race leader. So the Formula One esports champion, David Tonitza. Over the timing line he goes. Hosseini second, only 3/10 ahead now of Camara. 7 minutes of the race to go. So we're looking at probably 3-4 laps at the most. Are we getting, Ben, to a point now where they're thinking about needing to preserve fuel, or do we assume that they're all confident and can keep going to the end at this pace?
Yeah, they could well be preserving fuel depending on how hard they pushed early doors. The pace of Hosseini and the way that he's dropping off the back of Tonitza, knowing that he was so fast early door, I would say that he's switched that engine mode down just to get to the end of the race. Because again, can you imagine losing or running out of fuel coming through Parabolica for the last time and dropping out of the top 20? It's going to get pretty close to not being possible, I think, because our leading contenders are doing a good job of lapping some of our drivers. I can't quite work out with our timing screens exactly where the lapped cars begin, but it's not far off 20th position.
Okay.
Oh, Cecotto's in the pits.
Indeed, and he was in 13th place. So Cecotto, you're right, is dropping down the order. That's going to help others become qualifiers. You're looking at Cirello and Tosato. The inside line, but there's no real opportunity to force the issue there. The Emil Frey Jaguar still going nice and strongly here. The clock ticks on down. 6 more minutes to go. 29 laps we have done. And through turn the leaders once more. Up the curb goes Cirello for 9th spot. His next target is Amos Larito, but he's a long way adrift. He's not going to get there before the end. But we might yet have a switcheroo between the two Mercedes for second place. What do you think? Camara is on the back of Hosseini, and this is not done yet. Amir Hosseini very definitely losing touch with the race leader, losing pace. So Hosseini on lap 2.
Board, yeah.
But Camara going great guns, isn't he? The black Mercedes that's been there or thereabouts in the top 3 all race. Now Ben makes the move on the outside line for second place. There might even be more contact here. No, Camara backs out of it, but Hosseini goes deep into the chicane.
Let's not forget that Camara, Brioni and Kreuzer are all drivers that qualified through the Hot Lap Challenge. They were not chosen as pro drivers. Also on map 2, in the slipstream, so it's pretty much the same map but look at how much he's gaining coming into this second chicane on the outside line. Again, not the place to be. Great defensive work from Hosseini, but they're really fighting over this, and this could spell disaster if one of them makes contact with 5 minutes left to go.
In terms of Camara's pace, I refer the honourable gentleman to the question posed some moments ago about whether he was in the early stages settling for the place. Well, maybe he was looking after the fuel then, and now is able to push because he is crawling all over the back of Hosseini, isn't he? So Arthur Camara in third place. There he is, the black Mercedes, number 110, right on the tail of the poleman. Hosseini, the race leader, long gone. So David Tonitza clear with 4 minutes on the clock. But now, late race, Camara is the man really striving to get himself up into second spot. The way that he's going, he could do it.
Remember, they have got the same engine map, but perhaps Hosseini is preserving fuel by lifting and coasting into these corners, into the chicanes, and that's allowing Camara to draw up alongside, but he's then putting himself in a position where he's not under attack, but he's driving incredibly defensively.
Yeah, I think increasingly Camara was doing the saving early on. Now he is benefiting from whatever he saved early on to attack, as you say, as Hosseini perhaps has to do his lift and coast over the line. They're going to get 2 more laps out of this, possibly 3. Depends really where the race leader was when he broke the beam at the 4-minute mark. Down towards the Rettifilo once again. Camara content to force the issue in terms of closing up, but not yet dodging around in the mirrors. They've got back markers up the road as well, though, Ben, and this could be another variable. Hosseini is busy defending, and then he's going to have to concentrate on where to get past the traffic, because he can't afford to sit behind the back markers and lose time, can he?
This into perspective, Tonitza has just done a last lap of a 48.2, just 0.2 of a second slower than his best lap throughout the whole of the race. The Mercedes are running a second slower than their best laps of the race. So Tonitza, blistering pace at the end of this race.
Absolutely right. Tonitza doing a very, very good job indeed. This battle between Cirello and Place has been raging on certainly for the second part of the hour, and he's not done yet. Arthur Camara you're riding with, so on board the Mercedes, similar car of Amir Hosseini just up the road ahead then. Camara, by dint of being a participant rather than a chosen driver, having to qualify through the hot laps. The team is the SRO charity, helping to raise money for the WHO for COVID-19 and the work gone on to try and combat it. Over the curb rattles Camara, and he's lost time there, hasn't he? Onto the straight they come to the Parabolica once more. So Camara, a little bit toey, ran out wide, whereas for Hosseini in second place, there are back markers ahead. Now keep an eye on the clock, keep an eye on the graphic, because the race leader might squeeze only 1 more, might squeeze 2 more laps out of this. In qualifying they were doing 1:46. Yes, it's going to be 2 more laps, isn't it? Over the timing line now has gone Tonitza, so it is this lap and 1 more. He's 7 seconds clear. And through the traffic goes Hosseini. So yes, Camara now is dropping away a little bit, and that was rather caused by the zealotry at the Variante Ascari.
Really great behaviour by those back markers to get well out of the way on the right-hand side down the start finishing straight and not get in the way of these two, although the battle has slightly calmed down from a moment ago. I think that was 23rd and 24th position they were lapping. So we're getting close to the top 20 nearly being lapped.
And the best of the real world drivers now is Dennis Lind in 11th place. He's got ahead of Gachet, and with the Jonathan Cicotto pit stop that Ben Constantiouris identified, that puts Lind up into 11th. Meantime, Dennis through on the inside, there he goes, gets past the back marking BMW. 845 is Alec Udell, so Alec 23rd. Remember, effectively for this, he's graduating from a GT4 car to a GT3. And is this the move for second place? Because Camara, on his toes, goes through. He's done it. He's up into second place. And so now, look, Hosseini is really struggling. And Arthur Camara up and past it as though Hosseini was standing still. This has got to now be fuel preservation, Ben, surely.
I wonder if he's actually worried about getting to the end of the race here, because he really is. That was a huge amount of lost time in just one single lap. Here is Tonitza rounding the final corner. He's going to have to seriously back off if he wants the checkered flag here, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. So we're going to have one final lap.
Absolutely right. So through he goes. Remember, the timing line, the control line, the finish line is coming out of the Parabolica, the start line further down the pit straight. So That's why the 13, 14 seconds were there to give another lap. And you can see now how Hosseini is struggling. Now, keep an eye on the next car on the lead lap, Tiziano Brioni's Lamborghini, because they're in fourth place. Brioni is going to mug him down at the first corner. Can Hosseini get to the end is the first question. Can he stay in the top 20 is the second. He's really struggling on fuel, isn't he?
I'm amazed that he's found himself in this position. You've got a digital readout all the time of how much fuel you have left. And I can't believe he's put himself in a position where he's nearly got none left.
So Lucas Kreutzer is going to be the next one to get past him. Then Axel Petit, then Amo Laurito. Then this fight closing up as well, because you'll have Kamil Pawlowski, then Cirello and Tosato. Look at the graphic, because you'll see Hosseini's name, 876, the car's number, dropping on this last lap. So Tonitza is on target for the race win. It rather makes doesn't it, between them, given the way now that the erstwhile leader is falling down the order. But Tonitza comes out of the Variante Ascari. His work is almost done in semi-final one. What a way to start SRO Esport GT Series racing, because it has been full of drama right from the very start, right to the very end. And we're not done yet, because Hosseini is dropping like a stone. One corner to go. David Tonitza is going to win semi-final one. He comes out of the Parabolica. It is going to be a win for Ferrari at Monza. Honours in the first Esport GT Series Charity Challenge semi-final go the way of number 95, David Tonitza, who comes across the line victorious. But after that, who is going to be in second spot? Well, it should be Arthur Camara. Let's see. Tonitza crosses the line, and we'll wait and see. Tonitza goes through. Camara should be on target for that second place. And then Tiziano Brioni up into third. But Ben, drama all the way. And where is Hosseini going to finish? Because he's still dropping, isn't he?
The gaps are so big, we're having to wait a bit of time. But Hosseini now yet to go across that finishing line and dropping it to 8th, waiting for him next over the line. It's like watching teletext back in the old days. And he does get 10th position in the end, just ahead of Dennis Lind.
Okay, so a great drive, and he does get to the end, but not the result he wanted. So David Tonitza it is then, who comes out victorious in semi-final one. Well, I think I might have to sit down after all that. Fantastic racing, Jack Nicholls. I hate to say I'm a convert to your newfangled world, but boy, not only did it look good, the sound effects from the car's fantastic, and it's just delivered a race full of drama, which is what we expect in GT racing. So I'm sold.
Okay, that's great news, isn't it? I really enjoyed that race. Thanks a lot, David and Ben. You won't be sitting down for long, because the second semi-final is due to be underway in 5 or 10 minutes' time. We'll hopefully be getting on with that. But what an entertaining race that was. Initially, you had Dennis Lind up at the front. He managed to get past David Tonitza. Then he spun on the third lap at Ascari. He did well to climb back up the order and finish as the best of the real world drivers, getting through, I think, in 11th position at the end. But David Tonitza, Arthur Camara, and Tiziano Brioni, who we didn't see a huge amount of, completing the podium. But I guess, David, the big talking point is the Tonitza nudging Hosseini on lap 26. That was well. In fact, I think we can speak now to David Tonitza. David, congratulations on your win.
Hi,
David. How are you doing? Congratulations.
thank you, Jack.
Talk us through? I mean, I guess the big thing is the little bit of contact with Hosseini for the lead of the race. How did it feel from your point of view?
Yeah, basically, I was at the outside in turn 1, and he defended his position in the outside, pushing me a little bit wide, which is completely right in my opinion. But at that moment, the only place I had to go was over the bump. So my car had a little bit of a jump, and in that moment I was a passenger, so we had a bit of contact. I would like to see the replay after the race, but in my opinion, it could be a race incident. But then, yeah, I don't know. That's my point of view.
We saw you having a big fight with Camera for the second place position. Did you think you'd lost too much time to then closing on the lead? Because it took you quite a while to get through.
Yeah, I felt I had a little bit of pace. Yeah, we weren't losing too much from Amir, but then I wanted to overtake him as soon as possible, and when I've done it, I went completely straight to Amir and trying to overtake also him.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations. What I guess you're hoping for the win in the final. Is there anything you learned from this race that you can take into the final?
Yeah, of course. I saw that my car is really fast at the end of the race, so I will try to stay with the other guys at the start of the race, and then at the end I will try to give everything to afford the best position.
Okay, thank you, Tonzilla. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jack.
Great to hear there from David Tonzilla. So David, already talking about his strategy for the final. He knows he's strong at the end of the race.
Yeah, and again, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how seriously everybody is taking this. That's the other thing that us old dogs are having to get our head around. I mean, yes, it is a different world, a virtual, but the desire to be successful, the desire to win, is still as strong as it would be at a race circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. We also saw Arthur Hosseini dropping back through the order in the end after running up at the front for so long, running in second place with only a couple of laps to go. He suddenly had to go on a huge fuel-saving mission. And to be fair, I suppose we were only 15 seconds away from the race finishing a lap earlier. So it's probably a calculation along those lines that he's suddenly realized with 3 laps to go, oh, I'm a lap short here, and that's going to take some really, really lots of saving, because to save a lap of fuel and still run at a reasonable pace is going to take you a good 10 laps or so.
Indeed, but one of his laps, arguably, would have been even faster than those that he's just achieved, because the lap with the contact, where he spun, was stationary and had to get going, that was the blip. Now, if you take that out and suppose that lap had been run at his usual pace, he'd have been struggling even earlier, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think that's very true. Let's turn our focus now then to race 2. A reminder then, David Tonizza, Arthur Camera, Tiziano Brioni, the top 3 from that race, with Kreutzer and Petit finishing the top 5. The top 20 advance now through to the final. But for race 2, we're going to have another Mercedes on pole position. Tobias Pfeffer is going to be starting on pole ahead of Giorgio Simonini, who's going to be in a Jaguar. It's great seeing the Jaguars in the game. I really like them. You called them a fan favorite. They were certainly my fan favorites in a couple of years ago when Emil Frey was running them.
Right, yeah.
Enzo Benito third. He's one to keep an eye out on because he used to be a McLaren sim driver, but he's been signed up by Ferrari. So it's now another Italian at the wheel of the Ferrari 488, and he's going to try and replicate what David Tonizza did.
Well, if he does it with his elbows out, stand back, everybody, because it's certainly proof of how forceful you can be in this. Again, it's interesting, this grid, isn't it? Because you've got the sim racers up at the front.
Yeah. What did you make of the Tonizza, his reasoning? Did that sort of sit well with you?
Yeah, I think so, because it's I'm afraid it's the inevitability, that kind of chicane. You've seen it often enough, Jack. We see it in all sorts of categories, whether it's GT racing or open wheeler racing. It's a long, fast straight to a slow chicane. It's wide, it's fast, you can overtake. However, depending on where you brake and the line that somebody else takes, I don't think it was deliberate. I think it was one of those things, and we'll see it again before the day's out.
Yeah, that's very true. So in this second race, again, the battle for the top 20 is where you've got to be to advance through to the final. And I think that's where we're going to see our real racing drivers mainly squabbling. 17th on the grid, you've got David Fuminelli. You've got David Perel starting in 20th position. Christian Engelhardt in 21st place in the Lamborghini. And Aurelian Panis out there as well in 30th spot on the grid. This grid really shows the strength of Dennis Lind, if anything else, because all the real racing drivers in this grid are just a little bit further back in the pack.
Absolutely right. Yes, Mattia Caroli, 16th, is one of the stars to watch. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating hour again to see what shuffles and what shakes out of all this.
Yeah, really looking forward to this second 1 hour race here in the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. If you're just joining us, this is a cooperation between SRO Esports GT Series, Kunos Simulazioni, and AK Informatica to bring you this, at the moment, one-off event with over 70 drivers, although we've just lost about 15 of them in that first race, and all the proceeds from this will go to the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization, and you can that's made up of entry fees and also donations. If you want to donate to that charity, head to sro-esports.com. That's the place to go if you want to do that. But race 2 will be getting underway very soon with Tobias Pfeffer on pole position. That the hour went really quickly as well, actually, David, because as Ben alluded to, in a lot of the other esports competitions, you're looking at 10 or 15-minute races. But it was really, really entertaining to see that 1 hour race. We've got someone else to speak to. Niels is joining us. Niels, how are you doing? Tell us about your race. You're in the next race.
I can tell you about that too if you want.
Yeah, okay. Tell me about the last race if you want.
I just had some people chat to me where a couple people finished, so that's as much as I know.
Okay, and the race ahead. Where are you starting? Where are you looking to finish? Talk to me.
I think I qualified in 5th. Expect a bit faster. I had the delta for faster qualifying lap, certainly, but didn't manage to bring it over the line. I think the top 10 or so are within 2-3 tenths or something. It's incredibly tight. It's a very, very competitive field that we have here. I think for most of the people, me including, it's about showing what sim racing can do, while not putting the competition second, but kind of be more careful than usually.
And tell us a little about you and sim racing. Have you always been doing, or have you been doing Assetto Corsa for long, or what's your history?
Well, how much time do you have? I think
not long, because you're going to be doing a race in a minute. So before you start racing, you've got until that length of time.
All right. So basically, I started 20 years ago.
Wow, you're old then.
Shut up.
I was very old. Yeah.
I was doing it for maybe a decade back then or so, and then as it wasn't as much money in sim racing as it is now, and it didn't get the attention that it has now, I had a little break. And then I came back into sim racing when it really kicked off lately 2 or 3 years ago. And I'm now team manager for G2 sim racing and Red Bull Racing Esports. So that's my main job. But apparently I'm driving as well every now and then.
Do you miss the driving, or do you prefer the team management part?
Depends how tight the competition gets. You know, if it's easy to win, I like it a lot. The harder it gets, the more I like the management part.
Okay, well, best of luck, Niels, for the race, and maybe you can talk to us about it afterwards, how it was.
Sure. Cheers.
Okay, great. Cheers. So thanks for that. There we go. I've been told don't know if I've been told quite so directly to shut up on air before, even though I've been on
we've all
air
tried,
with
Jack.
Wotty. Yeah,
We've all
no, I know,
tried.
but you've got a bit more subtlety to you, David, haven't you? So let's have a look at the grid for the next race, shall we? With Tobias Pfeffer starting on pole. Simonini, I don't know why I keep stumbling over that one, is going to be second on the grid. Enzo Benito is my shout to watch out for. I think we could see another Italian in a Ferrari winning at Monza. Who else have we got out there, David?
Going further back, Matteo Cairoli, David Fumanelli of the 20th, Christian Engelhardt 21st. They're all worth watching. Chris Hooker 15th, Lamborghini. I thought he might be a bit further up the grid. Sam Ratz was pretty quick in the qualifying session, so he's another one to watch. Mike Nobel starting 7th. I mean, look, first of all, Jack, as you know, they've got to get through the first chicane. Then we can start worrying about the order. Survive the first corner, get yourself in a rhythm, get a lap in the book. Then things might start to settle down a bit.
They were all very well behaved at the first chicane, Ben, weren't they, on the last race?
Yeah, absolutely. We obviously had the settings off so that they couldn't crash into each other, but we didn't see anybody go too hot themselves and spin themselves round. There was no possibility of contact. And again, when we come into this second race, we'll have the same settings on. But it was nice to see first corner at Monza without loads of bits of car lying around as they all left the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are just a couple of minutes away from the second race, the second semi-final. That'll be an hour long. And then we will, after that, head through to the final, which will decide the winner of the SRO Esport Charity Challenge, the first of these initiatives from SRO to keep the to keep the racing going while real racing is, of course, on hold. And of course, when real racing does return, the Blancpain GT World Challenge powered by AWS is going to be the place to see it across unfold. There was actually a race in the Circuit of the Americas. The GT World Challenge America Championship got underway a month or so ago, but obviously at the moment all other real racing is paused. So David Addison has to make do with his bedroom rather than a real life commentary box. Which is it actually your bedroom, or is that a private question?
No, this is my office. So behind this drape are years of old programs and lots of old books and all sorts of things. And the commentary booth is also just being invaded by my 8-year-old at the moment, who is baking cake. So I'm hoping that at the end of the next hour, my next espresso will come with Olivia Addison's best cake that she will have made.
Are you getting espressos delivered?
I am. Yes, they come, and because it's a GT day, they come in a little Porsche cup. You see, Jack. Never have I been looked after in this way. Right. Time you talk to some more drivers before we go racing.
Yes, we got Roman Monti joining us, and Roman, how's your day going? Are you happy with the way things are progressing?
I mean, it was a crazy race. I had a good beginning. At first, I was running like in P10. Then I did a slight mistake, but it was still okay because I was still inside the 20th, top 20. So that was fine. But then I got hit twice in T1. So I lost several places, and then the next lap, same thing happened. So it was quite shameful in the end. But the most important is about find some fun against the COVID-19. So that was matter in the end.
Yeah, you're obviously a real life racing driver. Have you done a lot of this sim racing in the past, or is this all very new to you?
No, I'm quite used to race in a Assetto Corsa competition. For me, is the best sim. But for GT World drivers, because it's like same realistic racetracks, same realistic cars, and so on. So it's a good tool to use.
David, anything to ask Roma?
No, I was going to ask about how close it was to the real world. You've kind of answered that, and whether or not that first race has taught you much that you can put into practice for race 2. Because just like when you're on track through free practice, the more track time you have, the more you can learn, the more you can refine your skills, can't you?
Exactly, especially with this kind of drivers in the server, it's quite a competitive competition there with the professional sim racing drivers, and also all the guys I used to compete in the railroad. And of course, the most time you are on the tracks, the better it is to be competitive. But unfortunately, I will not be on the final because I finished out of the P24 for this time.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us anyway, Roman. A pleasure to have you in the race, and sorry it didn't go too well.
Thank you, guys. See you. Bye.
See you later. So that's Roman Monti, real life racing driver. Disappointed not to be going through, and I think we saw him spin out a 10th place. Was he at Ascari? I think in the early stages. Maybe I've made that up.
There was certainly some curb hopping at the Variante Ascari, Jack. You're right. I think he launched himself over the curb, didn't he, at one point?
Yeah.
And that I suspect. Oh, espresso number 2 has arrived. That I don't think did him a power of good.
With a cake, or the cakes aren't ready yet.
Cake's not ready yet.
Okay.
Cake's not ready yet, but there will be a cake update later on. It's not test match special, this, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'll give you a cake update, but just to fortify me for another hour, espresso has arrived. So almost time to go racing. And again, as we've been making the point, you've got many of the sim community out the front of the grid. For me, the real interest is going to be seeing the likes of Martin Plowman, Andy Soucek, 25th, 26th, try to progress as the hour goes on into the sim community, if you like, at the front of the grid.
Well, in that last race, we had obviously Dennis Lind up at the front, but then the rest of the real world drivers were sort of down in the 20s, but they just slowly, almost as a bunch, really moved up the order, didn't they? You know, your Chicottos and the like, all sort of together gained places as everybody came into trouble. So I think we had probably the second half of the top 20 was mostly the real life drivers.
And I suppose it goes back to the point that Ben was making, and you've touched on as well, which is that this is when you get towards the end of the race, you're going into the real driver territory. You're doing a 1 hour stint. It's not like a 10 or 15 minute blast on the game with your mates, is it? And that's not said rudely to the gamers, but the drivers are used to doing lap after lap after lap at a constant pace, especially in this type of environment, especially in long distance racing, which perhaps puts them in that greater advantage, because you know that you've got to do that lap time for an hour. For if it were the Spa 24 hours, a double stint, it could be 2 hours, whatever it might be. They are used to doing that pace, that delta time for a longer period.
And the other thing is, when you're following a group of cars on sim racing, I anyway find it easier because you can judge things a little bit better. If you're off the pace on a single lap when you've got a clear track in front of you, that's one thing. But when you're tucked right up behind a queue of cars, you're able to judge your braking point from the car in front, judge when they're getting back on the power, and it sort of helps with the learning process a little bit. It's kind of like if you go-karting ever, if you're just out there by yourself, you don't really know where the limit is a lot of the time if you're new to this kind of experience. Whereas when you're following other people, it becomes a little easier to sort of stay in that train.
Indeed, so I suppose that's true of everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Run on your own, you plod around. You go out competitively, you're going to push that bit harder. And we are about to get into the second semi-final. The lessons learned, I suspect, people were in this race and really studying the first. It'll be interesting to see what they've picked up from that. But either way, it's going to be interesting. 37 drivers we should have. And one or two of them, a long way back, Daniel Kalvitz, who, for my money, has always been a bit of a hidden star of GT racing internationally. He's ADAC GT champion and he won the GT3 European title, but he gets overlooked a bit. He's 32nd, and he's another one that should make some progress coming through. So I think it's fair to say, Jack, there's a lot to look forward to here.
Yeah, really looking forward to this then. The second semi-final in the SRO Esport Charity Challenge about to get underway. The top 20 from this group will join the 20 from the first semi-final and go head-to-head in the third race, the grand final for the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. As I say, we're all raising funds for the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the WHO, racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And again, if you're just joining us, the white numbers you will see on the tower on the left-hand side will be pro sim drivers. The red numbers will be for the real-life racing drivers, and the grey numbers are for those who qualified via the hot lap competition. So the pro sim drivers were invited. The grey drivers qualified for this on the server. In the first race, David Tonizza took the victory for Ferrari, the Ferrari Driver Academy racer, ahead of Arthur Camara, with Tiziani Brioni finishing in third place. The best of the real drivers in that first race was Dennis Lind. As we now look towards race 2 and see who can advance through and join those 20 drivers on the grid for the final. And once again, a reminder that there's another qualifying session after this race. So it will be where you finish in this race doesn't particularly matter as long as you're in the top 20.
That's right. So as long as you qualify, that's the main thing. Then you have to worry about the qualifying session. Then you have a clear lap, because in a short, sharp 15-minute session, it's going to be difficult to find clear track space on a busy circuit. That much we know. But the drivers then getting themselves on the grid, and very shortly we'll be able to go racing once more, Jack.
Yeah, we certainly will. And they will go, and it'll be a rolling start. Pole position on the outside on the run down towards the first corner. And we saw Hosseini get a reasonable start from pole position, managed to hold the lead into turn 1. But the outside on the run down to that first corner at the chicane is not necessarily where you want to be. We're just having to restart a couple of the gamers, and then we'll be getting underway. This is all being done from home. Just in case you were wondering, I'm not actually in a virtual studio. I am just on a webcam, basically, with a green sheet behind me down in the south of England. David Addison is up in the north part of England with in his office, and
we call it Cheshire. We call it
Cheshire. Okay,
Cheshire, please. I've got my green wellies on to do this, please.
Okay. So David Addison is from a very posh place called Cheshire. Ben Constantiouris, near the Swiss border, is rivaling Cheshire for poshness.
Trumps me, yeah.
Do you think?
It's a ski resort, but it hasn't got any snow or people.
Oh, and of course we've got the Italian gang who are running the game, the race direction, as in choosing what cameras we're following. That's coming from Milan, and the actual race director is in Bergamo. So the guys running the game are very much at the centre of this COVID-19 crisis that the world is facing at the moment. So we're coming to you from all over Europe, and that's before we even get into over 70 drivers trying to connect to the server at various points from various places. I didn't actually, I'm going to throw you under the bus here, Addis. Did you count how many nationalities we have?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did?
I'm not telling you, but I did count them, obviously. Yes, yes.
Okay,
there's another bus coming for you, Jack. Yes.
Okay, so we have a lot of nationalities and a lot of people around the world trying to connect to this, to the one server where the race is going to be held. And you spoke about it a little bit earlier on, Ben, in the first race with regards to disconnection issues and that kind of thing, because who was it? Didn't Alex Buncombe, his internet went down. And until you start gaming online, you kind of think internet is fine and just happens, and sometimes it drops out and you don't know. But as soon as you start getting internet and the stability of your connection becomes sort of all-consuming.
Absolutely, especially when you live in the countryside. I tell you, it's, whether it be the countryside of the UK or the countryside of France, it's useless. Hence why you can't see me and only hear me, because my internet connection is not good enough to be streaming across the world. Alex Buncombe, sadly, was invited into the second race if he could get his internet connection up and running. But wherever he is gaming from, unfortunately, his connection's not good enough. They do have a limit on the ping. Getting really technical.
Here we go.
For this game, and basically to make sure the quality is good, because if you have a very high ping, over 100 basically is not allowed in this game, and that's kind of the refresh rate of how you would see all the other cars around you. If you've got a car that's pinging about literally because it's appearing and disappearing, you don't know whether you're going to drive into something or not, and therefore they've taken a very sensitive, very sensible decision to limit the amount of ping, and unfortunately, it looks like Al is unable to get a connection good enough to race in this race. So
and he was trying to do this from Somerset. He's just tweeted to explain to
Well,
me.
there you go.
Somerset Wi-Fi isn't strong enough, but I just thought I'd offer you the word Somerset because it made more sense than ping.
How's your ping, David?
Talk about teaching old dogs new tricks here, Ben, I tell you. Right, we're good to go, I think, almost.
Okay, so we have got less than a couple of minutes to go before the cars get underway for the start of this race. It is race 2 in the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. The top 20 will advance through to the final. So, as ever, for SRO GT race, it's over to David Addison.
Jack, thank you very much, David Addison and Ben Constanduras. Trackside as we then semi-final 2, if you've been watching with us all, no pit stops, so it's one driver, you go to the end, fuel permitting, and if you're in the top 20, then you are good to progress into the final itself. Once more, we have this mixture of drivers that are real-world drivers and those from the sim and gaming community, and Ben, it is those drivers that have really locked out the pointy end of the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As you would normally expect. Interesting to see that Pfeiffer, our pole man, actually, again, another of those drivers that qualified through the hot lap contest, not invited as a professional sim racer, although known to be a very, very good sim racer himself. Tobias from Germany had to do it the hard way, as did Niels Naujoks, who we spoke to a little bit earlier. He's a master, an absolute master of these kind of competitions. Even if he's the manager of Red Bull Esports Formula One team, he's so talented himself. He was the fastest man out of that qualifying process, only 5th on the grid for this particular race, but fastest over the hot lapping that happened last week. And gosh, you have to go down to 16th position before we get the first real pro driver, which is Cairoli Fuminelli, and then O'Brien 19th and Pirelli 20th. So actually only 4 real drivers are qualifying at this point, at the start of the race. We've obviously got 1 hour to go.
I mean, that's, again, all part of the great fascination of this. Matteo Cairoli, Carrera Cup Italy champion, Porsche Junior, Porsche factory driver. We know how good he is, and he's 16th on this grid. So that rather proves what he's up against. But as you make the point, an awful lot can happen in the 1 hour. We've got the formation underway. Everybody then trying to generate some warmth into the virtual Pirelli tyres as they go down towards the first chicane. And if you look back in the pack, seeing the great variety of car that we have once more, again with Emil Frey Jaguars, Bentleys taking on the Mercedes.
Just looking at the chat that all the drivers are able to jump into, kind of like a virtual race control. And Chris Froggatt has just come on, having finished 22nd in the first of our races, and has asked the race director to allow the top 22 to qualify so that he can go through.
Chris Froggatt, who in a short space of time has become a very accomplished GT racer, hasn't he? Came out of the Ferrari Challenge Europe and into GT World Challenge European long distance races last year. Interesting, we've got more McLarens on this grid. Enzo Bonito lining up third. You've got the yellow Mercedes of Tobias Pfeffer at the front of the grid. And there is the pointy end, including Bonito's Ferrari. Number 150.
It is quite famous.
Go on, sorry, Ben.
Sorry, David. You cut out in my ear, so I thought you'd gone quiet. Benito is quite famous in the world of not only sim racing, but in real world, because he was the guy who went over to Mexico and beat Lucas Di Grassi at the Race of Champions as part of a prize for winning a competition within Assetto Corsa. But that seriously upset Lucas Di Grassi. He got very, very grumpy at the competition. And Bonito has also won not only that, but also McLaren Shadow product. He was a McLaren Shadow driver last year, and now recently announced, just before this actually, that he's moved over to Ferrari to join Tonizza, who we saw in the first race in the F1 Esports team. So Bonito has already had a huge career in sim racing, probably one of the more famous drivers in this lineup.
So does that put him as favourite? I wonder whether or not he is going to be able to do anything from that second row. Does that put him as the favourite? Giorgio Simonini, second on the grid in his mid-teens. So another guy with a big future ahead of him as we get set to go racing. 1 hour ahead of us. The cars then make their way round the back of the paddock, past the Pirelli tyre trucks and the hospitality area, down to the Parabolica, and then we are going to go racing. As we were saying before they took to the grid, the real stars, the drivers that you would anticipate from real world racing to be up at the front, start 16th and back. So again, there's an awful lot of shuffling that you can anticipate over the course of this race as we get set then now, as the field accelerates down towards the timing line. They've got to get through the long Parabolica. It's up to the front of the grid, of course, now to control the pace. They get into this Noah's Ark formation, and Ben was explaining they've got this virtual grid box that you're not allowed to drive over. The car on pole position is the yellow Mercedes on the outside line as they come then now towards the completion of the rolling start. You've got Simonini alongside Benito's Ferrari lining up third on the grid, Luca Lossio lining up fourth in the Mercedes, and then Andre Franke alongside Niels Nochos on row 3 of the grid. Semi-final 2 here at Monza is about to get underway. The SRO Esport GT Series Charity Challenge, semi-final 2, 60 minutes of racing, the top 20 to qualify, and we are set to go racing as soon as they get to the start line. They creep their way down the pit straight. Now we go green. Now we go racing. Now it is blast off as they run towards the Rettifilo, and away from pole position it is Tobias Pfeffer who grabs the advantage, cuts across the front of Simonini to defend, trying to split them all as they dive down towards the chicane. Look, is Luca Lossio in the Mercedes, and going backwards is Bonito then. So Enzo Bonito is fifth indeed around the outside line as they power their way up towards the Curva Grande for the first time. He gets himself a Niels Noyox there as they head into the Curva Grande. The Ferrari on the inside, Mercedes on the outside, and Niels is just about going to get his nose in front as they head up towards the Roggia chicane for the first time. But as we saw in race 1, a really good start by the pole man, Ben Pfeffer it is who leads the pack.
Absolutely, now through the second of the chicanes and out the back of the circuit, already a drive-through penalty down in 19th position for Initka. I can only imagine that is blatant disregard of the first chicane totally, because they only done one corner, but he's already picked up a drive-through penalty. And Pirelli's made a great start up into 11th position for the first of our real world drivers, and he's made a massive gap over Fuminelli. And where did he start? He started down
16th.
in 16th, so yeah, 5 places gain.
So number 242, Matteo Cairoli, upholding Porsche honour. He said he was going to be one to one. Variante Ascari for the first time. Break clear, but it's game on second and third then. Simonini just ahead, look, of the Mercedes in the hands of Luca Lucio as they come down towards us then into the Parabolica, up towards the completion of lap number 1. Niels Neujoks trying to fend off the challenge of Enzo Bonito. The Ferrari, again, is this part of the plan, dropping into the pack, losing places over the first few corners. But at the end of lap 1, over the timing line they go. And this is Bonito's view as they now come past the pit here. Speed building all the time, down towards the Rettifilo. And Bonito is under attack as well because he's got Mike Nobel tucked up behind him. Mike Nobel then looks to the inside line. Is he going to be able to... The Mercedes driver thought about it, but to no avail. Up front, 0.3 of a second is Pfeffer's advantage over Simonini, Lucio ran third. And there you've got 2 of them that have skipped the chicane. One of them looked like being Lucio, the other I think was Simonini. So Ben, that's going to shuffle the order, isn't it?
Remember, we now have contact on, so we had the inability to crash into each other on the first lap, but now we have the ability to crash into each other on the second lap. And Santoro dropping down to 9th position there. Lots of shuffling going on through that first corner, and some 2 cars disappearing off the timing screens on the left-hand side. Let me quickly find out who they were, but I think they were some quite pro drivers heading to the tail of the field.
Okay, we did have yellow flags out as well for a time. Keep an eye, if you can, on number 7 in 14th place, because that is Cody Latkovsky, who won the gold medal in the FIA Motorsport Games last year, the Digital Cup winner, the Australian of Macedonian extraction. So he's one to one. See the yellows out on track. So as Ben was predicting, there are people in strife. The yellows are withdrawn. Cody Latkovsky there, you can see number 7 in 14th place. He's on screen as they drop down towards the Variante Ascari. So the order shuffles and shuffles again. Cairoli's Porsche 10th. There is Cody Latkovsky. Switch back to Mike Nobel heading the pack in number 123, the Ombra racing car. 5th he runs at the moment. He's got them 4.5 as he tries to attack and defend at the same time. But with 2 laps about to be ticked off, it is Tobias Pfeffer leading the way. And up into second place now, after all dramas at the chicane at the start of this lap, is Niels Neujoks. So he now also trying to bring down that gap. And for my money, racing colours, the familiar green Ferrari. And Kyle Vitz, as I was saying before the race started, very, very rapid indeed. He's got Sam Ratz up behind him, not Stab Ratz, but Samuel Ratz, and he's in 23rd spot with Andy Soucek in the number 108 fronted Bentley next in the queue.
And Bentley have put a huge amount of effort into this. They've got the engineers from Cumbria working on how to get the best out of this game. They've got engineers sitting alongside the drivers. They've really put everything and loads of effort into making sure those Bentleys are working as best as possible as a Ferrari goes lurid behind.
Sadly, they didn't put it into Alex Bunkum's internet. But apart from that, I take your point. Yes, that was the one thing that slipped up, wasn't it, Alex? So down to the Parabolica they come. The team's busy putting out press releases before the weekend. 88 Ferrari turns through then. That's Fabrizio Donoso as they come up over the timing line. Past the pits, Donoso was 26th at the start of the lap. We've also got Martin Plowman in the mix. Martin Plowman from the British GT Championship, where he's a Bentley driver, sharing with actor and now dancer extraordinaire Kelvin Fletcher for the season ahead when it does get going. Race leaders go by, and then number 12, Mercedes, is David Fuminelli. Well, he is, of course, a real-world driver, and we know that he's a very handy Mercedes peddler, so he's another one to watch.
And he's just been passed by Luca Giotto in the Aston Martin. That will update on the timing screens as they go through the next sector, but a nice move down into the first chicane. A lot of drive-through penalties and a 15-second penalty for Di Lorenzo, a 5-second penalty for Pirelli already, and that will be from gaining too much by skipping a chicane or running too wide. Track limits generally awarding small time penalties that will be added to the end of the race. That's why we saw a couple of positions change when the race finished.
And if you're watching all of this and occasionally your pictures are a bit laggy or a little bit jerky, please bear with us, because the reception that we've had from fans watching this and even everyone taking part has been extraordinary, and there's an awful lot of you trying to get to the servers. So the technical team back in Italy doing its best to make sure that everything flows, and it's great to see all of you watching. But of course, there's not just us enjoying this, there are an awful lot of people globally, all on the internet, so that's having to cope with it, as well as our specific needs right now. So do bear with us. We can deliver and enjoy this race as best we all can. As there, Donoso has a look on the inside of the Bentley Battle Pack coming down to the Parabolica. Whoops, big slide. Now, was that Martin Plowman's Bentley that got a bit crossed up? I think it might have been, as they come now onto the pit straight. Up past the pits they will go.
It's Josh Martin as well getting involved, trying to benefit from this in the Jaguar.
Okay, Martin Plowman is the one who's going to get mugged.
He is, from both sides, I think. Oh.
Now, Martin, of course, did the bulk of his early racing. Whoops, sat there. So in karting and then in singles. Rather unknown in the UK, but a very good driver is Martin Plowman. So keep an eye to him. I think he's another one who will get faster and faster as this race goes on. So Kylvitz, Stuchek, Plowman, real world drivers, all outside the top 20, not where they need to be. David Perel has got himself a 5-second penalty, as Ben was saying. He is in 18th place. But right now, the sim community showing the real world drivers how it should be done.
And interestingly, Christian Engelhardt is out of the race and jumped straight onto the chat and accused Perel of punting him out of the race. So Engelhardt out, Miguel Molina also out of the race after being punted, and they're down in 34th and 36th. So we've lost some big names, sadly, already.
We have indeed. Donoso, we were talking about earlier on, the Chilean. He is the runner-up in the first Formula One esports series, so another accomplished sim racer. As right now, battles rage on down towards the Parabolica. Mike Nobel goes through on the inside there, puts himself ahead, look, of Luca Lucio. So the Lamborghini goes ahead of the Mercedes, but the Mercedes staying on the tail as they come up now toward the timing line once again. Pit lane getting busier, as Ben's been reporting with all of these dramas. And here comes Luca Lucio once again to try to the issue on the outside line. Down they go, heading towards the chicane. Can the Mercedes go back ahead of them all? You've got Giorgio Simonini in the Emil Frey Jaguar, and he is just hanging on to the place.
They were very polite with each other, leaving each other loads of room through the first chicane. They're still running side by side into the Curva Grande. Mercedes to the outside, though, should have a little bit more grunt. And now the inside line for that second chicane should help him, but Noble's sticking it out.
A word about Martin Plowman, who only played Assetto Corsa Competizione for the first time on Thursday. So he's not exactly a veteran of it. He might be in real world racing, but he's learning all the time. Aren't we all? Here they come then up towards the Lesmos. As Ben was saying, you've got the battle going on again. Lucio back ahead of Noel. So the inside line for the chicane did pay out for the Mercedes driver, and Luca Lucio goes back through on the inside line. As you see David Fuminelli here lining up to have a go at Luca Giotto. These are two real world drivers, aren't they?
Giotto got past him a couple of laps ago, so I wonder whether Fuminelli has put in a better lap time that last time through to close back onto the tail of him, only by a fraction. They're running 49.1s. In fact, they both did their best lap of the race so far on that last lap, although, to be fair, we've only had 5, so things are still getting warmed up. Interestingly, I did actually find out what happened to Jack Keithley in that first race. You remember you mentioned that he had a brake problem. Well,
yes.
Actually, he selected the wrong brake pad, and you know, such is the detail in this game that there are 4 different types of brake pad, and he selected the one that you would use for qualifying, which only lasts 15 to 20 minutes, and therefore it's no wonder that he ran out of brakes and overheated them, and it's a very possible thing to do without that experience, but it's something you'd expect a real world driver to do, not a sim driver. They should know better. Battle for the lead.
They should know better, says Professor Constanduras. Yes, there's the gap. It's down to 0.2 of a second to the outside line. It's not going to work, or is it? Not quite. Pfeffer stays ahead, and now look, Enzo Benito in the Ferrari into the well. Back onto the power, up towards the Curva Grande. Mercedes run first and second. They run side by side indeed. Where does the Ferrari go? There's no room, but he might get a mega double toe here. Trouble is, he's going to run out of real estate because there's a Merc on the inside, there's a Merc on the outside everywhere that Bonito wants to go. There's a Mercedes in the way. His best hope now, I think, is if they tangle, they almost do. The gap opens up and bam, straight through the inside. Enzo Benito, really opportunistic move, goes second. That was Niels Neujoks getting himself all crossed up. Simonini has joined in as well, and so now it's a way, fight for leadership.
I think Naujok's just got a little surprised that the yellow Mercedes was alongside him, may not have the visibility, and as he turned in, just lost the rear end, had to come out the throttle, and then invited Benito to come up the inside and into second position.
So, great racing, as you would expect in the real world. You have it in the virtual world. Well, this GT Series Charity Challenge brings the cars through the Variante Ascari, and now onto the straight, speed building all the time, down to the Parabolica. Now, can Pfeffer get away, or is Benito going to be able to go after him and then get himself into a position where he can attack? Intriguingly, in this race, Ben, rather more than we saw in the first, is how long the leading line is. The gaps all the way down, really, to about 14th, 15th place are not that great, are they? They you know, second and a half here, a couple of seconds there, but really it's still one very long line, whereas in race one, the leader had checked out by...
I don't think it's the case, but it does feel like there are a lot more sim races in this race. The top 15, other than Cairoli, all sim racers or people who have qualified through the hot lapping session. So we're seeing the second half of the field very much the pro drivers right now, and the top half the sim drivers.
Indeed, so I think you're right. Yes, so names that the real-world motorsport fan may not be familiar with, but proving their ability undoubtedly, and the gap between the top two, 0.3 of a second as the car come out of the first chicane, speed building now up through the Curva Grande once again. So remember, it's a 1 hour race, no pit stops, no driver changes, one driver flat out for the hour. But as we saw at the end of the first of the qualifying races, the first semi-final, you do have to be mindful about fuel. And of course, Tobias Pfeffer up front is the man punching this big hole through the air. The Mercedes given an extra 20 kilos of ballast for Monza under the BOP, because normally the BOP is based for Monza on a 3-hour endurance race. Now we're down to a 1-hour sprint. So to try to balance things, a bit more weight put onto the Mercedes, and that certainly did have an effect for Amir Hosseini at the end of the opening 1-hour race here.
To consider as well for all of the drivers that are going into that final a bit later on is that we're running this track as though we would be there in real life. So the time now, 3:20, the track has built the rubber from the first race. So the track will be a little bit faster in this race than it was in our first race because it's built the rubber and built in. We don't expect to see the ultimate rubbered in track until kind of midway through this race, but the pace from Benito and Naujok's faster than we saw in the first of our semi-finals. The fastest lap of the race for Naujok's a 47.898 at the moment.
Okay, so Naujok's there in third place, Simonini fourth, fifth, but Tobias Pfeffer is the man they're all chasing. Charged past the camera down toward the first chicane. Battle pack there coming out of the chicane, and you can see what I mean about this long line, because there are modest gaps, as now you see number 1 Mercedes of Niels Naujok's lining up to have a go on the outside line coming out of the Curva Grande. The next chicane against Enzo Benito. Has he got the advantage? There's a gap, but he's not quite able to draw alongside. And as that battle rages on, so they draw nearer once again to the race leader, Tobias Pfeffer. Now, how is Cairoli getting on in all of this? He's still in 10th place, isn't he? Behind him, Luigi Di Lorenzo has picked up a penalty. So the order is going to shuffle again. David Perel, not yet, Ben, making the progress I thought he might have done. David Perel still down in 18th on the classification.
Just under a second behind Fuminelli. Those positions haven't changed. It's all rather settled down and kind of calm right now. There is Perel in the green Ferrari with a 5-second penalty, so that hasn't been taken into account yet. So we will only see that.
Only see that post-race, perhaps. So Fuminelli 70.
Apply once the race.
So David Fuminelli goes through, still charging on, and Fuminelli is in 17th place. That's David Perel behind him for the moment. And as Perel accelerates down towards the Parabolica, he's close enough to have a go, but arguably this is not where you want to try, because then you might get out dragged going past the pits. You want to get up behind, as he is doing, and make the move down to the chicane. Look, tighter line by David Perel, the South African driver. Slingshots off the Parabolica. So you've got the grunt and go Mercedes, the aero-friendly Ferrari, side by side. Over the timing line they go. Mercedes has the line at the moment, but on the outside for the first chicane, David Pirelli should be able to squeeze up the inside line here if he brakes late enough. We might be heading towards contact corner, but no, Pirelli gets the job done, goes through Fuminelli, gives him racing room. So David Pirelli does go through. That gives him 17th place now.
That was beautifully done, wasn't it? Fantastic move. Interesting that he didn't wait and sit in the slipstream out of the Parabolica and then try and drive alongside. He kept that momentum all the way through, and the Mercedes I just felt was starting to creep ahead just before the braking zone, but Fuminelli decided to get on the brakes early and give the track to Pirelli. Let it see if he can drive away, and Fuminelli then can attack at a later date.
So David Fuminelli, experienced driver in real world stuff, knows what he's doing and applying those techniques to this esport event right now as the cars then blast their way once again down through the Lesmo curves, picking out the variety that we have. You've got the Andre Franke McLaren going through, being chased by Lozanov's Mercedes. Now, where is Matteo Cairoli? He should be not that far adrift of them in 10th place. There goes the Porsche, number 242. So Matteo Cairoli, the Porsche, also gained a bit of weight under the revised BOP, didn't it? 8 kilos slapped onto that car. So it's a little bit heavier, but not quite so lardy as the Mercedes have become. There it is. And Matteo Cairoli, very, very impressive Porsche peddler for a number of seasons, heads up towards the timing line now, but he's kind of got himself a bit in no man's land, Ben, hasn't he? He's not catching. He's not really being caught either.
Like Lorenzo's just taking a little bit out of him. We've got another battle going on further up. Now Yock's dropped to third. Is that he was there before, but it looked as though Benito was having a little attack on Pfeiffer for the lead of the race here. And again, going through Curva Grande, he is lining himself up, but he's not going to be quite close enough to do it yet, I don't feel. There is good battles all the way through that top 6-7 positions. And they're really, as you said a little earlier, they're not far from each other globally. Nobel also looking at Lozzo for 5th position as we ride on board with Benito and admire the beautiful graphics that Assetto Corsa Competizione offers us. And you can also see what he's doing with his feet as well, just below the steering wheel. That is a replication of what Enzo Benito will be doing. So every time he touches that brake pedal, the left leg lifts on to the brake and presses. But right now, absolutely pinned right leg, pedal to the metal in the Ferrari.
For me, the other attraction of all of this is the sound. It is just as you would expect when you hit the onboard during the real world racing. So again, marks to ACC for what has been achieved with the look, with the feel, with the sound of the cars, never mind the realism of the actual on-track racing. Here they come then, 3 all race lead. Tobias Pfeffer in the yellow Mercedes leads Enzo Benito. Mercedes versus Ferrari. Looks like it's going to be the way of the day here at Monza. In 3rd place, Niels Neujoks. And then the gap is opening up a little now between them and the man that was 2nd on the grid, running in 4th in the race, namely Giorgio Simonini. He has got Luca Lucio behind him, then Mike Nobel in 6th place. So maybe now that leading trio just starting to edge away, but it's taken them 20 minutes in order to do that.
It's actually been a relatively calm race so far as Benito again tries to get the inside, and Pfeiffer sits in the middle of the track, totally in the middle of the track, no way past. Now Yox draws up to the tail of Enzo Benito because they were really very slow into that first chicane with all the defence. Here is the Bentley of Darin way back in 28th position with was that Panis going past in the Lexus? I think it may well have been. So Aurelian Panis first look at him, and Darin made a big old error through the Parabolica there because he just came well out of the throttle further ahead. Bentley versus Bentley, Plowy versus Susek.
Absolutely, and through on the inside line just goes Andy Soucek. Whoops, there's an all crossed up Jaguar there, which is Josh Martin, one of the sim community, getting it slightly wrong. Bit of contact as well. That's going to put him on the back foot. Martin Plowman defends, and now look, Josh Martin is under further attack as on the outside line. Up comes Donoso, number 88 Ferrari. So Fabrizio Donoso tries to go through, can't quite do it. He's on the outside line, and they're all being caught now by Aurelian Panis as well, aren't they, as you were saying? So Panis getting on with the job as well. More shuffling of the order, except that all of this is the wrong side of that top 20 cut. They're not even qualifying, despite the fierce battling that's going on. Whoops, more drama. More sideways as that Martin Plowman being given a tag. It was, and it's cost him a place. Donoso goes ahead of him.
so hard in a sim to drift. It's so hard to feel the rear end breaking away, because obviously when you're in a real car you would actually feel the sensation of the back end breaking away, but when you don't have any vibration through the seat, if you don't have a motion rig, which I know Martin doesn't, you can't feel the rear end breaking away. You'll feel the front breaking away through the force feedback of the steering wheel, but the rear end is so hard. So he did a great job to hold on, because generally as soon as it breaks away it tends to end up in a spin. He's under a huge amount of pressure now, Plowy. As further ahead, Pirelli is under pressure from Di Lorenzo.
Trying to make progress, isn't he, really, Pirelli? But it ain't happening. Lorenzo, Mathieu. So the Porsche drops back. You've also then got the Mercedes of Eamon Murphy. That far behind them, you'll see the purple Mercedes closing the gap. So Pirelli is in the all-important top 20, and he's one of the few real-world drivers that is. Fights back on the inside line, retakes the place. Good move, that, wasn't it? Good, clean pass.
Absolutely. So Lorenzo did it to him at the first chicane, and then he managed to get past at the second chicane. He's not been that much far off Lorenzo's pace, to be fair. Lorenzo's just been chipping away at him lap by lap rather than taking big chunks. But Cairoli's really having to drive with his mirrors right now, and depending on the way he's got the setup of his cockpit, he does have the ability to have a whole strip of mirror above, so he can see cars all around him. Which is one of the nice things about this kind of flexibility of the cockpit view here in Assetto Corsa Competizione.
So you're looking back from Cairoli's car. You were briefly looking back from Di Lorenzi's car.
Slipstream, again, looking to line him up.
So down to the Parabolica they come. Di Lorenzi goes to the outside line. He's going to be brave to try on the outside. It's a longer road round, but I would have thought that's going to go against him. He tried contact between the two. Cairoli's rear wheel lifted off the ground. Around he goes. Through past both of them goes Eamon Murphy, and Matteo Cairoli tapped into a spin. He might have got going again. Let's see how far down the order, but you saw the contact come, and again, the race director may not take kindly to that. Look at this for the race lead, though, Ben. You've got 3, and it's almost 6 concertinaing now.
Instant drive-through penalty for Di Lorenzi from race control. You saw it pop up onto the screen within 3 or 4 seconds. That's what you want out of a race direction, isn't it? None of this kind of 5 minutes after the race, 5 hours after the race result changes. So good reactive work there from race control. And Lorenzi will be heading into the pit lane. Cairoli only lost 3 or 4 positions. He didn't lose that much time. Question is, how badly is the car damaged, and how much time will we lose in the remaining 35 minutes of the race?
So keep an eye to the graphic, because if it says P, you know he's dialed for the pit lane. He is still going. Now this is the lead battle. We've done 25 minutes. There's a yellow flag outside, and Pfeffer is under attack from Bonito, who is under attack from Noyox, and then there's a small gap before Simonini, Lossio and Nobel, 5th and 6th. Simonini going defensive, holding them up behind him, and that means that the top 3 just escape a little right now as Bonito comes to the outside line, down once again towards the Variante Ascari they come.
Feeling that yellow flag is for David Fuminelli, who's dropped out of 17th position and down to, I think, 22nd, although waiting to see when he crosses the line. Yeah, it's going to be a slow lap from Fuminelli. That's a shame for him. Hopefully we haven't lost him totally and he can recover.
It's going to be interesting as well, isn't it, as you see the fight for 5th. This drive-through does to Di Lorenzi, running 10th, but is that going to drop him out of the top 20, given how competitive a race this has been thus far? Over the line goes 128, that is Luca Lossio. Through he goes, there are the leaders, and now Enzo Benito tries to make his outside. That's not really the place to be. Look at Noyox, he goes one side, goes the other, can't find a gap on the other side, slots back in. And for the race lead, side by side, Ferrari on the inside. Contact is averted, and they are still side by side. Great racing between these two. Enzo Benito on the outside line now makes the run into the long right-hander of the Curva Grande. But he's on the wrong line for that corner, and he's got to get the door closed, Ben, hasn't he, before Noyox tries to squeeze up the inside of him.
I was wondering where Noyox was going to go, and it almost looked like he may have just backed out of it a little bit. Benito decides not to try and challenge into the second chicane, goes onto racing line, and it's followed by Pfeiffer, who drops back onto the racing line. But look, it's now it is 6th for the lead.
So here you are, GT Racing's perfect 6-pack. You've got running in the leading gaggle up towards the second of the Lesmo Benz. just at the head of this group. Ferrari, Mercedes. Then next up, number 150, the Emil Frey Jaguar of Giorgio Simonini. Now that is going remarkably well, that car. In fifth is the Mercedes, and then sixth, the leading Lamborghini. Mike Nobel at the back of this group as Bonito gets out of the draft, shows his nose, tries to unsettle Pfeffer, coming down to the Variante Ascari. So the leading sextet down to the Parabolica. We're not yet, don't forget, even at the halfway mark. Through they turn, down towards the Parabolica once again. Look back now from Luca Lostio's car. That is Mike Nobel behind him. So Lostio for the Journalese Esports Academy squad, turning his way through. On to the power they come, up towards the timing line. Mercedes versus Lamborghini, and the pair of them attacking the Jaguar. As for second place, here now comes Noyox on the inside line. Two wheels the wrong side of the white line. He's just about got himself through. Yes, he has. Goes second, gets a mega toe off the race leader. To the outside line goes Noyox. He's got his nose in front. Surely that's not going to work. It doesn't. He gets run out wide over the curb, and around he goes. Just gets avoided by Losio. But after all the hard work, Niels Noyox finds himself in strife.
I thought he was going to do that so well as well, around the outside of the first part of the chicane, had the inside for the second part, and I just wonder whether he had a bit of contact from the Jaguar behind that just helped him spin around. And Noyox, it's okay, he's still in it, he's still going to be able to qualify, but that looks like such a fantastic battle, and sad that it's ended.
Well, he is still going, as you say, but he's behind all the traffic now. So, yes, he's in the top 20 in terms of a good race result. Hard work to get back through all of those other cars. Still got half an hour plus to go, admittedly. And let's see where that's going to drop him to at the very end of the lap. Right now, he's being shown as being in ninth spot as the cars come through. So, Pfeffer versus Bonito, there they are. And of course, Ben, with all of those dramas behind, so these two have now been able to build a gap, haven't they?
Absolutely. Just watching a bit further back down the order to see where Di Lorenzo pops in after his drive-through. He's been out and has done his drive-through penalty, and he's come out in 26th position. So it's going to be a long old haul to get himself back into qualifying position. There he is in the Lamborghini, 26th position, in fact, behind Aurelian Panis, and a great squabble. Everywhere you look, as per race one, lots and lots happening.
26th he is then, as you say, a lot of hard work to do to get into that 20 as they're diving to the inside line. Number 13, the Jaguar, gains a place on the inside line. Josh getting ahead of Pirelli. So they, again, are outside the top 20, but another really fierce fight as Andy Soucek comes towards us. Now, Daniel Kylvitz, 20th, he's on the cusp, but he ought to be able to make some progress. Now, what happened to Cairoli? He's still going in 12th place. He got away with that, relatively unscathed, as almost three wide. They dive down to the Parabolica. This time around on the outside line is the recovering De Lorenzi, and it is Donoso, number 88 in the Ferrari side, taking Panis with him.
So getting the inside line there, just a little bit too wide with Donoso, I felt. And Lorenzi's dropped down, Fuminelli's dropped down as well. So even more positions lost by Fuminelli, down to 27th now, behind Martin Plowman. So just at the top of the screen there, as Panis continues to defend from Di Lorenzi, continues to try and hold his 24th position. And stays safe. But it's a great battle. It's great to see real-world drivers mixing it with sim racing drivers. Donoso, famous for racing for Force India in the first season of the F1 Esports. And I don't think he did last season's, but decided to focus a bit more on the sim element rather than on the game element. And I don't want to open up too much of a can of worms, but this very much is a sim. And
right.
The accessible games, the ones that you could jump on your PlayStation 4 and easily play as somebody who's never played before, are more game games. And it takes a very different technique to master. Although Enzo Benito, Formula 1 Esports Ferrari driver, is up the top of the up there, and there he is, hugging the pit wall, looking to try and take the lead.
I'm not sure if that for either of them is really allowed, because both been the wrong side of the white line. We've had people penalised on the start of races, but that was certainly a track limit thing. Down to the chicane they come. The order remains the same. Pfeffer ahead of Benito, but both of them the wrong side of the white line. Now, I could imagine certain race directors not taking kindly to that. The lead battle, though, just a tenth of a second Tell you what, Ben, the BOP is working really well here, isn't it? Because you've got two very different types of GT3 car, absolutely as one. You've got this 8-wheel car in the lead, effectively. So close are they, and down to the Variante Roggia once again. Pfeffer driving the widest Mercedes we've ever seen, somehow keeping Bonito at bay.
Interestingly, the pace isn't actually that good. Of 49.5 the last lap. So I think the reason why we're seeing this is because Pfeffer is trying to save fuel in these early stages and therefore kind of bottling up everybody, unlike we saw in race 1 where Husseini just checked out and disappeared and then suffered later on in the race. I'm sure a lesson has been learned by the Mercedes drivers here to keep the pace low. You know, they can do 47.9s and they're doing 49.5s right now.
Have a look at Mike Nobel. He's about to go third, and he's been creeping his way up the order. There he is, round the outside into the Ascari chicane. Not only is that a good move, but as the second half of the race is now well and truly underway, look, he has worked himself up from the back of the top 6 to third place, and benefiting, I reckon, from Bonito's assault on Pfeffer. So as they come now through the Parabolica, Mike Nobel could be a dark... I was going to say prancing horse. He's a raging bull, really, in the Lamborghini in this, but don't rule him out, especially if the top 2 continue to hold each other up. He's not that far adrift, is he?
Another guy who qualified through the hot lapping, so not necessarily a picked sim racer. Enzo Benito, Lossio, Simonelli and Santoro, all with the white names and therefore picked pro sims, but grey names, the 5 in this top 10, all qualified through hot lapping.
So Mike Nobel, one of the wild cards, there in third place. He's lost a little bit of time on that lap while he's getting through the traffic, but this sort of Nobel Prize, in a sense, to get him into the race through being a wild card, puts him in the mix now in the top 3.
Have not had enough puns yet, David?
No, the day is but young. There's plenty more time, Ben. An hour and a half to go. We've got this, half an hour of this plus another race, so no, don't count your chickens, virtual or otherwise. There, the McLaren through, that is 321 of Andre Franca. Drive-Through Motorsports, the team, so far, avoiding all penalties. Where is the best of the penalised brigade? It's David Perel, isn't it, down in 15th place, still heading to qualify, but still...
It looks as though the people who have got penalties have had severe penalties, and there's not actually that many drivers that are still carrying a 5-second penalty for track limits. So either race control of being a bit more lenient in this race, or indeed it's been a much more well-behaved race thus far, although if you read Christian Engelhardt in the chat, you would think otherwise, because he's very upset about his crash at the start of the race, and he's still talking about it 25 minutes later.
This was meant to be, of course, Christian Engelhardt's return to Porsche racing. He was racing Carrera Cup, then went off to be a Lamborghini driver for a time for Grasser. Was back with Porsche this year, but his return to Porsche was going to have to be done virtually through these races. And as Ben rightly says, the first of them has not lasted very long at all. There is Samuel Ratz in the Ferrari 808, and he's in 19th place, going after the American GT and touring car and sim racer Brian Heitkotter, who in turn is chasing after Michael O'Brien. Number 13, the Jaguar going through of Josh Martin. He's another from the sim community, another of the Emil Frey. Jaguar's in a big lose there. Now, which Ferrari is that?
That was Donoso facing the wrong direction, and luckily nobody's collected him.
Yet. He gets going, and a few rather worried drivers as they came across a spinning car. Now, under attack here, look, is Franca from the recovery. Niels Neujoks. Now remember, we saw him spin at the first chicane, having oh so briefly grabbed the lead. Neujoks now going for 8th place on the outside line. That's the inside for the second element, and he runs Franca up the curb and he goes through. So bold stuff, that. Elbows out and Neujoks goes by.
That's what he wanted to do a couple of laps ago at turn 1. That's what he meant to do, and I think he would have achieved it had he not had contact from further back. So a beautiful move from Niels Neujoks, proving that not only is he able to do one lap at pace, he's also be able to race bravely perhaps, but cleanly so far.
Absolutely right. So this again underlines the ability that the sim world drivers have, not for a moment playing down the real world drivers, but it's fascinating to get them all in this environment and see who comes out on top. So tell you what, the final is going to be an awesome battle, isn't it? Not only based on what we've seen thus far racing wise, but also with another qualifying session to come to give us the grid.
Absolutely. I think we might see Ferrari versus Ferrari at the very head of the field, and there'll be a lot of Mercedes in there too, but those two Italians, teammates at Ferrari, will be very motivated to win this, especially as their team manager so very involved in the competition itself. Looking forward to that, but still, there's so much still to happen here. I want to see a few more of these real-world drivers getting into the top 20 and qualifying. At least one of the Bentleys would be nice. Andy Soucek's 21st, 6 seconds behind a qualification place.
But behind a real-world driver in Daniel Kalvitz, who is back to racing full-time after rather nasty accident at Spa 3 seasons ago and a leg injury, but he's always been very, very quick, whether it's been in SRO events or the German GT Challenge or going back to the European FIA GT3 Championship of years past. Matteo Cairoli is still going in 12th, despite whatever rear damage was picked up. Great noise from the Porsche. Nothing ahead of him, really, and nothing behind him for the moment, so he's in no man's land. Down to the chicane. Whoops.
I'd be surprised if that car is not handling particularly well after the contact that he had before. It wasn't small tap, was it? So perhaps he doesn't feel he's got quite the pace. Actually, I can have a look to see what his last lap was on the timing screens. And Cairoli, 49.9. So he's only just in the 50, just under the 50s. So a second slower than he could be. I don't think he's losing that much, but he is losing a little.
But he's in the top 20. Which is important. So he is doing what's required of him. He's getting it to the end, and whatever repairs can be done, and then you've got a fresh car, as it were, for the final, then he can be unleashed once again.
We've also lost, sadly, completely out of the race now, Fabrizio Donoso in the Ferrari. We saw that big accident, and that will have totally written off his car. So, unfortunately for the F1 Esports driver, he's out. David Fuminelli is also out of the race. So we're starting to lose some of the people who are either a bit further back or have trying to carry too much damage in their cars.
Through goes Sam Ratz then, keeping at bay Brian Heitkotter, Daniel Kalvitz. There is Andy Soucek, 21st. Now, the gap that he has got to make up to Kalvitz is a big one, isn't it? Over 5 seconds. So Andy Soucek, very much a Bentley stalwart these days, goes through, and number 9, still with a lot of work to do. He's got his regular number on the front, but for the purposes of this event, number 9, he runs as, and Andy Soucek finding himself now with a lot of work to do to get onto terms with Kalvitz. He's found a few tenths on that, in fairness, so the gap is coming down, but he has still got a lot of work to do to get himself into the top 20, and he's running out of time. Less than 21 minutes to go. I think we might be losing Martin Plowman from the competition, and that's Donoso getting back into the race in the background as Plowman goes through just on the inside line to fend off Josh Martin.
I think he was actually, that is at the end of an overtake. I think he was trying to get past on the coming out of the Parabolica, and eventually managed to make it stick going into the first chicane, as you do. So Plowy up to 22nd position. He has a bit of sim racing experience when he was over in America doing his IndyCar stuff and racing on a different platform. But as we've already said a multitude of times, when you jump onto a new platform like this, it takes a lot of learning. And I think in a couple of weeks' time, the inherent nature of knowing how sims work would take over, but having only started on Thursday really working with this, there's a lot more experience to be gained against some of these real pro sim races, and this is the battle for 6th position now.
Which means that Simonini, who's second on the grid, don't forget, Giorgio Simonini, in the Emil Frey Jaguar, is dropping away bit by bit. He has now been caught by number 313, Danilo Santoro. And there for the race lead, to the outside line goes Benito, and he's going to do it. He goes at the start of lap 23 into the final third of the race, and he has done it. Not only has he got to defend, it's still got to defend, but it was a clean pass. To the outside line comes Pfeffer, but Benito has done it. It was very well done, but here comes the Mercedes on the attack.
That Mercedes to the inside of the first part of the chicane, but just not quite alongside. You see Benito leaving the room as he turned in because he couldn't see where that Mercedes was, and they went very slow through that second chicane, which has allowed Nobel to get it on touch and in sniffing distance of the lead of the race. Nobel with carrying the momentum through the chicane, and now starting to get bottled up behind, so he'll lose that advantage, but 3 for the lead. And you just see how careful you have to be. You don't have that perception of who's alongside you, so you cannot turn in and risk being tapped. And Benito did that very, very well to put himself in the lead.
But look at Nobel, because he, and as I was saying it a few minutes ago, bottom end of the top 6. Not only is he into the top 3, but he's now right there with the race leaders. Now, 18.5 minutes to go. Keep an eye on this lead battle. I'll throw another question at Ben now, because we'll get this out of the way just before we get to the real business end of this race. Ben, fuel saving, fuel consumption, engine mapping, explain, because we saw in race 1, fuel was an issue.
Absolutely. So the Mercedes cannot run on the most aggressive fuel map for the whole race. In fact, even if you run on the second most aggressive, map 2, you still need to do a bit of lift and coasting to preserve enough fuel to get to the end of the race. And we saw the leading Mercedes throughout the whole of our semi-final 1 not be able to get to the end of the race because he just about ran out of fuel. In a Blanc Power race, normally you'd be pitting around the hour mark. So these cars, like life, replicate side by side again as they drag themselves out of the second chicane. And we're going to go 3 wide again. There's not quite enough space for the Lamborghini to slot between the middle of them. But I think Pfeiffer has the advantage here, and he's going to snatch back the lead unless Benito can try and go round the outside at the second chicane.
So Ferrari on the outside, Mercedes on the inside. Get stronger toward the end of the, but not strong enough to hang on to the lead. Pfeiffer goes back through. So Tobias Pfeiffer retakes the race lead. It's now for the lead as well, because look, in 4th place, Christian Lozanov in the Mercedes has come out of nowhere and is now part of this group. So any one of these 4 could be the race winner. The lead trading back in favour of Tobias Pfeiffer, and we're not done yet with still 17 minutes on the clock. What a race!
Every single time they go side by side, they have to be so careful. They have to be they cannot carry the speed through the chicanes, and that is inviting the rest of this field to join them again. So, as you say, 4 for the lead now. Beautiful shots from the helicam, showing how beautifully detailed this circuit has been laser scanned for Assetto Corsa Competizione. Everything is replicated millimeter perfect, down to the bumps on the tarmac as well as the surrounding area, so you get this beautiful view. And really, if you just woken up from a snooze, you could think you'd be watching in real life. Pfeiffer goes defensive straight away.
Absolutely, because here comes Bonito then. His teammate won race 1 over the top. God, and look at this, the drag match down towards the first chicane. Mercedes on the inside, Ferrari on the outside line. Who is it going to be that breaks the latest? Well, the inside line for the first part of the chicane will go to Mercedes, the inside for the second part to Ferrari, and Pfeiffer hangs on to the lead. But Mike Nobel is looking ever more toey, isn't he, as he tries to capitalise on the squabbling ahead of him. It's almost like he's got
at least this is hopefully going to be a bit of fuel saving for that Mercedes running so slowly. The lap 150.5 last time through, and every time they do it, they just bring more and more people into this party. But Nobel had nowhere to go. The 2 cars side by side, there was no space for him.
It's almost like Nobel is waiting for it to end in tears ahead of him, isn't it? The crying, because those 2 arguing over the race lead could very easily trip each other up. And of course, although they want to win, there's bragging rights at stake. It doesn't affect your group position. Qualifying is in the top 20, but then a separate qualifying session to determine the grid for those drivers. So this is only really about pride, isn't it, at the moment, as you see Kalvitz going through, and he's lost out to Soucek. So Andy Soucek has found 5 seconds in the space of about 3 laps and mugged Daniel Kalvitz into the bargain.
Just looked at that on the timing screen and thought, oh, good news, Bentley into the final. A 50.6 last time through, 50.4 from Kilwitz behind. So it was done on the last lap.
Okay.
But great to see Soucek ahead. And now the next man is to do it is Plowman. Plowman's actually the faster of the driver. Plowman a 49.8 last time through. So he's the better of the 2 Bentleys as we go on board with Soucek.
So through they turn. On board with Soucek, you can see the driver hard at work. Right-hand drive, of course, as befits a fine British car. The M Sport Bentleys up in Cumbria. Bentley itself based in Crewe, part of an Audi Group family. As you look at Mercedes versus Emil Frey Jaguar, and that means now, number 1, Niels Neujoks trying to go around the outside of Giorgio Simonini, the teenager, just being able to fend him off. Tell you what, the Jags, the Emil Frey Jaguar, is going really well. It might be old cars, G3 rather than GT3 spec, effectively not homologated anymore. But they're going really nicely around here, as Niels Neujoks, who was arguing over the race lead earlier, still mired down in 7th place, tries to make a move, but he's not finding it easy to get through the traffic, is he? Oh, more
and a
contact.
Tap. Yep.
Off goes Simonini through the gravel. He's lost 1, he's lost 2 places, he's lost 3. So that is going to put him back onto the road, where? Behind Carpaccia.
He should still stay in the top positions for qualification, but I couldn't quite see exactly what happened there. It almost looked like he took too much curb, or Naujoks just carried too much speed through there, and he's been given a 5-second penalty for that. So Nilsson's going to have to be very, very careful.
So Niels Naujoks, 5-second penalty, as Ben rightly says. So that's going to drop him further down on the amended, on the final classification. You're looking at the race leaders. Now, remember it was 4 in a queue. Now they've paired off because Nobel is having to defend Lozanov. The leaders are almost side by side into the Parabolica. Now, a virtual lap chart will be intriguing to look at here to see where Lozanov is early on. Arrived at the party, and he's right there on the tail of the Ombra Lamborghini. Mike Nobel up towards the timing line. He goes, breaks the beam. 4th behind him, Christian Lozanov. All of them from the sim community. The lead gap is a 10th. And again, look, Bonito in the Ferrari, a car that gets stronger and stronger as the race wears on. Tries to make his move on the outside line, but not this time around. 12 minutes to go. We're on for, what, 7 laps?
I think so. I mean, maths is appalling for me, but I think that's about right. It's, yeah, plenty of racing still to go.
That's a very good get out. Well done. I like it. Number 7 you're looking at, which is Cody Latkovsky. Now, don't forget, this is the gold medalist from the FIA Motorsport Games Digital Cup of last year, and yet Cody is only 13th in his mighty Mercedes. He, if anybody you could have anticipated to be a bit higher up the order, he would have been the man. He's got Luca Giotto with him and chasing Matteo Cairoli. So 13th and 14th. But actually, Latkovsky is in danger of being mugged, isn't he, by number 62, the Aston of Luca Giotto, the R Motorsport coloured car.
And again, another example of why these platforms, all these different platforms, favour certain drivers. A bit like jumping from a GT car into a touring car and into a single-seater. You know, some drivers are better in some cars than others, and Latkovsky obviously on GT Sport winning the Motorsport Games, but this is a very different beast for him to deal with.
So there is Andy Soucek, and he continues to... Sorry, that is Martin Plowman, forgive me, the second of Works Bentleys. Martin, British GT racer again this year with Kelvin Fletcher, when we, fingers crossed, get underway. And he is in 21st place, 5 seconds back from Andy Soucek. So he needs somebody to have a drama. Don't forget, though, that within that top 20, you've got David Perel with a penalty, but that won't drop him out of the top 20. So Martin Plowman, I fear, with only 10 minutes to go, Ben, he's going to be the first one to make the cut. I can't see him really, unless somebody has a drama ahead, getting into that top 20. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You never know.
True.
As you say, 5 seconds is an easy spin and back onto track. So if any of the guys ahead of him have that, we could easily see 2 Bentleys getting into the final, which would be nice to see. I don't think there was any Bentleys in the first of our semi-finals to be able to qualify. Likewise, there was no McLarens, but nice to see Michael O'Brien and Andre Franke and Capoccia also in McLarens in this race.
If you'd have told the Bentley boys of Le Mans in the 1920s, Bentleys would be in virtual racing with the world locked down because of a health epidemic, I don't think anybody would have taken you seriously at all those years ago. But these Bentley boys doing a decent enough job, and certainly Andy Soucek is good to qualify. As you see there, Andre Franke, number 321 in the McLaren, running in the right colours as well. So Niels Naujoks with his 5-second penalty, still round 6th. There are the leaders, and it's now Bell has caught back up onto the tail of Enzo Benito. Here they come, down to the Parabolica. Lap 28 we are on. We are into the last 10 minutes of semi-final 2, but do not forget, we've got another race still to come to determine who is going to win. All of this is just your appetizer, really, as we look at some great racing, great battles, great graphics. And the final still to come. 9 minutes are on the clock, 3-way battle for leadership. Just to prove how good the BOP is in all of this, it is Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, all competitive, all vying for the race lead. And look at Mike Nobel, double toe, one off the Mercedes, one off the Ferrari, and only the width of the road stops him from getting up alongside as Enzo Benito goes round the outside, going to get the race lead. him. Benito goes through. Finally, he's done it. He's got the lead back again. He led briefly early on. He stays there now because, look, Pfeffer is busy defending from Nobel.
Now, I would expect Enzo Benito to try and check out. With only 8 minutes remaining, Pfeffer still may need to preserve some fuel. And so Benito should check out, and Nobel up into second position on our graphics, but still sitting behind the Mercedes, trying to find a way past. Looks to the inside of Lesmos. This should work. Is there going to be contact? There's a little bit of squeezing, the lightest of touches between the two, and Nobel holds the inside line. And can he do it through the second? They're still side by side. Fantastic, respectful racing. And Nobel's actually, I think, had to get out of the throttle there, and he may lose the position here. He's going to drop to fourth.
Yeah, it should have been one up. It's gone one down, hasn't it? Because that was Christian Lozanov going ahead of him. So Mike Nobel was second, oh so briefly. He's back down into fourth. And not only that, the next wave, Locio, Noyox, and then Santoro are closing up as well with 7.5 minutes, give or take, on the clock. You're right, Enzo Benito has checked out, partly because of his pace, partly because the car gets better late race, and partly with all the dramas going on behind him, all the battling, delaying the drivers involved, that's played right into his hands. So the Ferrari leads the way. Interesting, isn't it? Mercedes good in qualifying, Mercedes good at the start of the race, but when it matters, Ferrari having the advantage. And of course, these cars on the same squad, so the Enzo Benito driven Ferrari leads the way, and already 2 seconds clear. That is quite an impressive lap, Ben, isn't it?
Excited to see what Benito can do on this lap with 7 minutes remaining. He's got nobody behind him pressurising him. The last laps were so slow from our top contenders because they were squabbling so much. But Benito now with nobody to challenge, and it doesn't look like he's got traffic either. So this could well be a proper punch in a lap time at the end of this race. Remember, the advantage at the end of the first race was about 7 or 8 seconds for the Ferrari that took victory over the Mercedes, and I wonder whether Benito will be looking to try and do that in this one too, as we switch back to 14th position.
Which is where David Pirelli is coming under attack. So the Ferrari, in fact, he's gone through, hasn't he now? David Pirelli is under attack from Cody Latkovsky, but he's up into 13th spot. So the Ferrari goes by. David Pirelli, a regular GT racer and somebody who is a big fan of sim racing as well, putting it to good use, going ahead of the gold medalist from last year, Cody Latkovsky, the Australian. And not that far behind them, look, is Eamon Murphy. So Eamon Murphy running 15th. He was 14th on the grid. He's also trying to chip his way up the order if he can before the very end, which is just under 6 minutes away. So Enzo Benito it is that leads the pack.
Last lap, Luca Giotto lost around 8 seconds. So something happened to Luca, which would have dropped him 3 or 4 positions down from where he is now.
Okay.
So didn't see what happened to him, but he was one of the top real workers in this race after Cairoli, who's pretty much cemented himself as the leading red driver in this particular one.
A word for Michael O'Brien as well, because Michael, whose father Mike O'Brien was a very handy single then saloon car racer, drove, for example, the Holden Commodore in the British Touring Car Championship. Michael, his son, who's a McLaren GT4 driver, he's doing a good job in 17th place, and you're on board with him now as he comes charging down to the Parabolica. Down through the gears, turns in, finds the clipping point, gently back on the throttle as great squabble goes on here with number 1 then, Niels Noyox getting himself up through the traffic going ahead of Luca Locio. So that puts him now up into 5th position, does it? Yes. Noyox is 5th, Locio 6th, Capoccio, Santoro are there as well. And they all scrabble their way through the chicane with Locio, the one that clips the curb, and that's going to delay him, isn't it? The McLaren up alongside, and Capoccio goes through.
I think Simonelli lost a little bit of ground as well on that last lap for some reason. But really good to see these guys running side by side. Amazing, amazing respect between them as well.
Yeah, Simonini.
That's one of the things you've seen.
Simonini has been falling away, hasn't he, as the race went on. Second, but he's still in that top 20. He should still qualify, but then he has been dropping away as the race has unwound here.
So it was Santoro who's lost 3 seconds on his previous lap, and Luca Locio's lost 3.5. So all of that arguing has really slowed them down. You can see why, you know, if you don't have to overtake, then don't, because it is it's a very much slower way to get around this Monza circuit.
that the racing instinct kicks in, doesn't it? I wonder whether that's the difference between the real world and the sim drive, because the real world driver will have more experience, like we were saying pre-race, about running to a delta time for lap after lap after lap with a clear instruction from a team. You will do this, you will qualify. Whereas the sim racers don't have that. They perhaps are less experienced in that discipline, as now Mike Nobel tries to get himself back ahead of Lozanov down at the first chicane, but he can't do it, and we've only got 3 more minutes of the race to go. For my money, it's going to be this lap and one more.
Benito banged in a 48.2 last lap through, so that's just 0.3 of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race. Benito, as expected, has checked out at the front away from all these Mercedes that are slightly struggling to get to the end of the race on fuel, but also perhaps a little bit more aggressive on their Pirelli tyres.
That's right. So the Pirelli tyre data is given to the makers of Assetto Corsa Competizione. The BOP is given, so this is as real life as you can make it. Martin Plowman goes through, closing on Andy Soucek, taking with him the Ferrari behind. As for 6th spot now, the McLaren of Capoccia tries to fend off the 2 Mercedes, Santoro and then Luca Lossio. Behind them, look, Simonini has got Chris Herker's Lamborghini right up behind him, looking to try to gain ground as they power their way once again down towards the chicane. 2 more minutes are on the clock, but it looks as though Plowman is going to be the first one to miss the cut. The top 20 qualify for the next qualifying session.
Would be a real frustration for Plowy to just be 1.6 seconds off getting in and getting through. Although if he is to qualify and he has to do it by passing, he's going to have to pass his teammate, which would be equally frustrating for Andy Soucek. Apparently this is Andy's first ever sim race, so to be beating Martin Plowman is not bad at all.
It's impressive, isn't it, from all of them, in fairness, because you forget that you're not watching a real race in terms of cars on. I know it's a real race between them, but you forget that it's not television pictures of cars actually at Monza. So good is it? And for Andy Soucek to be there, competitive, but against all the sim community, it's all good stuff. Capoccia then under attack as he comes down to the chicane. This should be the last lap, as up to the outside of him goes Santoro. Doesn't quite work for him, does it? Santoro has to slot back in behind. So nearly 4 seconds, the advantage that Bonito has over Pfeffer. But this, Ben, is going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
And I don't really understand. This is exactly what you were saying. Why? Why are they doing this? Why are they banging wheels and compromising and potentially jeopardising their qualification into the final with 1 minute remaining? There's just no need. Oh, he's run deep into the chicane as well. And he gets a nail from behind. And that was a right mess of things for Capaccio. He's going to drop, I think, to the outskirts of the top 10. Just simply no need for that. But as you say, with no team manager in your ear, with no one else driving you along, you just perhaps get drawn into these battles a little bit with the red mist. I'm still watching that battle down at 420th position, and Soucek is just 7/10 ahead of Plowy on this very last lap.
Right, well, someone's going to be aggrieved of crew, aren't they? The Bentley boys, then squabbling as you look at the battle heading towards us. There's Michael O'Brien. He should get through 17th place, although he has got opposition behind, not immediately behind. There is the battle for the last qualifying spot. So Soucek ahead of Plowman. The gap is coming down and down and down. Martin Plowman is taking with him the Ferrari behind. But as the leader comes through, checkered flag should be ready over the timing line. And so it is a win for Enzo Benito, who is going to be second. It is Tobias Pfeffer then, who led early on. He takes second place. Third goes to Mike Nobel ahead of Lozanov, then Santoro from Noyox, and we'll see where that penalty drops him too as the cars come pouring over the line. There going through is Franca. David Perel heading for the line, almost on the back of first real world drivers home, won't he?
So Perel slots into 15th with his penalty and still waiting for the remaining drivers to come through. Plowy was just 0.3 of a second behind Soucek, the last sector. So it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to take that last qualification position.
O'Brien goes through. Sam Ratz goes through. There is Brian Heitkotter in the Nissan. So the one behind him is the...
Oh, it's a Ferrari in there. Oh, no.
Down is enough for its pit stop, and so Andy Soucek takes 20th place from Martin Plowman. That Ferrari was Donoso that had pitted, remember, after its earlier spin, so that was a lap down. So 20th place goes just to Andy Soucek by, what, 0.3 of a second. Wow. Phew. And we've got Norcos off at the end of the pit straight. The Bentleys have both gone up the escape road. Another fabulous race, but it's a delighted Enzo Benito that celebrates a race win. And he has done an excellent job in order to come home as the race winner. But again, what you see early in the race with the pace of the Mercedes doesn't always translate to the very end, does it? Because the Ferraris come on strong as the race wears on. We saw that earlier on. We've seen it again just now. So it's all good as far as the Ferraris are concerned. Phew. Time for a deep breath. The officials now will process those top 20. We'll get set for another qualifying session, which will determine the grid for the final. But another excellent race, Ben Constanduris, and drama all the way through.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to put these two groups of guys together and see not only who can take the overall victory, but also who can show themselves as the best real-world driver in an incredibly competitive field, an incredibly difficult simulation platform to master. There's so much to think about. And remember, not only have we got the final, but the final will be a different condition to what they've experienced before already, because we're building up that rubber in the track. It might be later on in the day, so the temperature might be different, the cloud cover might be different, and that all affects the way you drive these tyres and try and get the best out of these cars.
Well, we'll try and grab a word with some of the drivers very quickly, but to confirm, the cars that will go through into qualifying based on the top 20 out of the two semi-finals. It's going to be a very busy session that we look forward to coming up very shortly. But race 2 goes the way of Enzo Benito. So Ferrari on home soil, virtual or otherwise, looking oh so good here at Monza, with race wins in both of these semi-finals going the way of Prancing Horse. So David Tonizzo and now Enzo Benito are our two victors, with Mercedes looking good in qualifying, and it may well be the case in the next session as well, but not necessarily being there when it matters come the end. But all the drivers now that do qualify will have put the lessons learned into good effect for our next race. That, of course,
David,
comes...
the YouTube chat is very curious as to find out whether your cake has come. Has it been delivered yet?
No, it hasn't, I'm afraid. Not yet. Not yet. We are a bit short of espresso, but we have gained a Jack Nicholls, hopefully.
Yes, we have indeed. What a race that was. Absolutely thrilling stuff. We had sort of 6 for the lead at one point, didn't we? Yeah, brilliant entertainment. I don't even know where to start, really. Let's start with Niels Neujoks, because he was right in the fight at the front, wasn't he, before he spun out of contention at the chicane. Managed to get back in towards the end, but I think he's going to be one of the guys that didn't finish in the top 3 out of the 2 semi-finals, but has got to be a strong contender for the overall win.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would also offer you Amir Hosseini. I think, given that he's going to be pretty miffed about the contact and the spin, given that he's going to be rather miffed about the fuel drop as he had at the end of the race. Where did he finish in the end? I've lost track. But, he's going to want, first of all, to get a good grid position. That goes without saying. But then he'll want to right some wrongs. Right now, it doesn't matter if you win a semi-final. That's like being on pole position for a 24-hour race. So what? But if he can win the main race, then he's going to be very happy indeed.
Well, let's have a word with Enzo Benito, 2 Italian winners at Monza, both Ferrari drivers. Enzo, congratulations, a win for Ferrari at Monza. Not bad.
Hello guys, hello. Yeah, grazie ragazzi. Yeah, feels good.
Yeah, grazie indeed. It was a tough race though. Were you biding your time? You took the lead a few times, lost out to Peffer a few times. Was that all part of the plan until the end of the race, or were you trying really hard straight from the start?
At first, I was trying to just stay behind because with Niels and all the other fast guys behind them, and it was just one little mistakes and they immediately catch up, and was really risky. In fact, Niels overtook me also before the mistake, so it was really hard to decide whenever I should just go try for the overtake or just stay behind. But I really from the middle of the race until the end, I was really trying to push hard, but his defensive was really great.
So David Tonizzo won the first race. How much do you guys work together? Is it a lot or not at all? Or
well, yeah, every day we spend a couple of hours every day we spend a couple of hours to try and improve the car together. I know David and Amos since 1 or 2 years now, so they're not nothing new to me, but it's great now that we can work so close.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what are your and do you think it'll be you versus David for the win in the final, or who do you think's the main competitor for you?
We are all so close, and it's Monza with the draft. It's gonna be crazy. I think everyone really in the top 10 can win. So yeah, it's gonna.
Okay. Good luck for qualifying. Well done. Well done again.
Cheers, guys.
So that's Enzo Benito, former McLaren driver, now at Ferrari and winning the race for Ferrari at Monza. Tobias Pfeffer in second. Mark Nobel, David, I thought was really impressive in that race. There were times I thought he was going to win. He sort of climbed up the order, was always involved in the fight, but it sort of never quite worked out for him. Okay. Didn't hear David there, but we will move on because we've got qualifying coming up in a couple of minutes' time, and again, it'll be another qualifying session before the big race, which will be the grand final of the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. A reminder that this is SRO Esports GT Series, Kunos Simulazioni and AK Informatica that have come together to create this SRO Esport Charity Challenge with over 70 drivers started the day. We're left with just 40 going into the final race, and all entry fees and donations that you can make at sro-esports.com are going towards the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization. So one qualifying and then one big final race to come. I think we've got John Watson with us. John, you here? How have you enjoyed the racing?
Well, I had a lovely lunch, David. Oh, sorry, not David. I'm not talking to I'm talking to Jacko. No, lovely lunch. Beautiful day here at Monza. You know, just really, I mean, what could have been in the middle of April when we would have had a round of the opening round of this year's championship, a 3-hour round, an endurance event. Nevertheless, I have to say I'm overawed by what I've been watching because it is so lifelike. And I'm just wondering that all the competitors, they're sitting at a console. They're not driving these cars for real. They're sitting at a console. And the thing that I find strange is normally a console doesn't give you the sense, the experience of the physicality of driving a race car.
Yeah, it's something you kind of learn really because you're sort of losing senses rather than gaining senses, and you
Jack,
sort of have to.
Jack, do you think I'm young enough to learn anything in life these days?
Emerson Fittipaldi did a sim race yesterday. Are you older or younger than Emerson Fittipaldi?
Indeed, I saw he was doing one. I suppose he got beaten by Montoya though.
Oh, he got beaten by everybody, to be honest with you. But so that's the question. If Emo can do it, you can do it, surely. We'll take the silence as a yes, shall we? Right, so we are getting ready for this qualifying session, and I think one thing we've learned, David, is in a grid of 40 cars, qualifying always crucial. It is an hour race, but if you're not in that front pack, you're going to be in trouble for the overall win. In fact, let's speak to Tobias Pfeffer first of all, because Tobias, what a race. That was really, really intense. Were you happy with second place, or a bit disappointed not to get the win, or it doesn't really matter?
Yeah, so I'm happy to get second, but at the rear I had 26 psi, so my rear didn't work anymore. Yeah, it was intense. It was really intense.
Was it all? It all seemed fairly clean. I think that was the nice thing we've seen watching this racing, is that everybody gives each other space. You can go side by side, and there's not too much, you have a little bit here and there, but in general it's very clean.
Yeah. Enzo bumped me sometimes on the straight, but that wasn't that hard. Yeah. So. And
do you think you've got a chance of winning the final?
Probably.
Okay. That's good confidence. That's good confidence. Best of luck for it in a couple of minutes' time.
Jack, that wasn't your easiest interview, was it?
It was okay. I've had worse. I'm trying to think of one, but
the thing I'm still trying to work out. I mean, just had an interview with the winner of the race, and he's talking about being bumped. So what makes? I mean, other than the visual aspect of knowing another car is coming into contact, is there any other mechanism by which that competitor actually would understand or know?
Well, so they get a lot of you get a lot of force feedback through the wheel. So you get quite a lot of feel through the wheel when you're sort of bouncing over the curbs and things like that. And when you start to lose traction, the wheel sort of goes a little bit lighter. But as for contact, it's mainly the visuals of sort of the car moving around you. That's how you know if you've got a bit of a bump. But also, if he's saying down the straight, it may be that he's almost bump drafting him. So you'll notice that you're picking up a bit more speed, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of bump drafting that you'd be accustomed to would be more in NASCAR in North America, where literally the bumper of the car following gets under the rear bumper of the car being pursued and actually almost lifts it off the ground. But that's a different style of bump drafting to what I think they're getting away with here at Monza.
We've also got Mark Nobel with us. What a race! Another driver that was involved in the fight at the front. Third place. That was not bad, having climbed up the order.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, amazing race, amazing defense by all the guys. But yeah, I was taking it quite easy first 30 minutes, and then I noticed P3 right in front of me, and so I just put the pedal to the metal and go for it.
Did you think you were in a chance to win? You always seem to be not quite having the space to make a pass. Everywhere you tried to go seemed to be cut off.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite hard, especially on this track. Not a lot of space considering the chicanes. But yeah, definitely very, very hard to do an overtake. And the guys in front of me, just perfect defense as well. So really hard.
And what are your hopes for the final race? Were you happy with your qualifying for the semi-final?
I wasn't quite happy with my qualifying. I could definitely go a little bit faster. But seeing how this race went, I do have a good feeling for the final race. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, best of luck. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
So good to hear there from Mark Noble, finishing in third place in the end. All sorts of chaos for him as he was fighting in that top three train in the early stages. He wasn't even, I think he was in sixth place in the early stages after the start. So really did well to climb up the order and get involved in the fight a little bit more. But yeah, qualifying coming underway in just under 10 minutes time, I think, before we get going for that 15-minute session. Everybody has to reset the servers and everything, so everybody then has to rejoin the servers. 40 drivers joining one server from everywhere around the world. I'm here in the south of England. David Addison's in Cheshire. Ben Constant-Juris is in the south of France. John Watson is in Oxfordshire. And then, of course, we have the live stream being brought to you from Italy as well. And a huge thanks to the guys bringing you the live stream and the race direction as well, all coming from Milan and the Bergamo area of Italy. And as you can imagine, this is all quite a big, complex thing to pull together. So thank you very much for joining us. Great to see so many of you joining us, actually. Everybody on Twitter enjoying the action. And it's just filling that little bit of gap. John, how have you been without motor race? This must be the longest you've ever been in your life without seeing a motor race.
It is quite long, but in fairness, our live season, as it were, wasn't going to get underway until the middle of April anyway. So it was going to be a fairly late start to the season. But of course, motorsport and sport in general, the world's been blighted by this virus. And I was in Australia, as you were, Jack, earlier in March for the first round of the World Championship Grand Prix. And that had to be abandoned because of the virus. And many, many hundreds, if not.
Yeah, I don't know what the end of his sentence was going to be, but we just lost Waddy there. But yeah, absolutely, it's certainly a long period of time without any real life motor racing. But hopefully, this is starting to fill the gap in. David, are you still with us? Did you enjoy that as much as the first race, or maybe even a little bit more?
It was an interesting race. It didn't feel as though it had quite the same frenetic nature. It was another interesting race, but it was I think Ben and I were touching on this during it, perhaps because it was more of the sim drivers in it. It felt a different attitude, the way that people were driving. So, yes, it was a good race. One of the drivers, of course, that lost out in that, Matteo Cairo, because poor El Matteo was given a big whack going into the Parabolica, and we were thinking, Matteo, that didn't do a lot of good for the Porsche, but at least you got through and qualified, I guess.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, nice. Because I didn't understand the question. Sorry, connection.
You had some damage. So although you had a spin, at least you qualified.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the goal for me today. Obviously, I mean, I could achieve for a better result. Unfortunately, I've been hitting the parabolica. Nothing to do. I mean, good that I was able to come back into the race without too many damages. The car was pretty okay. I'm still developing the setup. I'm a newcomer, so I'm getting used to it. So it's nice, very nice competition. It's good to compete against a lot of strong drivers like today. And yeah, I mean we will try again later on.
So you say you're a newcomer, Matteo. How long have you been? You know, did you download the game this week, or is it a bit longer than that?
No, actually, it's a little bit longer than that. But I started 1 week ago. You know, I never played Assetto Corsa competizione before.
Wow, that's a good effort. Have you done a lot of simulator stuff in the past, or was this entirely new to you, full stop?
No, actually, I would say I started with sim racing.
Okay.
Let's say when I was a kid, I had, of course, the PlayStation or Xbox, but with a steering wheel and pedals. So I was training already since when I was a child. And then a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, let's say, I bought a professional one, and I started training properly.
Okay, great. Well, and what are your hopes for the final? Is it something to be like the best professional driver?
Yeah, that's for sure the aim, but I want to be still more in the front, because I believe I can do better in qualifying if we find a better setup. So now I'm going to look for it, and hopefully, I can achieve a better result.
Is it just you working on the setup, or is there loads of people?
No. I'm since a couple of days now. I'm part of a racing line team. It's a simulator team, so they are helping me out with the setup. So it's thanks also to them, because if I would have been alone, it would have been a little bit more complicated.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us, Matteo. Best of luck for the final.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, great to have Matteo Crisoli in there. He was running 10th when he got spun around, which I think was a very good effort, David. He was quite a long way the top of the professional drivers at that point.
Absolutely, and I think we were expecting more, and then there was that little skirmish, which again was, if you like, real world versus sim drive, the different attitude perhaps, knowing what can happen in the real world with contact, especially at the Parabolica. But, Matteo got through it, and he's qualified, and that is the main aim. But it's going to be intriguing, isn't it, now, with the extra time that the real world drivers have spent, knowing who's going to come out on top in the final, whether it's you might call a gamer or a real world driver. Because right now, you've got to say that those from the sim world have the advantage.
Yeah, and Ben, you've also got the same thing where you go back to qualifying mode now. These drivers have all done an hour on one set of tyres with a heavy load of fuel, but in 3 or 4 minutes' time, they're going to be out there in qualifying on light fuel, on fresh tyres, and have to approach it the same way that you would in real life.
Absolutely. So hopefully they would have also developed a setup for qualifying that they can bang on and make sure they can really maximise the potential of the car. We saw about 90 seconds difference between a competitive lap time in the race and the ultimate lap time in qualifying. So quite a big difference to get the best out of the tyres, get the best out of the car over 1 lap rather than over 1 hour.
So we are getting ready for the final of the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. I nearly said here from Monza, but there from Monza in the virtual world. I'm Jack Nichols. I've got David Addison, Ben Constanduros, and former F1 driver John Watson with me as we get ready for the final. We've already seen 2 one-hour races, both semi-finals, and the top 20 from each have advanced through, and they, in just a couple of minutes' time, will be starting their all-important qualifying session ahead of the final. And this is all to raise funds. All the entry fees and the donations that you can make at SRO-esports.com go to the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization. We've got professional sim racers. They are going to be the drivers with the white numbers. The red numbers are real-life racing drivers racing in the various SRO GT series around the world. And the grey numbers are for the qualifiers. So whilst they're basically professional sim racers, they weren't invited. They won the chance to enter this race via a hot lapping competition. And of course, this is just try and give you some racing action whilst we have no real world action in the GT World Challenge powered by AWS. So we are just a couple of minutes away from qualifying getting underway. A reminder that the race 1 was won by David Tonizza with Arthur Camara in second place and Tiziano Brioni in third, while the second race was won by Enzo Benito, another Ferrari driver, with Tobias Peffer second and Mark Nobel finishing in third position. So those are just some of the names to watch out for, but I think qualifying is going to be really tight. It was, if anything, quite a big gap between Hosseini and Tonizza for race 1 pole position. There was 0.2 of a second, but I think it's going to be much tighter. The quickest lap time we've seen, for reference, a 1 minute 46.566. Let's see who can match or potentially beat that as we get into qualifying for the grand final of the SRO Esport Charity Challenge. Let's hand over to Ben Constanduris and David Addison.
Thanks very much, Jack. Cars on track at Monza. 15 minutes this is going to be. And we've been making the point during the course of the races how busy it is. Now you've got 40 cars all going for a clear bit of circuit and trying to bang in as good a lap time as they possibly can. Inevitably, lots of people are going to be very frustrated. The savvy ones, of course, will try and leave it as late as they can before they get out onto the circuit. But even allowing for that, Ben, with so many cars, even if you're the last one out, probably the first guy out of the pits is just finishing his lap. So the stream of cars around the circuit's never ending.
That was why they were so aggressive coming out of pit lane when they went to green. We saw Andrea Rizzoli battling his way, fighting his way through the queue of cars to get himself at the front of the field. I believe he was at least the first car out onto circuit. Whether he still is now, I'm not quite sure, but Rizzoli had that clear air ahead of him. And everybody else is still running at pace, trying to get temperature into the tyres and brakes. You know, that's one thing, but also to get out of the traffic is the other one. And you're only going to have, what, 5 laps in total?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose, 3 minutes at least, because a flying lap is 2 minutes. You can see some are going slowly, clear track space, and therefore getting in the way of those that are in a hurry to try and get themselves quickly onto a flying lap. Look, I mean, people... This could end in tears, couldn't it, actually? Because you've got people on a slow lap, people trying to get through the traffic. Crikey. Some thoughts from John Watson about all of this. John, what would you do? Would you try and let all the heroes go and do your time later, or get on with it now?
Well, you get out of the pits first, like Rizzoli did, and get that clear run. But of course, he's going to catch to the tail of this group of cars, all manoeuvring around, trying to out-jockey one another. It's a mess. And frankly, when you've got so many cars on a lap, you've got a brand new set of tyres, we all know, as long as night turns to day, and we got that extra hour of daylight tonight because the clock's going back in Europe, the fact is, on a brand new set of tyres, it's your first flying lap. That is going to be the lap you will get your best time on, assuming it's a clear lap. And you cannot make that assumption, but it looks as if there's an element of maybe common sense has broken out as cars exited into and out of Parabolica to give one another half a chance of getting the best performance they can out of their Pirelli tyre.
Well, let's start to see at the end of this next lap what we're going to do in terms of a lap time. So the last one from Rizzoli was a 4:22. Well, ignore it, because that's obviously an out lap. Now he is going for a time. Now, don't forget, Andrea Rizzoli is not only a driver from the real world racing rather than the sim world, but he was the winner here in the 3-hour endurance race for Porsche 12 months ago. Here he is, though, for the ACA ASP team, Mercedes mounted.
He's got 3 or 4 guys that have managed to sneak ahead of him on that first lap. So although he left the pits as the first car, he did drop down perhaps half a dozen cars, but it doesn't look like any of these guys are really close enough to be delaying him. So whilst he may not have the ultimate fastest lap time, and we do have some lap times coming through now, with Eamon Murphy of 46.995, the fastest lap, and Husseini goes faster.
Indeed so. So Amir Husseini, who was on pole position for the first race, putting himself to the top of the times. Ezequiel Perez compact going through. Now, he was another driver that squeaked into the top 20 in his race, but it's Mercedes, Ferrari, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. No, make it Mercedes 1-2 because Nostia goes up to second, and then the Brioni-driven Lamborghini up to third. So 1:46.9 now of Hosseini is the top time. That's going to shuffle all the way through this very brief period, isn't it?
And it'll continue because we've got many cars out on track, and a few that are staying in pit lane have taken a bit more time to get out onto track and perhaps chosen a bit of clear air if they could find one. But most of them have managed to register a first lap time and will either be pushing for a second. I imagine it's probably best to do that because, you know, the tyres will not get up to full working temperature in just one single lap. They may be able to offer more performance on the second or even third lap.
Now here, from what we have seen, qualifying is going to make a difference. You do need to be up at the pointy end, partly in order to help your chances of the result, but also partly to be ahead of all the carnage that might ensue going through that first chicane. Johnson, the first chicane at Monza, we say it every time we get to the circuit, you know something's going to happen.
It just happened coming out of the Ascari chicane as well. But you're right, David, going into turn one on the opening lap at Monza is always a lottery, and it's normally sort of 3 rows back, that midfield part of the grid where one little contact leads to then everything just falling off behind. And if you're in that midfield pack, you've really got nowhere to go. You might be clear ahead of you, but all of a sudden a car behind you has not. We've seen it so many times. I mean, I can remember on so many occasions a driver completely innocently avoiding everything and then getting whacked from behind, and his race is finished.
So Tobias Pfeffer, currently the fastest, and a yellow flag is out somewhere, Ben.
Well, the cars, once they've done their lap, they'll park off to the side of the track and reset back to pit lane, perhaps. So you'll see quite a lot of yellow flags fly throughout this session because they don't need to drive all the way back round to pit lane to get back another lap.
Somebody has nudged one of the bollards onto the road coming out of chicane. Quite on the racing line. It's less of an issue in qualifying to be in the race, but somebody's been a bit careless, and we've got some of the trackside furniture effectively at turn 2 now.
Pax seems to be the fastest of our real-world drivers, which is a bit of a surprise. Cairoli obviously not quite up to speed yet, 4/10 back from Compact, down in 25th position. Compact in 16th, as you can see on the left-hand side right now. Benito only 8th, Tunizia only 6th. But remember, those Ferraris might not necessarily have one lap pace, but they may be able to, they are certainly fast across the full 1 hour stints. And the Mercedes seems to have slight edge over this 1 lap pace. There's quite a few of them up in the top 10 at the moment.
So Compact does his lap, as you see there, the BMW of Marcin Solak coming to the end of a lap.
Compact lap put him up into 10th position. It was a great lap from him, considering he is not one of our pro drivers. A lot of the real-world drivers at the tail end, as you can see, a plethora of red at the tail of our timing tower. Slowly finishes his lap, stays in 19th spot with just under 7 minutes remaining.
Oh dear. Well, that was a fairly big impact. Was one car backed off coming down the straight, and there's a waved yellow flag to indicate that there has been an incident. We've just seen it. Maybe we get a replay of that shortly and just have a look at it in more detail.
Is that the Eamon Murphy Mercedes, the purple Mercedes that's gone missing? Could be.
He just parked up on the outside of the first chicane again, just to reset back to the pits and get himself another clear lap and a new set of tyres. So you don't have to drive all the way round, which obviously is a waste of time for them.
Sure.
So they'll stop on track, you'll see a yellow flag, they'll reset back to the pits, and then they'll go again. Pfeiffer leads Husseini, Mercedes. Tunizia up to third now, with Naujoks in fourth. Palowski fifth, Kreuzer Petit. And where's Benito? Down in 10th now.
Yeah.
On board.
You're riding with him. So Benito's looking racy now. He's got traffic ahead. I think that might be Pfeffer ahead of him, indeed, man. So down through the Variante Ascari, back onto the power, down to the Parabolica. Bonito hard at work. If anything, is he drawing slightly closer to the Mercedes? No, backs out of it. Axel Petit in the pit lane, ready to go. Andre Franca on track in the McLaren. Petit 7th. And there is Franca down at the Parabolica. 5 more minutes to go of this.
Andrea Capuccia, 494 down at the tail end of the field, but on a better lap, and he should be improving up to, where's he gone into 15th now?
So Compank is the best of the pros, isn't he? The best of the real world drivers, 14th. Straight on goes Franca, but he's done his time to go 5th, so now he restarts pit lane. Lucas Kreutzer goes through. He was competitive in the first race. He was 4th. Whoops, gets a real old tank slapper coming out of the chicane. John, it doesn't matter, does it, whether it's the real world or the sim world. They still push on at exactly the same place, still the same mistake.
Yeah, very much so. Coming out of the Ascari chicane, you saw Mercedes got on screen, the red, black and white one. And there's been a lot of track limit abuses, particularly up at that Ascari chicane, but I don't know if there's any penalties being considered or being applied. In the meantime, with just under 4 minutes of the qualifying session remaining, those that have got the space on track, in other words, track position or rubber to go with it, have a chance of improving upon the current quickest 146.635 to take that coveted pole position and give yourself the best chance to get into turn 1, that very always tricky chicane.
Now Yox is now on the pole. Pit lane, in fact, most of our drivers at the top 5-6 positions are in pit lane, but now Yox has got himself on pole with a 46.35 right now. Of rubbish all over the track where somebody's gone a little bit wide and knocked out a braking board. As we watch David Tunitsa in 5th position. Got to find 2/10 if he wants the pole position, but it's Tosato. Great time from him.
And if you do have a mistake or damage your car in a qualifying session, you can reset and you get this sort of get out of jail free card. Right, so 2 3/4 minutes to go. How's Mike Nobel getting on? He was good in his race. He's only 13. Come from.
For me, the biggest surprise so far is Enzo Benito down in 14th position. Half a second back. He is not getting the pace that he needs out of his Ferrari when his teammates up in 5th position, 3/10 faster. So Benito really needs to find something in the last 2 minutes of this race. He's going to improve a little bit if he doesn't make any errors on this particular lap. He's slightly up at the moment, but I'm not sure it's going to be that much to really improve his lowered position. On board with him right now. All the detail you need to see exactly how it's going. Map 1 on the right-hand side.
Tell you what, if he finishes qualifying 14th, the race itself, because he's going to leave himself with a lot of work to do, but comes now through the corner. Let's see what he can do. Minute and a half to go. He'll squeeze one more lap out of this. Needs it.
Be an improvement.
Should be, shouldn't it? Not much of one place.
Yeah, only a 10th improvement, and he moves him up 1 position. So Benito is going to have to go again, because if he resets now, he won't be able to finish the lap. So he's going to have to push on this one.
However, as we have seen, Mercedes good in qualifying and a second part of it might not be the end of the world. If he can keep out of trouble, he starts 13th. Keep out of trouble around the first few corners, might still be there at the end of the hour. 1 minute of qualifying to go, chaps.
A bit further down the field to see if they've got some people, someone who hasn't actually set a decent lap time. David Pirelli down in 40th position there. Look, last on our list. He hasn't actually registered a time, and he would be hoping to be a lot further up showing in that first of the semi-finals. He did a good job. Well, 40th, down towards the final corner. Second up on his previous best through here, but he must have reset through this last turn because it's going to be an improvement. Where is it going to place the Rinaldi Ferrari?
And look who's going to be bottom in that case. Souček, 39. It's 33rd. That's not exactly a wow lap, is it? What about Dennis Lind? He's only 30th.
1.1 seconds back on the fastest lap time. He really hasn't either found the track or found the space on track. Now the checker flag is out, so you have to finish your lap time within the 6 minutes given. And Lind is on a better lap time, but it's not a particularly starring lap time from 30th. No. He needs to find a second, and he's only a couple of tenths up right now. But through that first chicane, he made up 4 tenths of a second just through that one corner alone.
So Nayox it is then who tops the times. And we'll see if anybody else is going to be a star on their lap.
In 16th position. And is this going to be an improvement from Mike Noble, who was at the really sharp end of that second race? Yes, he is on a better lap time, so we should see Mike Noble get himself up into the top 10, hopefully. Dennis Lind improved.
16th. No, not yet. Sorry, he's got to do one more corner, hasn't he? Getting ahead of myself. Parabolica to come.
Board with Mike Noble towards the line. Is this an improvement from 16th to 4th? Yes, it is.
Good effort that, wasn't it?
Absolutely, but Dennis Lind did not improve. 18th only. That's going to be a lot of work. And look at the Mercedes on your timing screens. About 12 in the top 15.
Whoops. Mercedes crosses the line rather spectacularly, but that is Hosseini getting himself then to the top of the times right at the very end. So Amir Hosseini doing what he did in his qualifying session for his semi-final, getting himself on to pole position. So Amir Hosseini will undeniably be a man to watch when we get to the final itself. That's coming up very shortly indeed. So time to catch our breath and get set for final. And so far, Jack Nicholls, you can argue that Mercedes seem to be good around a single lap, but again, one of the beauties of this is the realism that certain cars come on strong as the race wears on, and that's definitely going the way of Ferrari.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. What a tight qualifying session as well. Just tenths of a second. Like, I think it was 3 or 4 tenths covering the top 15. So that's the other issue you have. You know, the big news from that qualifying session is David Tonitza 9th, Enzo Benito 10th, the 2 race winners in the semi-finals. But they have not managed to hook it up in qualifying. But by not hooking it up, we're talking 2 tenths of a second, 3 tenths of a second. It's incredibly tight. So we are just 2 or 3 minutes away from the start of the final for the SRO Esport Charity Challenge at Monza. If you've been with us since the start, 4 hours ago, then thank you very much for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the 2 one-hour races that we've brought to you so far. They've been some really, really entertaining sim races. I've got to say, I don't have Assetto Corsa. I play other sims. I tell you what, I'm going to be downloading Assetto Corsa after this is finished because it looks absolutely brilliant. And the realism of it is fantastic, isn't it? And so that is the game that we are playing on as the SRO Esports GT Series. Kunos Simulazione and AK Informatica have come together to create this charity challenge to help the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. And I think everybody at SRO hopes that the global situation improves so that we can go racing, but primarily so that everybody's health around the world can start to improve. And the race you're seeing today is coming from Italy. So it's being run, the race director is in Bergamo, and the visuals that you're seeing are coming from Milan. So very much the heart of the COVID-19 crisis in Italy and at the moment in Europe. And so a huge thanks to Alessio, to Nicky, to Joelle, who are putting this race on. Thanks to everybody who's watching at home as well, because it really has been really entertaining. And it's not very often that I get to just sit and watch races. Normally I have to do the David Addison thing of talking all the time, but it's been a real pleasure to just sit back and watch and be entertained by these brilliant GT races. And make sure you tune in to the GT World Challenge powered by AWS when it does start in real life. But for now, we're going to be going into the 1 hour final. Noyox on pole position, Tozzato second, Camera third, Mike Noble fourth, and Petit in fifth. I'd have gone for Noyox and Camera probably in the top 5 in qualifying, David, but I would have put Tanitsa and Benito and the likes of those up there as well.
Well, we've also, because of his last lap, got Hosseini to go onto pole position right at the very end, just sneaked ahead.
Okay.
Although I noticed that he's got rid of his Vodafone livery just to confuse us going into for that. But it's Mercedes top 4, Lamborghini 5. Your first Ferrari only comes 9th. So there's, I'm sure, going to be an awful lot of shuffling in this as we get set. And the cars then go down through the first chicane. So let's have a thought or two from John Watson first of all, because to make the point, John, you've got to get through this section without drama. Then you can think about your race.
Very much so, and getting through turns 1, 2 and 3 are not any easy task. But what I've been noticing while you and Jacko have been chatting away, I noticed that a number of the cars are carrying a 20 kilogram penalty, which I assume is what you call balance of performance in our language. But the 2 Ferraris that have won the first and second race aren't carrying any penalty. A 20 kilograms penalty over the duration of an hour race, particularly in terms of tyre wear, to some degree maybe brake wear, because there's a lot of braking goes on at Monza, a lot of heavy braking from high speed. I still think that those 2 Ferraris placed on the 5th row of the grid are the 2, I'm going to say prancing horses, the 2 dark horses in this race that still are going to be there when the flag folds or the lights go out, or the flag folds come the end of 1 hour.
I don't disagree with that. I think the extra 20 kilos, because the BOP for Monza is all worked out on a 3-hour endurance race. We've never had a race there. Now we have got sprint races of a 1 hour duration, obviously. So the BOP is tweaked for the Mercedes with the extra weight to try to rein them back in over 1 hour rather than 3. I think that's how it's panned out. And you can see how many Mercedes we've got. So is it going to be Ferrari? Is it going to be Mercedes that comes out on top? Ben Constanduros has been studying all of this. Thoughts, Ben? Who's going to win?
A difficult one to say. As you say, the Ferraris have been so strong late in the race. The Mercedes definitely have to manage this race for them. And then what about the pesky Lamborghinis? Mike Noble's put himself in a great position in 5th position. Dennis Lind, I expect more from him down in 18th, but he didn't qualify very well also for the semi-final, so expect him to race better. And just a reminder to everybody who perhaps is tuning in just for this final, that we do not have contact in the first lap. So we turn off contact for the first lap to make sure that everybody can get through that first lap without lots and lots of chaos, which in every single race at Monza through those first 2 chicanes happens. And so they are able to drive through each other and not crash on the first lap. After that, it's anybody's game.
So down they come then into the Parabolica, and we get set to go racing. It's 1 hour, and let's find out then who is going to be victorious at the end of 60 minutes of racing. We're looking at around 28 laps or so. And Mercedes we've seen be really good across the qualifying sessions, and now as the field accelerates towards the Parabolica, it is Amir Hosseini then on pole position, Niels Noyox alongside Luca Tozzato, and then Arthur Camara on the second row, all Mercedes mounted, but then factor in Lamborghini, factor in Ferrari as well, as we are about to unleash the cars for this SRO Esports GT Charity Challenge final. Up towards the timing line they will come. They're going to be released in a moment. And who is it going to be that comes out on top? Who is it going to be that gets into turn 1 ahead of the pack? You've got to say that Hosseini would no doubt be the man to put your money on, given the start he made in the first race. What can the Ferraris do as well from mid-pack, lining up alongside one another on the 5th row? The 2 race winners, both on the 5th row of the grid. It's not the tidiest of starts, but Hosseini slightly ahead as they creep up towards the line when we go to green now. The race gets underway, and Hosseini is away nicely. Then he went down to turn one. Niels Neuer slots in behind him. Then you've got Arthur Camera in third place. Mike Nobel trying to get through the traffic as well in the Lamborghini as they dive now down towards the braking zone. Who is it going to be that comes out on top? Hosseini it is, and he'll try and build that lead just as he did in the earlier semi-final. So far, so good. Everybody safely out of turn one thus far. Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think, as well, because you've got Axel Petit up past Mike Nobel as the cars now thunder their way through the Curva Grande. Watty, so far, so good.
Yes, opening lap always very, very crowded, coming down into the second chicane. Lamborghini on the inside, coming into that second chicane. Hopefully he can get the high ground, go side by side, has to go the long way around. Well, in fact, he managed to take that position away, but it's the consolidation, again, of Hosseini and the Mercedes from that pole position. Clear track, nothing to focus on other than what's directly ahead of him. He will be dragging the two Mercedes directly behind along with him, but since they're so similarly powered, there's not probably going to be very much of a threat or a challenge in this opening lap.
So the cars accelerate towards the Variante Ascari then, with Mike Gain just there ahead of him for the moment is the Tosato Mercedes. They get to the braking zone for the Variante Ascari. Up front, the Mercedes of Amir Hosseini trying to break clear. Now, can he do so as the cars come to the Parabolica? He's trying to get the toe broken against Neujoks, who is there in second place. Arthur Camera, third, who was there all the way pretty much in the earlier race, bagged second in the very end of the first of the semi-finals. Mike Nobel on the outside line, look, diving into the Parabolica. Behind him is Brioni's Lamborghini. Ahead of them is Tosato in the Mercedes. And Dennis Lin, 15th, is the first of the pro drivers as they complete lap one. But just as we saw in semi-final one, Amir Hosseini up front, breaking away. And that was a good first lap by the poleman, Ben Constantiouris, wasn't it? Because Hosseini now is clear up front, albeit with yet more Mercedes tucked up behind him.
Yeah, he's got Niels Neujoks right behind him. Plenty of side-by-side action on the outskirts of the top 10 positions. And those two Ferraris right in there as well. This is the first opportunity for contact and damage. And Tanitsa and Benito have managed to get through cleanly with Pfeiffer there too in that yellow Mercedes. Ahead of them, though, Mike Noble and Brioni. Great start from Brioni to be there trying to get past Tosato.
1 or 2 skipping the chicane, bouncing all over the curb as we saw. Mike Nobel then on the inside line trying to place as they dive into the second of the chicanes, but still alongside him is Tosato, and Pfeiffer just clips the back of Tonitza's Ferrari. The semi-final one winner stands his ground, keeps his place at least for now. 57 minutes, of course, still to go as the field pulls through. There in 789 is Christian Lozanov, who went well late in the second of the semi-finals, got on with the job and carved his way into contention. But you can see now how close this is. One long line of cars. Merge the two top 20s together, you get a very competitive race indeed. Hosseini leading, but only just at the moment.
Looking at Dennis Lin's progress from up to 13th position now, making good progress on these early laps. You'd expect him to be right up there. Okay, he's a pro driver, but has huge amounts of endurance experience, not on ACC, but on RF2 instead. And Lind will be a favoured driver for all of the sim racing community. There he is in a Lamborghini with Santero in front of him. He is the best of the real world drivers. He's way ahead, 10 places ahead of Caroli, who is down in 23rd. But we expect him to get into the top 10 pretty quickly. Although, saying that, in 10th position is Endo Benito, the winner of that second semi-final.
So Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4 heading down towards the chicane. Hosseini it is that leads. Not sure about his line going into the chicane there. You see to Pfeiffer trying to dive up on the inside of Tonitza, and there's drama behind, there's contact, and that would have been Benito being tagged sideways off the road. He has gone. Oh dear, more contact. And here what is, you get Mercedes and McLaren and more Mercedes, mayhem. That's what we kind of expect at that part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's an entire domino effect. Once one car gets tagged, it then swings around and usually into the path of a car that's following, and the inevitable that's taken place in that first, second, third corners of that, what we call the first chicane. And that's broken up, that midfield pack. It was basically being led by Mike Noble in the Lamborghini with Brioni behind him. But ahead of that fifth place, the four Mercedes are just doing what they've done pretty much every time we had them on camera, and that's pulling away from the rest of the field. And with this, the bunching that we're getting, if one driver makes an error, it will compound itself all the way down through the following cars. So everybody's got to be on their toes and try and really not look at the car directly ahead of you, but read maybe 3 or 4 cars to see that that isn't going to be the trouble spot that might take you out.
So Dennis Lynn
cars were involved in that. Palowski down in 35th position now. Lozanov was another of the Mercedes involved. Eamon Murphy got spun round late on. Lorito also, and Luca Giotto, sadly, also involved in that 5-car shunt on the coming out of that first chicane. They are all now at the tail of the field, but we still have 40 cars running out of the 40 starters.
And we have Dennis Lind up into the top 10, which was where you were kind of predicting he might be. So he's getting on with the job, and he's not a million miles away from being able to get the number 563 Lamborghini towards the podium here. However, we've got penalties starting to be applied for 1 or 2, I notice. We'll keep an eye to that in a moment as through they go. There goes Matteo Cairoli. Now, where is he? He is in 17th place in the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche. And it's a very crowded house ahead of him as they dive down to Kane once more. Number 3 Ferrari goes through. That is Bonito trying to make amends, and he gets involved in life.
Like Cirello just basically stopped on the exiting the turn there, and the Jaguar didn't get the traction out, and Bonito had the traction and just drove straight into the back of him. It's not going well for the Italian at all. He was very much the favourite to take a commanding victory here, and that's going to be damage to the rear and the front of his Ferrari, and he's going to have a lot of work to do now. He's 23rd position.
We've got a drive-through for Andy Soucek. Marty, that was a strange one.
Didn't quite see that one, David, I'm afraid. The picture broke down. There was just so much going on in the first chicane. I was trying to work out how Dennis Lind had made up those positions, but I think he was a beneficiary of what went on just that one lap ago. It wasn't that he'd overtaken. He actually just benefited from everybody else's errors.
I think you're right. Yes, they all went one way, he went the other, and he bought places. Yeah, exactly. So up front, it is still Amir Hosseini that leads. Is right there behind him in second place. Arthur Camara runs third, and there on Andy Soucek with his drive-through, and Kirill Pavlovsky also being given a time penalty as well.
Wonder whether that time penalty is for the shunt, whether the race direction has deemed him guilty for causing a collision with Enzo Benito, and therefore that's why he's got that 15-second penalty. He is still running. There are 3 cars, as you can see, that are not. Giotto, Lozanov and Murphy out of the race after damage in that crash, but Pavlovsky is still going.
Yeah, Lozanov's a shame because he was doing well earlier on in the day, wasn't he? In the semi-final, came good late race. There is Arthur Camara, who is one of the wild cards in this, and right now it's game on for the race lead because to the outside line goes number 1 Mercedes Nayok. So Nayok rather goes to the outside line. Is he going to be able to make him? Nayok slots back in behind Hosseini. He's trying to attack. He's trying to defend. The 4 Mercedes there is Axel Petit as well as they drop down to the second of the chicanes. Real test for the drivers, this, isn't it, John? You're trying to attack, you're trying to defend and not make a mistake, and the beneficiary is the 4th place blue Mercedes of Petit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Formula Mercedes event at the front of this field, but still, nevertheless, anybody's race to win, and certainly leading it right now, Hosseini is doing, is no guarantee that come 51 minutes remaining, he will be in that lead position. So keep an eye and see whether they control themselves, which they need to do, because there's no point trying to do something rash now when you've got a long way yet in this race to finish.
Dennis Lind still there in 10th place, not quite on the back of Pfeffer. And actually, Ben, just looking at that, Pfeffer is kind of leading the second wave in 9th place, isn't he? The gap's opened up between 8th and 9th places.
Absolutely. So Dennis Lind should be able to get to the lead of that pretty quickly and then have clear air to get onto the leading contenders. White Noble has a little bit of a gap to Petit right now, 2 seconds the gap between those two. As we watch Tanitsa now pretty much flying the flag for Ferrari is on his own, because his teammate down in 22nd position has got a lot of work to do to get himself back into contention for a podium. 50 minutes still to go, plenty still to go. Oh, Camara's under attack for Petit.
He is indeed. Yes, very nearly a rear-facing Camara there, but Arthur Camara under attack from Petit, who's on the outside line. Part 1 of the chicane, the inside line for part 2. Breathe in, chaps. They squeeze through together, but Camara now will have the inside line going into the Curva Grande. Great battle between the two, and now Petit has got to be really brave. Stand your ground here. That's the inside line for the first part of the next chicane, but the tighter line is the shorter line for Camara. He hangs onto the place, but only just, and here comes Petit. Does he brake late enough? He does not. Slots back in behind, and Camara, good defensive driving there, John, hangs on to 3rd place.
Well, good driving on part of both drivers, because there was a challenge coming from Petit in 4th place, and he was almost at the point he thought, well, if I let the car roll into the chicane, I might be able to get track position, take 3rd place away. But he sensibly bailed out of it and let Camera maintain that 3rd position. So it's still, you have 50 odd minutes, just under 50 minutes remaining. There's you've a long way to go. Don't show all your strengths quite yet, but nevertheless, this battle amongst the 4 Mercedes at the lead is pretty much what it's going to be, I think, for the rest of the race.
Now, Pfeffer has picked up a drive-through penalty. The yellow Mercedes place has got a drive-through. Ben, what do we know about that, if anything? Is that for track limits?
It's the graphic said it was for track limits, so that will be an automatic penalty. Now the race directors, the human race directors, will look at it to see whether it really is applicable before, and they can change that if they need to. So for the moment, though, that takes him out of the top 10, which would be a big disaster. We also had a yellow flag a little bit earlier on whilst John was talking, and that was Michael O'Brien, who went for a loop, and he's now down in 25th position.
Okay, so over the timing line there is Danilo Santoro chasing after Dennis Lind. So Dennis Lind is the best of the pros, the real world drivers, in 10th place. Santoro going with him ahead of Kreuzer, Lucas Kreuzer, in the next of the fleet of Mercedes, down in 12th place. Hosseini still leads the way, but only just 10th of a second. Nothing at all, with still 8 minutes on the clock. So still wide open, this race, isn't it?
Absolutely, and another drive-through penalty for car 33 just popping up onto our timing screens. I think that's a little bit further down the order. Yeah, Gatsuto even, in 27th position. So he will take that as well.
Stefano Gattuso, another graduate of the challenge. He's one of the real world pro drivers. So he's copped for a penalty, as is Andy Soucek from earlier on. From the recovering Enzo Benito. So won the last race, semi-final 2, after contact repeatedly early on. He's way back in 20th with work to do here. Good line out of the chicane. Rizzoli loses out, Bonito up the inside. And in all of this, look, you've got Tozzato coming under attack from David Tonizza. Tonizza, the man that first race, trying to find her way through on the outside line, but can't do it. Now, where, John, might this Ferrari be able to make the move? It's good through the air, but of course the Mercedes has the grunt in a straight line.
David, I'm afraid I got a frozen screen. I can't see anything other than coming into second chicane, so go ahead with Ben.
Apologies. Right, so down towards the Parabolica they come. Now, 187 Mercedes, this is Pfeffer. He's still Damocletian drive-through hanging over him, but he's not yet served it. He's actually caught up to the pack ahead. Is he in this time? Yes, he is, Ben. So the yellow Mercedes in the round takes the penalty.
That relieves a bit of pressure from Tonizza, who was desperately focused on trying to get past Tozzato, but had the Mercedes behind him, kind of causing a bit of problems. Now tries to go to the outside at the turn 1, but not the place to do it quite yet. And it is so tricky. It's more tricky for Benito actually trying to get through the pack, because it's a bit like driving, as a pro in an AM field, and you're not quite so sure what the drivers around you are doing. That, in effect, is what Benito is as a pro, and the pro real drivers are kind of AMs in this situation. He's having to be quite tentative about how to get through some of these drivers. He's got Compact just ahead of him as the next driver, but Tonizza at least should know what Tozzato, the kind of character Tozzato is. There's a big slide from Tozzato, and that should be easy pickings around the outside at Lesmo too. So
Tonizza gains a place. Dennis Lind is catching up as behind them in 9th in the Lamborghini. So 1 up for the Ferrari, 1 down for the Mercedes of Tozzato, and Dennis Lind chipping his way closer and closer into contention now.
A bit earlier on, when you see that arm coming off the steering wheel, that is because he's making an adjustment either to the traction control or perhaps to the mapping, or maybe even to the brake bias. That isn't a glitch that was being speculated earlier on. That is indeed, I think, probably brake bias with where the arm is going down on the right-hand side there. So constant changes going on inside the car. You can see what map he's running on, and not got a lot of traction control on in that car either.
No, you're right. Up towards the end of a lap they come then. On map 1 here, as you ride on board. Now, Ben, explain again the different engine maps and what that means.
generally most of the drivers will be running on map 1 for most of the race, because that is the most efficient and the fastest way to get the most performance out of the engine. But the Mercedes can't run a full 1 hour stint on map 1, and even on map 2, which is a slightly more efficient for the fuel map, they still need to do a little bit of lifting and coasting. So Ferrari, Lamborghini shouldn't be a problem. Mercedes do have this crucial issue with not being able to run at their fastest and most efficient all the way through the race.
And there, Dennis Lin with his elbows out, tries to go around the outside. Contact between him and Tozzato. That's going to give Danilo Santoro a chance to challenge on the inside. So Dennis Lin ends up in contact, loses another place, and we'll wait and see what comes out of all of that.
I would have thought there's going to be a penalty for that, because it definitely penalised the Mercedes that was pushed off the track and the exit of the second chicane. So I would assume that everybody will have a look at it and review it, and no doubt a penalty will come.
Okay, Simon Gachet has just gone through. He's in 15th place. There are the race leaders still together, aren't they? So Hosseini keeping Nils Neujoks at bay, the gap 0.3 of a second. And don't forget that Hosseini dominated. He didn't win it, but he led for more laps than anybody else, semi-final one, but desperately low on fuel at the end. Well, here he is, trying to pull away, but he's still leading, and he's still having to be the one to punch the hole through the air all the time.
Has he not learnt?
Wait and see. 43 minutes time, we'll know.
To be fair, the pace
one
that
thing
he's
that's
running
clear,
is
the
not
Mercedes
very
second
good.
place, Hosseini in second place, is going to benefit from having fractionally less fuel usage, simply because he's just sitting in the slipstream of the leading Mercedes, and that will give him marginal benefit probably towards the very last lap, maybe 2 laps from the end.
I think you're right, John. I think Neujoks, number 1, is doing a very canny thing of sitting there, biding his time. He knows he's got the pace to run with Hosseini, but he can just sit there, save a little bit of fuel, and as long as he doesn't come under attack from Arthur Camara. That said, we saw it in the first race, Ben, didn't we? Camara was very savvy at saving fuel early on, push late in the race, so he might well turn out to be one to watch in the second half.
The lap times are not that strong at the moment. Hosseini running a 49.0. His best is a 48.2. So he's certainly not running at the pace that he could ultimately run in. Looking further down, the second of the Lamborghinis, Tiziano Brioni, running a 48.4 that last lap. That's much more the kind of pace lap per lap that they should be able to do. So I would say Hosseini is saving a little bit of fuel right now.
Looks like it, doesn't it? It's not quite the energetic drive that we saw in the first race. Right, now what about Dennis Lin? He's in 8th place, and he's the best of the pros, and he's not that far back. It's still 42 minutes to go. He can make up a bit more ground before the end, I would have thought, can't he?
He doesn't have to worry about saving tyres. He doesn't have to worry about saving fuel. He can just go all-out attack. Here's Gachot under pressure from Franke. Franke down the inside, and that was a nice, easy move.
Yeah, Simon Gachet
wasn't in the he wasn't in the Vodafone car before, was he?
No, that was Hosseini, but anyway, it keeps us on our toes. And Simon Gachet, who has been an Audi driver in the real world of GT World Challenge Europe for a couple of seasons, getting better and better all the time, now adapting to the sim racing. As the leaders go by, there's Arthur Camara keeping Mike Nobel behind him. So that the Lamborghini 4th then, the first one really to break all that domination from the Mercedes. Number 71, Tiziano Brioni, they're running in 6th place. Best of the, what you might call Orange 1 liveried Lamborghinis, ahead of Dennis Lin. But of course, it's the Ombra car of Mike Nobel in 4th place. And
Enzo Benito trying to make up another position, getting himself up past Gachet on the outside, turns to the inside, and it's actually so nice to see so much respect between these guys, leaving each other room going through these chicanes. Even in the real world, they're not this respectful. It's lovely to see, because you know so much of that perception. Oh, Hosseini has had a connection issue. Hosseini's out the race. Just seeing on my timing screen.
The man that was leading, no more. So that's going to put Nils Neujoks up front. The order will shuffle accordingly. Hosseini is shown as being in the pit lane. So Amir Hosseini, who was leading, if it's a connection issue, that is very, very unfortunate indeed. Camara goes 2nd, Nobel goes 3rd, Petit here goes 4th, Brioni will go 5th, Tonitza up to 6th, and high drama then for Amir Hosseini out of the race with this connection issue.
simply disappeared from the track and ended up in the pit lane, didn't drive into the pits, and therefore assuming that it was a connection issue and nothing else. But that is such a shame, and it's left Niels Neujoks in the lead by 2.3 seconds, and now he's going to have to start thinking what he's going to do for strategy-wise, because he is now punching that big Mercedes front end through the air, and he's going to be consuming a lot more fuel than he was the last couple of laps.
And Arthur Camara is in fresh air with no one to follow. He's punching his own hole. He's got Mike Nobel right there behind him as they drop down towards turn 1. Mike Nobel slots in behind. Before all the drama happened with Hosseini, I was about to talk to John about driving standards. Ben was making the point about the respect being shown. And John, it is impressive. We're not having too much contact. Now the race has settled down.
No, in terms of car upon car, it's been relatively clean. But what I've noticed is that in some corners, a couple of laps ago, 3 laps ago, a pass was made out of the exit of Lesmo 1, simply because I think it was a Ferrari, but so far wide on the exit, he gained, I would have said, significant exit speed to make the pass before he got to Lesmo 2. So a lot of excessive track limit abuse, but everybody's doing it, so I think that there's no real, other than that one example I can cite, that's pretty much what the race is going to be about.
Absolutely. So up front, it remains Mercedes, but now number 1, Niels Neujoks it is, who holds sway. So don't forget, he had a spin in the earlier race and dropped back down the order. So right now, as you look at the 2nd and 3rd place fight, Mike Nobel on the back here of Arthur Camara. Off the road he goes, back on he goes. What were we saying about driving standards?
Well, there was track limit abuse or just simply a simple dropout. I don't know which of the two it was. But the bottom line is, it lost him maybe 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds to the Mercedes that he was following, looking to put a challenge on the Mercedes, and now that's gone.
And that's Andre Franke, who is in 14th place ahead of Enzo Benito, the semi-final 2 winner, who's had a real yo-yo race up and down the order. Trouble is, even though he's trying to creep back up the order, he's running out of time in order to do this, and the gaps are opening up ahead of him. So the McLaren here looking fleet of foot down to the Parabolica. Franke turns through. But up front, Niels Neujoks now trying to build this gap over Arthur Camara. And it's working for him, Ben, because, of course, Camara is busy defending from Nobel.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite difficult to defend coming down this front straight. Almost you lose too much time defending. You might as well let him go and then get settled back into your rhythm. Just trying to decipher what happened to Hosseini. He's come onto the chat and said, please check replay. There's a couple of guys in our YouTube chat who obviously are watching this race in the back end of ACC, so you can actually rewind and fast forward various parts of the race. Okay. And implying that perhaps there was more to it than simply a connection issue.
Well, here is a place gained, because that was Enzo Benito going through on the inside, putting himself up past Andre Franke. We'll try and get to the bottom of Amir Hosseini's issues if we can before the end of the race. 36.5 minutes, just over, still to run, as Mike Nobel goes through. He's been caught by Axel Petit. Then you've got Tiziano Brione's Lamborghini in 5th. David Tonizza, the semi-final 1 winner, up into 6th place. And remember, those Ferraris get stronger in the second part of the race. So I don't think we should rule out Tonizza just yet, should we?
Oh, now Neujoks has got a penalty. So there was obviously contact between him and Hosseini. And we've got 15-second penalty for Niels Neujoks. So that drops him, I think, outside even the top 10 positions. Shame we haven't been able to see that, but somebody was implying that on YouTube, that there was contact. I didn't want to say it, but obviously Race Control have seen it, and they've decided to penalise Niels Neujoks.
Okay, so now it all starts to fit together. We'll try and fish out the replay if we can, as they're going through his Petit, number 996. We'll have a look at it at the end of the race if we can, as over the line there goes Enzo Benito. So we're not done yet. So Arthur Camara versus Mike Nobel, that effectively becomes the lead battle. There is Bonito heading down towards the first chicane, being chased by Andre Franke. But of course, we've had the reversal of the place between those two, with the Ferrari going ahead on that previous lap. Dennis Lind 7th on the road, but 6th in corrected times if you give the penalty to Neujoks. And there, whoops, is Andrea Rizzoli, who's facing the wrong way. But Dennis Lind, as I was about to suggest, getting more and more competitive as this race wears on.
And Lind, although obviously got the red number for being a real-world driver, racing Lamborghinis, amongst other things, he is also a very experienced sim racer as well. So perhaps slightly misleading to have him as a real driver, although of course he's here because he is a real driver in the World Challenge, and not that much experience really, as we spoke to him at the start of the program on Assetto Corsa. So he's still adapting to this, but perhaps not quite to the level of our real pro Assetto Corsa guys who will spend hundreds and hundreds of hours.
Now there you can ride on board with David Pirelli. You can see in the little TV mirror, because of course increasingly GT cars don't have an internal mirror, they have the video, the car of Samuel Ratz, the Ferrari behind him, as Pirelli rattles over the curb. And there, Ratz even wider, and that's going to give the yellow Ferrari a chance to challenge John on the way down to the Parabolica.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like strange that you can get so far off the racetrack and then make up a position in the process. But contact in Parabolica, David Pirelli, whether he wasn't aware that Ferrari was alongside him, and he has come off the worst because he's going to be under threat from the Lamborghini, the 999 Lamborghini that was directly behind, now going to be absolutely side by side as they come across start-finish line.
So Chris Hurker is in the Lamborghini as they go by, down towards the first of the chicanes, but for David Pirelli, he's lost one place and he might lose another here as they get themselves down towards the chicane. Pirelli hangs onto the place, but only just.
Turning our attention now to Petit up in 4th position. And 1.3 seconds off the Lamborghini of Nobel in 3rd. He's really found himself in a great position with all these guys around him. It's actually virtually 2nd position, isn't it? Because Naujoks, there's no way that Naujoks is going to be able to pull out a 15-second advantage to get himself to stay in that 1st position. So doing the maths, he slots in, I reckon, around 9th, 10th position right now. The other man to watch out for is Tonizza in the Ferrari. We know that Ferrari can keep up the pace, and he's done a 48.3 the last lap through, so he's pretty much on pace with his ultimate pace lap after lap, and he's got the Lamborghini of Brioni just ahead of him, and that'll be the next target, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen, perhaps even into turn 1 next time through.
So Dennis Lind goes by, still 7th. Now, he's got a bit of work to do, hasn't he, before he can get onto terms with Tonizza, the semi-final 1 winner. Goes through now. Accelerates towards the Curva Grande once more. But up front, it's in real terms, Arthur Camara, only 0.3 of a second ahead of Mike Nobel. That's where the real lead battle is going to come. As far as Niels Naujoks is concerned, he's going to try and push like crazy here to build up 15.1 seconds in order to hang on to the race lead.
And that's exactly what he's done. He's gone the ultimate fastest lap that he's ever been able to do so far on lap 15 of the race. There's no way that he's in fuel saving mode. I know Nils a little bit. I've been in the same room with him a couple of times, and he's the kind of person who will do an all or nothing. So I reckon he's turned that map up to 1, and he is trying to set a frenetic pace that, to be honest, it will destroy every other Mercedes if they try and match him. Here he is on board. He's actually on map 2, but the pace is pretty damn good.
The big problem is, Ben, of course, he's got to make up time 15 seconds over a 31-minute remaining time of this race. And it's a very big ask, and I doubt he can manage it, even though he's got clear air and he's going to be utterly possessed, as he will need to be. But that's going to be more than it's capable. I think the machinery and the driver have been involved in an incident, and that's the penalty he's had to take.
Last lap through then of 48.6. Arthur Camara a 48.2. That's nearly the fastest lap of the race. Mike Nobel a 48.3. This pace is so much faster than we've seen in this kind of conditions compared to semi-final 1 and semi-final 2. Tonizza having a great view here of Brioni trying to get past Petit for 4th position. And Tonizza now right on the tail of this battle. That Ferrari is coming into its own.
Absolutely, because we're virtually at the halfway point, aren't we now? So this is where the Ferraris come on strong. I've just seen, and we'll be able to broadcast it to you all at the end, some vision of the contact between those two Mercedes from early on. It wasn't a big hit, but it has serious consequences. Neujoks got into the back of Hosseini at a fast part of the circuit, so the penalty comes accordingly. And Neujoks trying now to break away, but to pull out more than 15 seconds is a real ask, especially when we know the Mercedes have to think about fuel late in the race. There, number 71 is Brioni against Tonitza, and Tonitza still can't yet find a way by.
Clearly, Tonitza's quicker around the circuit. He's just found himself in a situation, as is often the case at Monza. You can be quicker in a lap, but you can't find a way past a slower car. So he's going to have to think about it. Up into the Ascari chicane, he can have a thought about it. He's thinking about it, but hasn't got the position or quite the pace. So restart the clock and then think about it down into Parabolica, get a quick, good exit out of the Ascari, a better exit this time than Brioni had in the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini still got better straight line speed at this part than we're seeing from the Ferrari.
Now, these Ferraris, as we've been saying, come good as the race wears on. Look at the gaps. It's not totally out of the question that Tonitza could get himself into the top 3 by the very end, and allowing for battles, maybe even better than that. Let's see. He comes across the timing line, but first to 6th, not a huge gap anymore. As you see there, the Emil Frey Jaguar of Cirello with Kirill Latkovsky behind. Sorry, Cody Latkovsky behind, forgive me, the gold medalist from the Motorsport Games. He's in 19th place ahead of Sam Ratz. David Perel comes next in the green Ferrari, trying to play catch-up. So Cody Latkovsky to the outside line into the Parabolica, but it doesn't work for him.
And Cirello's got a 5-second penalty for track limits as well, so he's not even really battling with these guys and causing himself a bit of a nuisance, really, for the Ferrari and the Mercedes. Now Rat's looking to the inside line, perhaps to try and go down the inside at turn 1, but needs a bit more slipstream, I think. Gets back behind under the rear wing of that Mercedes. It spits fire as it breaks into turn 1. And they all settle down into position. But as I say, Cirello with a 5-second penalty, he's actually virtually about 22nd, 23rd right now, and not in the position that he's in.
He wants to defend, of course, but he is getting in the way, rather. As you say, in corrected times, he will drop behind them. Somebody else with a 15-second penalty from earlier on, the McLaren of Capaccia, who is in 13th on the road. Now there's Axel Petit going towards us. He is being chased still by Tiziano Brioni. And then David Tonitza in 6th place. So Tonitza creeping up, look onto the back of the Lamborghini. There is the real race leader, Arthur Camara, ahead of Nobel. So take Neujoks out of the equation, and on the road, 2nd to 6th, which are really 1st to 5th, they're not covered by too much at all, are they?
Fantastic racing, and again, even if you look down to 22nd and 23rd position, David Perel has got lots of attention from Chris Hoek, and it's great to see these real-world drivers mixing it with virtual drivers. Oh, big slide from Lozio there in the second of those two Mercedes, and he would have lost a second or two with that over-enthusiastic right foot.
Absolutely. There is Tonitza over the timing line into the first chicane, so Tonitza is still 6th, but he's only 4/10 off the Lamborghini. Now, John, you've got 2 cars there, Lamborghini and Ferrari, both similar in terms of being aero-friendly around Monza. So it's going to be hard for Tonitza to gain a place here, I would have thought.
I still maintain the Ferrari, of all the cars we're looking at, is the quickest car in a single lap of this group. But unfortunately, it's the problem you always have at Monza. You get in a position and it's very hard to make further progress. And the further Tonitza's gone up through the field, the more difficult it's going to become to make passes. And one thing is for sure, Brioni in the Lamborghini or Petit in the Mercedes running in 4th place, they're not about to step aside.
No.
So all that Tonitza can hope for is that traffic, maybe they come up to laps of some of the slower cars, creates the opportunity. But in terms of being able to use his potential lap time, not going to be easy.
It's a good point, that, about the back markers. Ben's looking more closely at timing screens. Now, we did have Lapri, of course, in the semi-finals, Ben, but now you take your fastest 20 out of those 2 races. In other words, there aren't really any slow people anymore, are there?
Exactly. And actually we're missing 6 drivers already that are out of this race. Stefano Gazzuto's just gone into pits as well. I think he may be a retirement too, so that would be 7 retirements. Other than that, everyone's really on the same pace as the rest. So Pulowski is the last of our drivers. He's circulating nearly a minute off the back of the closest contender. So he could be the one person that might be lapped, but I reckon the rest of them might get away with it.
So in other words, if you're hoping that the traffic gives you an advantage, you might have to think again, because you might not catch any, if much traffic at all. So we've got 25 minutes of the race to go. We've still got the race leader on the road with this penalty. We've got an effort being made here. Look on the inside as Cody Latkovsky comes up to have a go at Cirello in the Emil Frey Jaguar and tries to keep Samuel Ratz at bay as they come out of the Parabolica. And the Jaguar hangs on in there for now.
The Jaguars, again, as it's shown all last year, genuinely good straight line performance, which again is a frustration for the Mercedes and the Ferrari that are following. If the Ferrari tries to duck out as they come down, again, you see, even having the draft, he gets out into the clean air and it stalls out.
But look at the pack that's all queued up.
YouTube. Oh, sorry.
Go for it, Ben. Go for it.
We had a couple of questions on YouTube about the little yellow markers beside the drivers' names on our timing screens and what they mean. And you can see Brian Heidkotter's yellow marker is much larger than most of the rest of them around. And that is showing the performance of the internet and their connection. And we just saw a few moments ago that Nils Naujoks had a big problem with his internet. That line got so big that it nearly touched the top. If it completes, it will knock you out of the race. It means your internet connection is not good enough to participate in the race. And Naujoks has just about avoided being knocked out of the race by his internet.
So on top of everything else, other drivers around you, cars, curbs, tyres, there's the internet connection to factor into all of this as well. It's a different world, David, isn't it?
David, is the driver aware of that fact while he's driving or not?
He'll see that his connection is perhaps faltering, but there's nothing that he can do about it unless you can shout to his wife or his daughter or his girlfriend to stop watching Netflix.
First world problems. So Brian Heitkotter then down in 23rd, internet permitting, and David Pirelli going ahead of Samuel Ratt. So that puts him now up into 20th spot down to the Parabolica. How is Tonitza getting on? He's got past Brioni, so he's up into 5th on the road. He's up to 4th on corrected times. He's getting there, John.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, to get past the Lamborghini was no easy task, because that V10 on the Lamborghini has got very good straight line performance. The Ferrari, I mean, it's as slippery as anything else that's out there, but it's about just making the best use of what you can get. And to get that one pass, 22 minutes remaining, the Mercedes, bigger car, punching a bigger hole, so I would expect to see the Ferrari close down the Petit maybe in the next lap or two.
And another great battle going on here, Ben, with yet more variety from the grid.
Pirelli, Ratz, side by side. Latkovsky's in there as well. Latkovsky in the grey Mercedes on the outside. There are 4 cars trying to get into the chicane at the same time. There is contact. Pirelli goes round. That's such a shame for David Pirelli. Latkovsky, Ratz and Hoeke all benefit from that. I think even the Nissan of Brian Heidkotter, we haven't seen, he's the only one running a Nissan, which is kind of him for Nissan, and he gets through as well. There are some cars that are better than others around here, and that's why we don't see any Audis running in this particular competition, because they just don't get on well with Monza as a circuit.
No, Audi wins here have been few and far between, as over the timing line then go the race leaders once more, on board with Axel Petit, who is 4th on the road. He's 3rd on corrected times. He lines up to have a go at Mike Nobel, who, while we've been away watching other things, has dropped back quite a lot, hasn't he, from off the camera?
Nobel, Petit, and he's got Tonitza just behind him. Obviously, we can't see that right now, but Tonitza is right there in the Ferrari, and Brioni too. So here's 4 for what is 3rd position right now, but will probably become 2nd position. And actually, Camera is catching Naujoks. So Nils perhaps has used the best of his tyres, although his last lap was a 40. Oh, his last lap was a 48.2, so it was his best lap ever, Nils Naujoks. So something happened a couple of laps ago, and actually Nils has stretched the advantage to Camera through this last sector.
But didn't we battle for 3rd place is going on? Keep an eye on Tonitza, because he's just sitting, waiting, watching. As the Lamborghini and the Mercedes saw the gap between 3rd and 4th place. Look how close the Ferrari is closed up on that last lap alone. Now almost under the rear wing of the Mercedes, coming up to the Ascari. Mercedes going defensive. Can Ferrari dive down the inside? No, he's done the right thing and waited. Get your opportunity, possibly on the run down into Parabolica.
Good point. Certainly, David Tonizza is there, but he's also in turn got Tiziano Brioni and the Lamborghini behind him, so he's trying to attack. He's still got to defend. Just going back to the Mercedes, we saw this from camera in the first semi-final, didn't we? He was relaxed, if you like, in his pace early on, but was then very strong in the second part. Maybe that also is why he's been able to bring that gap down to a 1.5 seconds on the road to Noyox. But of course, he inherits the lead anyway. He doesn't have to push anymore.
Oh, I wonder whether he knows that, though. He may not have any information as to the situation in Noyox. We obviously can see everybody, but they don't necessarily have those that information, the timing information. So he may still be pushing on unless somebody's told him about it. And he had a very good last lap, a 48.3, which his very fastest lap so far in this race. So the pace is still frenetic at the front, and it was actually Mike Nobel who made the biggest error of our leading group. He was 0.5 seconds slower than his best lap, and he has the best lap of the race so far of 47.9.
So this battle here is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on corrected times. So Tonizza is not far away from being on the podium, but if he can get past Petit, he's got a real chance of getting through this traffic. The longer he gets mired here, he's still got 19 minutes to go, but the longer he gets mired here, the further away camera can pull.
So Benito down in 13th position now, so 4.4 seconds behind Simonini. Bit of clear air, putting in some fast laps from Enzo, but he's definitely got a car that's slightly damaged in comparison to what he would have had at the start. And Enzo's going to have a really big push to maybe get into the top 10, but it's going to be tough for him.
BMW versus Mercedes as well here, as Andrea Rizzoli tries to get up the inside of Merchant Solak, and two big grunty cars, but I think the Mercedes ought to have the advantage. Let's see, he's put himself on the wrong line though for the chicane, so Solak should go back ahead, and he does so on the inside line.
Yeah, he had a little bit more speed, exit speed out of the Curva Grande. Remember that twin turbocharged V8 engine in the BMW has always been very, very strong in a straight line, and that was a case where the defence was relatively easy for the BMW.
So now Rizzoli under attack from David Perel, is he not? As he comes through, wide out of the Lesmo curves.
Perel is getting himself back up and running after having that half spin at the second chicane.
And after his earlier drive-through, Tobias Pfeffer down in 23rd with a lot of work still to do. Dennis Linder's kind of plateaued, hasn't he, as well? He's still there in 7th place, but not making much more progress, as now Petit for 4th on the road. He's under attack from Tonizza. 17 3/4 minutes to go, and this is all building up nicely.
Dennis Linder's got a bit of a gap. You could just see him at the very tail of the picture there. He's got space, but obviously the pace at the front is so hot, so much hotter than we saw in the two semi-finals, that he just simply can't close the gap. He needs these guys to start swapping positions. That will then bring him into this fight.
And this could be the moment.
Yeah, Petit just looking slightly wide on the exit of Lesmo 1. That's allowing the Ferrari to get back up under the rear wing as the exit of Lesmo 2 can't get an awful lot closer. If he does, it's going to have actually a detrimental effect. So waiting to see the Ferrari goes to the right as they come down into the braking zone. That's been covered by Petit and the Mercedes. So, but bounces across the curve aggressively. The front of the Mercedes up in the air, and the Ferrari again looking the more comfortable of the two cars exiting out of Ascari.
So Tonizza breathing down the neck of the Mercedes of Axel Petit, but he's also feeling the pressure from behind, because right there behind him is Tiziano Brioni and the Lamborghini as they come through the Parabolica. Now Tonizza knows the clock is ticking down. He knows he's close to making a move against the Mercedes, and the move starts here, coming off the Parabolica. Needs to stay in that draft if he can, all the way past the pitch. Let's see whether the gap comes down. It should do. It starts to creep down and down and down. Tonizza ready to make a move down towards the chicane. Is this where he makes the move? He has a long look, but I don't think he's going to be close enough as they hit the anchors. No, got to slot back in behind.
No, he couldn't do it. He was quicker in the entry into Parabolica, and mid-corner was quicker. But once the Mercedes got the corner relaxing and easing out, then the speed that it has pulled it away initially. Then it started to close.
So now Tonizza thinks about the move. This is the inside line up towards the Variante della Roggia. Well, Petit's doing a good job of defending here. Hangs on to the place.
And it's allowing Mike Nobel a little bit of breathing space too. 1.3 seconds now, the gap between those two in effectively second position. Nobel was at the front of this little queue, but as Petit started to defend, it has allowed Nobel a better breathing space, and it is bringing Dennis Lind into it. The gap is seesawing around 2 to 2.5 seconds, and Dennis Lind, I think, hopefully, with 50 minutes remaining, he should be able to get into this little fight by the end of the race.
Just wondering as well, Ben, whether now that he's no longer having to defend from Petit, Nobel can catch up to Camera. The gap's coming down, isn't it, from 2 seconds to 1.8. So second and third on the road, on corrected times for the race lead, Nobel is closing on Camera with just under 15 minutes to go, and that's important stuff.
And we're seeing fastest laps from Nils Naujok. He's still pushing this pace incredibly hard. I think he may even run out of fuel at the end of this race, knowing that he's got that penalty. He's just trying to disrupt the race by dragging Arthur Camera into these fast laps. Mike Nobel is running faster, as you say, a 48.5 plays a 48.1 that last lap through. Nobel taking another 0.4 of a second out of Camera. But I think Naujok is playing some crazy game here, because he's done another fastest lap of the race. He is now the fastest lap man out on circuit in a Mercedes with only 14 minutes remaining. This is when they're supposed to be going off.
And here, John, you've got Ferrari versus Lamborghini. It almost got a bit physical.
Yeah, Baroni nearly got that pass done. I mean, he had been overtaken a number of laps ago by the Ferrari, then now coming back, and again you can see it seemingly getting better drive off the first chicane, getting up alongside, but on the outside as they come down to the second chicane, so no real opportunity to make a pass without putting both cars at jeopardy. So maybe the best of the Ferrari has now been run, because look how far he's dropped back from the tail of Petit in fourth, well, there's actually in reality going to be third place. So either Tonizzi has got a problem, or he's just resetting, having made a small error of driving, and he's got to do it all over again. But he's got the pressure of the Lamborghini now real, and it's absolutely 100%.
So he has to try and fend off that Lamborghini. As you say, Axel Petit gets away then in the Mercedes. Camera to Nobel, that gap's coming down 1.6 seconds. Ben, tell me about penalties. There's 15 seconds that's applied to Naujok. Can he argue about that post-race? Could it be taken away, or is that there and it stays there now?
Well, that has been implemented by the human race direction. It's not been implemented by an automatic computer system, which some of the penalties applied for running over the chicane and track limits, they're automatic, but that's a manual penalty, so it can be taken away. And it could be reinstated. And looking at the replays, it's very difficult to say exactly what happened and whose fault was it. But race control have made a point of giving it to him now, so I don't think we'll see that change. Perhaps a change though here for fifth position. Tonizzi having to go on the defensive now.
He is, yeah. I mean, he's got this Lamborghini of Brioni crawling all over the back of him, and as John was saying, that's released Axel Petit up the road. 12 more minutes are on the clock. You're right about Naujok's still pounding around. He's stretching that margin again over Camera, who is being caught by Nobel. And here comes Brioni to try and make his move, John, against the Ferrari. Yeah,
again, he's done the undercut dive down the inside. There's a brave move. There's going to be contact. And there is, and the Lamborghini is the one that comes off. In many respects, one would say rightly, but he had the opportunity, just couldn't slow the car down enough, made the contact with the 95 Ferrari. So Tonizzi now will continue in fifth place, but he won't have any pressure, and he can maybe think, well, now I've got that out of the way, can I do anything with what is fourth on the road, but in reality will be third overall, that of Petit and the Mercedes.
Well, the bite a bit there, wasn't it? Brioni made the move, and that's going to put Dennis Lind into the top six.
How much of that did it damage the Ferrari as well? It was quite a heavy wheel-to-wheel hit. Could have damaged the suspension, certainly the tracking and the steering. That could be out. That'll jeopardise top speed going down these long straights, and also front tyre wear as well. So he'll have to be super careful.
Ben, if it's that bad, the car will be in the hedge.
Well, it's not quite fully simulation in terms of when it comes to damage and stuff like that. But
wow, good bit of motor racing coming through the Ascari right now. Mercedes, and is that the McLaren? Anyway, the winner out of that, ironically, was Tonizzi, because although there was heavy contact on the left-hand side of his car, it was a bit like a snooker ball contact, but it didn't have the weight of contact. He was able to keep the car running. So I suspect maybe the damage, if it's anything, it'll be nothing more than marginal.
We've lost Tobias Pfeiffer. He's now out of the race, unfortunately, and retired. And he was recovering after a penalty early doors. Samuel Ratz and Cody Lukowski had a coming together about a lap ago. They lost 15 seconds, and this is a great fight here. Capoccia, both of these guys actually have track limit problems. Kreutzer and Capoccia up into 12, although he's not, because he's got 15 seconds penalty.
Yes, for now. I still wonder whether there's going to be any discussion about this post-race. But anyway, we'll see. So we'll call it as we see it. And the gap that Noyox is building over camera, well, yeah, your fuel thought about him running dry might well come into play yet, because with 10 minutes to go, he's not out of the woods. He's done no saving that we know of, has he? He's been really pounding around.
48.0 was his last lap time, which is a tenth slower than his very best lap time. This is no way fuel saving in any shape or form.
So perhaps this is just throwing everything to the wind and showing who is the quickest around here. Now, battle's going on lower down also. Capaccio's got a penalty in the McLaren. Kreutz's got a penalty in the Mercedes. And then 14th on the road is Enzo Benito, the man that, of course, came out on top of the second semi-final not an hour ago.
Benito's certainly nursing a damaged Ferrari as well. Oh, is that Dennis Lind off the road?
Or is that
the white flag indicating a slow car on the circuit? So whether that's coming down into Parabolica or whether it's elsewhere, but we can see the two Lamborghinis as they enter the Parabolica, and I think one of those two cars was the car that was getting the white flag waved at it.
I think it was Brioni, wasn't it?
Lind has lost 15 seconds on that last lap, and he's dropping down the timing screen out of the top 10.
Okay, but
so a mistake there.
But Brioni has dropped back as well, hasn't he? Number 71. So both of them are in strife. So it's not over till it's over. 8.5 minutes to go.
Pirelli was involved in that incident at the second chicane, so that's maybe why he's dropped back.
True enough, yes, that's right, because he had that spin against the Ferrari, didn't he? Yes, thank you, John.
The contact, yeah. Correct.
So Dennis Lind with a drama falls back behind him. What else is going to shake out of all of this before the very end? These two Mercedes could get into one another, couldn't they? Tozzato is just ahead at the moment, but only just ahead at the moment. Santoro behind.
Santoro, we saw him with a massive drift, I think, a couple of laps ago. Was it Locio, perhaps? They're all exactly the same colour. But there has been a bit of lurid driving between these three Mercedes as they keep pushing, obviously running as a same team, and they're importing their virtual racing liveries onto these Mercedes cars.
Both from the Jean Alesi team.
They're just having a major war between each of the two cars in the team, and as they come up into the Ascari chicane, who's going to concede? Because neither's prepared to.
Tozzato stays ahead, Santoro behind him, but only just behind him.
These are all the Jean Alesi team, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Alesi squad.
How appropriate.
Right, the third of the drivers we're not seeing at the moment, Lozio, there he is just there, just 14 years of age, so definitely one of the youngest of our drivers, but already finding serious pace on Assetto Competizione.
It's very impressive, isn't it? 7 minutes still to go, so 4 more laps at the end of this one, if that. There is Axel Petit, 4th on the road, and coming under attack.
Yeah, Ferrari is beginning to close back down, David. It lost, what, 2.5, 3 seconds about 4 laps ago. Bit by bit, it's suddenly found a bit more pace and clawing back. But it's all probably too little too late.
So through they turn, there is Petit, and Tonitza, yeah, he is closing, but I think you're right, John, too little too late. 6.5 minutes to go, he's got to catch him, then he's got to find a way through. Meantime, Tozzato versus Santoro through the second of the chicanes. The Jean Alesi Mercedes, of course, Jean drove for Mercedes in the DTM for a time, but in GT terms, these two AMG GT3s are 6th and 7th on the road.
Good looking cars.
Now 5 seconds ahead of Camera, so still putting down the lap times, waiting for him to run out of fuel. Must happen. But again, best lap of the race from Naujox on that last lap.
In other news, my cake has arrived, Ben, and
I can hear it.
Well, I might get to it if things calm down, but 5.5 minutes, give or take. looks jolly nice. And up towards the timing line goes number 1, Niels Neujoks. Then you ride on board with him. So drivers were warned by the race director about making contact with other cars. It might seem a stiff penalty, but the penalty has been applied, and he's not going to be able to drive around 15 seconds, is he?
Look at the right-hand side of the screen. Map 1 in the Mercedes. TC2, ABS2. He is going for broke. Now, somewhere on here is fuel, but I can't see it at the moment. Perhaps they've removed that off the graphics, but either way, he is on map 1 as we thought he might be, and therefore he's pushing for fastest laps. And at some point, it's going to run out. The last lap was his best, 47.877 up on the top left-hand side of the screen.
Well, if he hadn't been a little bit eager and getting to the back of the leader, this could well have been his race in merit. Unfortunately, that 15-second penalty is going to be irretrievable. Well, these two Mercedes, that's not the LAC, those are not the LAC. Similar colour to the LAC cars, but not part of the LAC team. Or is it?
So that's the third of the drivers, Lossio, defending Brioni for 8th position.
Okay, but this is what I'm interested in now. This battle once again rejoined for what will be the final podium position. Ferrari closes back up to the tail of the Mercedes into the Ascari, and Mercedes will use a bit more room on the exit. I'm assuming the Ferrari will be a bit neater and tidier. Well, pretty much even Stevens.
And have a look up the road as well, because Mike Nobel is less than a second away from Camera, second on the road, but that is for the race lead with the penalty applied to Neujoks. So there's still a lot to shake out of this with 4 more minutes and counting.
Remember what has happened in all of those other races. The Mercedes have gone off at the end of the race because they can't quite get their tyres and fuel to the end. So you've got Mercedes versus Lamborghini at the head. You've got this one, Petit and Tonizza, Mercedes versus Ferrari. And it's going to go the way of the Italian marks, I think. The Ferrari challenging down into turn 1.
Here they come, side by side.
He had to go the wrong side. And that's unlikely. Well, he's done it. He has done it amazingly. He's done what and the Mercedes has got all out of shape on the exit of the first chicane. I mean, outstanding bit of driving by Tonizzi, and unfortunately Petit suckered for it and he lost that position. He didn't need to lose it, but he did.
And not only that, but because he had the slide, Tonizza doesn't even have to defend, does he? He can just drive away straight away. So don't worry about defending for a couple of corners. Straight away, he's gone. He can chase after Mike Nobel. So going back to Ben's point about the Mercedes going off towards the end, yes, that has been the case. Camera, though, was very good at looking after his car in the earlier semi-final, but Mike Nobel is getting closer all the time. It was a second, it's now 6/10. Neujoks leads, but he's got this penalty. Plus, we're not convinced he's going to keep the fuel in the car to the very end. So, as far as the race is concerned, it could be a real picture for Camera, or it could be a Nobel Prize.
Oh, very good.
I tell you, that bit of chocolate cake you're eating, David, has gone to your head.
Must be good stuff. Probably got some beer in it. Here they come, down to the Parabolica once more, but you can see the Lamborghini getting closer and closer, and Tonizza is throwing everything at it behind in the Ferrari, isn't he?
Absolutely, as he should do. It's a motor race. It might be a sim race, but it's still a motor race.
I reckon we've got 2 laps remaining as well, because Neujoks will be over the start-finishing line already, or the finishing line here in Monza, and therefore we will probably get 2 more laps in, unless he really slows down on his last lap, which means it gives more time for Nobel to try and find a way past Camera. Close enough though this time.
Neujoks is 7 seconds ahead, but now Camera is having to defend, so he's going slower. So if Neujoks has enough fuel, that gap's going to stretch. I'm not saying it's going to stretch to over 15 seconds, but this battle behind him might just help him, Ben. What do you think?
And now, because of the gaps, Neujoks would only fall into 5th position if he if he is able to finish the race as well. So it's been a great recovery if he's got the fuel. And again, fastest lap of the race, a 47.6. He's only less than a second off what he did in qualifying.
Well, surely if he was marginal, we'd know about it by now with only a minute to go, because in the first race we had Hosseini's problems evincing themselves before this point, and yet Neujoks, with a minute to go, isn't showing any sign of it, whereas Nobel is all over the back of Camera for the real race lead. There's going to be 1 more lap to go at the end of this. Brilliant way to round out the day, isn't it, in terms of this action at Monza, because as they come now down towards the Variante Ascari once again, Alpha Camera is under huge attack from a hard-charging Mike Nobel behind him.
And what's great, David, to me is we've got 3 different manufacturers, first, second and third. We had Mercedes locking out the front 4 positions for maybe a third of the race, but now it's Mercedes leading, Lamborghini second, Ferrari third, as it should be.
So again, the BOP delivers great racing. The leader will go through onto his last lap then. So the leader is on his last lap. Camera comes through second on the road. Mike Nobel behind him. It was 2/10 at the last sector. It's 4/10 across the line. So it's now or never for Mike Nobel. One more lap to go. What a race this has turned out to be. And still, Ben, somehow Neujoks leads by nearly 8 seconds.
He has done such an amazing job this second half of the race. Oh yes, he's got a penalty for contact, but his pace has been blistering. If he can get it to the line, he deserves a huge virtual pat on the back. It's absolutely incredible to see, especially when you've got other drivers in Mercedes struggling on these last couple of laps. Axel Petit, 3 seconds slower than he was last time through in 5th position. So he's actually opening a gap for Nils to fit into.
And he's been able to do this by having to punch a hole in the air all the way through. Now this is for John, the inherited race lead. Who's your money on? Can the Mercedes fend off the Lamborghini?
Unless an act of God or a biblical flood, yes.
So Camera looking strong. There is Tonitza dropping back a little bit in 4th place. There is the real fight then between Camera and Nobel. Up front, leading on the road, is Nils Neujoks. Down towards the Variante Ascari they come. This is where we need to be looking, because this will determine who inherits the win. Not the way you want to win necessarily, by a penalty for somebody else, but they'll take it, I'm sure. So Mike Nobel in the Lamborghini runs out wide. That's going to just compromise him a little. Not quite close enough as they come down to the Parabolica. Tonitza's off in the background into the barrier. Big impact for the Ferrari. So 2 corners from home. Tonitza is off the road. Here they come. Nobel has got to do it. Coming out of the last corner. Is this the moment that he can make the move? I don't think he's close enough. Camera is going to be able to hang on in there as they come up towards the line. And so Neujoks crosses the line ahead, but Arthur Camera will inherit the win as he comes through ahead of Mike Nobel in 2nd place. And what about 3rd? David Tonitza just ahead of Axel Petit as they come up towards the line. The Ferrari just gets there ahead. Axel Petit behind him. Wow, what a way to end what has been an absolutely outstanding trio of GT esports races from Monza.
John Lacey guys coming over the line in with Tonazzo leading Santoro. Brioni got ahead of Lozio in the end. Dennis Lynn does pick up 10th position as we predicted.
But have a look at where Neujoks finishes, because that puts him in 3rd place.
Ow!
Because of Tonitza's spin and the delay, that still puts Neujoks in the top 3. Amazing.
Incredibly impressive driving from Neujoks to get the car to the end with such pace. His pace was blistering.
Well, we're not done yet. Look, still they have to come through for lower positions, with the David Pirelli Ferrari going 18th, Honchik's Lamborghini for 19th, Solak's BMW for 20th as they come across the line. David Ibrivio goes through. And Arthur Camera, who was a wild card, wasn't he? He had to pay and qualify. He wasn't an invited sim driver. Well, he's the man that comes out on top. 3 races, 3 different winners, 2 for Ferrari, 1 for Mercedes, and action all the way. Still they come pouring home. Camera the winner from Nobel, Neujoks, Petit. Tosato taking 5th after his spin. No, correction. Tonitza taking 4th. Screen updating itself. So Tonitza 4th ahead of Petit. Tosato 6th from Santoro, Brioni, Losio. Dennis Lind in 10th at the end. Whew. What do we think, John? Impressed?
Bit of a wake-up call for me, because it's a brand new world. I mean, it's a horizon I didn't realise was about to dawn on me. So it's very interesting, very exciting, a lot to learn about it. I've got huge respect for the gamers that are doing this. You know, that's their profession in some cases, day in, day out. Great job by Dennis Lind, I think first. No, he wasn't, in fact. But certainly those pro drivers who are adapting from racing and coming into sim racing. So I suspect we're going to see a number of other events later this year, waiting for the real thing to get back underway.
Well, John, thanks for joining us. For you and for me, it's been a wake-up call, but it wouldn't be a SRO GT World Challenge Europe race without you. So I'm glad you've been able to join us for the final. And Ben, we've seen some great racing all day long, and I know you're more adroit at this than John and I, but I mean, this has been an outstanding platform on which to enjoy some great racing.
And what makes it pleasurable for me is to hear how excited and how enjoyable you found it as well, bringing new people into the sport, because honestly, this is the time to do this kind of thing. This is the opportunity for people who know about esports to educate those that don't and see that they really, really enjoy it. And I'm glad you have.
Well, Ben, thank you very much indeed. Now, of course, presiding over all of this from his desk in the studio has been Jack Nichols, who's got drivers, I think, ready to talk to. Thank you very much to all of you from all around the world, with whatever your broadband connection has been, that have been able to join us for some fantastic racing. And thank you, Sim Racing, for teaching some old dogs some very new tricks. Jack, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, what a very entertaining end to the race that was, and an entertaining race in general, and a controversial race in general as well. I have to say. Yeah, I don't know where to start. Ben, you've been across all the chat in the YouTube and things like that. In the YouTube, how do I sound there? But is there a sort of consensus as to sort of who was to blame for that race-defining moment?
Unfortunately, because we didn't see it, a lot of people also didn't see it.
Okay.
They were able to watch on Niels Naujoks's stream. Some of these drivers have been doing their own, showing themselves driving. So I think they've been watching how he got on, and obviously seeing Niels's point of view. But it's a difficult one. It's always a difficult one when it's contentious to make an instantaneous decision. And at least we've come to the end of the race knowing who won and who came second and who came third.
Yeah. I think that's the right thing, and it's very pleasing to see that for sure. We're going to try and show you the replay of what happened between those two. As you may have figured, I'm having some technical issues as well with the camera, but we're nearly there.
Okay.
So in a moment, we'll all be back on board and see exactly what happened in the incident. But
I've got it in my. I think we're seeing it, or I'm seeing it at the moment.
Go for it, Ben.
That's really interesting. Husseini jumped across the chicane at the first chicane. So Naujoks tries to go to the outside of him, and Husseini just squeezes him onto the grass. Naujoks had nowhere to go, but there was contact made. He could have backed out of it, but he didn't, and unfortunately sent Husseini hard into the wall on the outside of the Curva Grande.
He wasn't
all
fully alongside,
started with
was he?
Husseini coming off the track. No.
I honestly don't quite know how to read that one. And like we say, the race stewards that we have, the race directors, have to make a decision. And I suppose it is usually it comes down to the responsibility of the driver behind not to hit the driver in front. It's a very nuanced situation. I appreciate this one, but I guess that's the kind of fundamentals of it.
Jack, it's very similar to a Mercedes accident that John and I had to talk about at Monza last year, which was Raymond Vos being tagged by Jim Pla. And John and I were absolutely convinced that Jim Pla, who was behind, was not at fault. And the steward said, no, absolutely, he was the guy at fault because he was behind. He could have backed out of it. And it seems very similar. It's a light touch. And yes, Naujoks could have backed out of it. But at that speed and that split-second decision, I'm not really sure he had any option. He was committed to where he was.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult one, and that's why it's caused so much controversy on the chats. But ultimately, we know who the winner was. It wasn't Naujoks, and even though he got that penalty, if you take that out of the equation, it was a very strong drive from Naujoks.
Very. Yeah, and he made the fuel last. It was excellent. And you might, Jack, I think, even be able to hear from Niels if you're...
Okay, yeah. Here we go. Let's see what happens. I think we're all back up and running now. Let's be joined by Niels then. Niels, I mean, a dominating drive, a commanding drive, but obviously the big talking point is that penalty you got, 15 seconds. What did you make of the incident?
I had to spend half of the race thinking about it, to be honest. First of all, I'm very sorry that Amir couldn't finish the race because he has the pace to be up front. but it seemed that he was struggling for a couple laps there, and then he ended up cutting the first corner, which gave me a run on him into the long right-hander. And first he blocked me to the right, so I went to the left, and then he blocked me again, but I was already having overlap, so I didn't really know where to go.
Yeah. So do you a harsh penalty, do you think, or you were the driver behind and it's your responsibility not to hit him?
Hard to judge that with the emotions in that.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that to the adjudication probably. I mean, if I give me 5 seconds, then I appreciate that I have a part in this, but it still wouldn't cost me the win. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. What about overall your experience today? You enjoyed it?
Definitely was a lot of fun. A lot of people were watching my personal stream as well. I liked what Kunos has put up, what the GT World stream has brought up here. Quite a professional presentation overall. I think there was some good racing going on until that point. I was expecting a couple more people to be very close to me, but I think they were caught in traffic, and some just were unlucky with qualifying, since everything was so close, and if you just miss out on a 10th on your lap, then you're 10 places down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ben Constanduras here. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the pace at the second half of the race, banging in 47s for lap after lap. You're not worried about the fuel?
No. So at the beginning of the race, I had the chance to stay in Amir's draft a bit. So I was lifting for 100 meters on the straight at least or so. So I was saving some fuel early in the race. And then the Mercedes has some interesting fuel maps, so you can save something all the way. And I did some calculations earlier before the race actually, and I knew if I take map 2, I think, until lap 23 and then switch to map 1, I can put the power down until the end.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Niels, for joining us. Commiserations for the race, but really impressive pace nevertheless.
Cheers.
We can now speak to Arthur Camara. What a drive, what a race. Arthur, how are you feeling after that one?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty unexpected also, because I've seen it now in a replay. There's a bit of controversy going on about the Niels and Amir accident, and I surely wasn't hoping for anything like this, but as soon as I saw it for the first time, the way they're going at each other, I was basically just waiting for something to happen. But of course, I would have never thought it would unfold like this. And yeah, from then on, I just had to keep Mike behind, and he luckily made a few mistakes himself. And I was, as Neil said, good on fuel, using map 2 the whole race. And once Mike closed in, it was easy for me to switch back to map 1 and just gain those extra bit of 10th on the straights back. So
were you aware of Niels' penalty, or were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you think of the penalty, having seen the replay?
I think it's definitely up for discussion.
Okay. That's a good, nice answer.
I mean, I'm friends. Sorry?
So we can now hear from Mike Noble as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Arthur. Congratulations again. Mike, you nearly got Arthur towards the end there.
Yeah, I almost managed to get to P1 basically. Yeah, I had a couple of mistakes. Kept on dropping pace all the time, and wasn't able to do it, unfortunately. But congratulations to Arthur.
And were you pleased with your performance in general? Second place is a great result.
Yes, I'm very pleased with my performance today, for sure.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us, Mike. So there we go. We've heard from our race winner, Arthur Camara. We've heard from Mike as well after finishing in second position, Mike Nobel there. And remember, this is a charity race supporting the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization. So if you want to donate, head to SRO-esport.com and you can donate there. All the proceeds from this race are going to that charity. We also have David Tanitza and Dennis Lind, I think, in the chat with us. David, we'll start with you. I guess it all went wrong in qualifying?
Not really. I've done a pretty good time. It was lower than the first battery, but it was still a pretty good one. And yeah, then in the race, I had to gain back a lot of position. So yeah, that wasn't the best start position.
Okay, but were you happy with how the race unfolded in the end? You had some great fights out there.
Yeah, I had some great fights. The race was pretty good, but in the last lap, I went over a bump as I've done every lap. But yeah, I don't know why I lost control of the car, and I'm a little bit disappointed because in that moment I was in P3 actually with a penalty in front. So yeah, a bit disappointed.
Okay, well, congratulations nevertheless on your race 1 victory. That was very impressive, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you.
No worries. Dennis Lind as well, the cream of the crop when it comes to the real world racing drivers. Dennis, good progress today after not the greatest qualifying for the final, but a long way up the order you climbed.
Yeah, it was really bad performance from me in Q. I basically had only 1 lap, and I had to block Height Cutter on the last corner, so I'm a little bit sorry about that. But it was the only attempt I had. It was very dense in the group where I found myself in, so I had to abort my 3rd lap, which is usually the quickest one for me. And yeah, that put me in P20, I think. And well, it was onwards and upwards from there, basically. Found myself in 10th after 5 or so laps, and yeah, made slow progress. It was a lot of fun, but not quite enough in the end.
Okay. What if you'd have hooked up your qualifying lap? Where do you think you could have started?
Pole, definitely.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow. Okay. Then 20th wasn't ideal, was it? But
No.
Congratulations, Dennis, and we hope to see you on a real track soon.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for casting this, guys. It's been a pleasure.
No worries. Thanks, Dennis. So there's Dennis Lind, the top of the real world racing drivers in the end, climbing all the way back up the order. And there we go. We've heard from our top guys. Ben Constanduris, I suppose, final thoughts from you on this SRO Esport Charity Challenge.
You had a statement yesterday on another stream about the most realistic simulator that exists.
Oh, come on. I knew this would come back to, yeah.
I think we found it right here. How beautiful it looked, how professional the drivers raced it, how challenging it is as well. I think certainly it's, we don't see many streams from Assetto Corsa Competizione globally, and I think we've showed a very high bar today. Amazing to see.
Yeah, agreed with that. Watty, are you still with us, or have you gone? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, David Addison, then your thoughts. Welcome to Simra. I think you loved it.
Oh, yes.
It's motor racing, isn't it? Whether it's real in front of you, something you can touch, or whether it's on a screen and you can see it. And it has been a fascinating experience to get involved in this. It has been 3 great races. And you've got to take your hat off to everybody involved in making it happen, the technical side, all the drivers for getting involved, and thank you to all of you for watching. Have I enjoyed it? Yes. Was it something that I was slightly looking to with trepidation? Yes, because as you both know, it was a whole new world for me, but it's been fantastic. And part of the fact that it becomes easier is that the game, and Ben has touched on this, is so realistic. Not only does it look good, but the way the cars perform, tyres, BOP, you name it, makes you believe, until I look out of my window in my room here, that I am at Monza and I am watching cars on a circuit. It has been fantastic. More, please. More.
Well, there we go. There's the demand from Adders. I'm sure we'd all like to see more from SRO Esports in the future. Huge thanks to them. Huge thanks to Kunos Simulazioni as well for putting on the race, as well as AK Informatica, all the guys in Bergamo, all the guys in Milan, and everybody around the world that has contributed to what has been a really great GT racing spectacle. There's a lot of single-seater sports out there, but it's really nice to see some tin-top GT action. This has been the SRO Esport Charity Challenge on Assetto Corsa Competizione, all a charity event to aid the COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund for the World Health Organization. All the proceeds from this event are going to that charity. If you want to donate to that charity, head to sro-esport.com and you can find out about more events coming up in the future. From John Watson, Ben Constanduris, David Addison, myself, Jack Nichols, and all of the rest of the team, we'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us.